different story. Pretty foolish, but I'm not falling. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Yo, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, and welcome to the stream. Aperture's in the building. What's up, Aperture? Thank you so much for joining the live stream. I appreciate you being here. Let me get a couple things worked out right here. Let me get everything moving for just one moment. Aperture, how you feeling today? I appreciate y'all being here. Let's see. Vince is in the building. What's up, Vince? Vince Keys, how you feeling today? Y'all, welcome into the live stream. Let me know where y'all are joining from. We're gonna get things flowing here in just a little bit. In just a little bit. How y'all feeling today? I'm not falling. Let's see, hold on. One second. Dero's in the building. What's up, Dero? Welcome into the stream, man. I appreciate you being here. Hey, what's up? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Welcome into the stream. Solivox, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Y'all let me know where y'all are joining from. Let me know what y'all are up to tonight. I appreciate y'all being here. Hopefully, we'll get into listening to some music here in just a little bit as well. But y'all, join the chat, hop in, let me know where you're joining from. I would love to chat with y'all for a little bit before we get moving with some music. But thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate you hopping in. What are y'all up to? What is today? Monday. My days are all mixed up. What are y'all doing this Monday? What are y'all up to? Danny's in the building. Danny's in the building. I'm doing good. I'm seeing you from Milan, Italy. Take me there. Dero, take me there. Is that where you live? Is that where you live, Dero? Are you vacationing? Hunter's in the building. What's up, Hunter? Thank you so much for hopping in, man. It's good to see you. It's good to see some of the family in here. Welcome in. If y'all are over on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are, thank you for the hand heart, Hunter. So good to see you. So good to see you. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you for the gifts. If y'all are over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with just a few people, and don't forget to send in your heart me for the day. It does really help out the live as well. We'll get moving with some music in a little bit, but y'all make sure y'all are tapped in. Hunter, thank you so much for joining me, and I hope you're doing amazing. It's good to see you here in the chat as well. Let me get a couple things updated on my email here in just a second, and then we'll get some things moving. Kill Switch in the building. Julie's in the building. Solivox, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for tapping into the stream today. Let me get this adjusted over here. What are y'all up to? And if you're coming in for the first time, let me know what kind of music you make. Let me know what kind of music you make if you're coming in for the first time. I said, yeah, I'm from Milano. Let's go, dude. That's amazing. That's amazing. I would love to visit Italy. Maybe in the next couple years, the stars will align and something like that will make sense. JM's in the building. JM, thank you so much for tapping into the stream. I appreciate you being here. New metal. Let's go. I like it. T-Bullets, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. How long have you been making new metal? Did it moved again? Hunter, we moved about 6 months ago or so. At this point, yeah, maybe about 6 months ago. Victor Green, thanks for hopping in. And Julie, watching from Denmark, beautiful. I would love to go to Denmark as well. I'm trying to get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Celine, thank you so much for joining the stream. Welcome in. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. We'll get moving with some music in a minute. Normic, thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate that. Celine, I got my keyboard. Let's go. And Celine, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. I'm so excited. You got your keyboard finally. There's nothing that makes me more excited than people getting keyboards. I love when people are getting keyboards. Alfred, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. And can you listen to Alfred Wetton? My head is louder. Keep it up. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, we're going to get into some of the consultation side of what we do here in just a moment. If there's anyone who's interested in doing the consultations or getting a more broad, more broad information on what we do here as far as that side of things, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. All those details are there. Mala, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. How are y'all feeling today? Anybody else that's just joining the stream, let me know where you're joining from and what kind of music you listen to. Let's see, but now I can't use it because of my computer. It won't let me download Arturia Keylabs. What kind of computer do you have? Is it just a storage issue? That could be some of it, because it is a big database of plugins and stuff like that. Oh yeah, let me double check. Sorry, let me double check. I got the email pulled up. Give me just one moment. Let me see. Let me update my email here. Give me just 1 second. I can get all this updated. I'll get you up on board, dear. I appreciate you so much, man. Let's see. Give me 1 sec. Rel's in the building. Rel, thank you so much for hopping in. Let me see. I got you, Dero. I got you. Dero, let me get you up on my list. Let me get you up on my list right now. Clueless in the building. Ads is in the building. Same place. So the same place that you sent the track, just go to my profile, click on the link, click on track talk submission. You'll see all the details right there. The email's right there at the top. Just copy it over. And you'll see everything that you need. Let me get you on the list, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for that. Dero, got you. Boom. On the list. Ready to go. Got you at the top. I've got Mitch and Mike up there from the other day too, since they weren't able to make it in, but I'm going to put you at the top since they're not here right now. Sap is in the building. What's up, Sap? Welcome into the stream. Ollie, welcome in. Hank and the lads, welcome into the stream. Let's see. It's a storage problem, so I have to get a drive. So I would recommend, if you need to clear some storage, I would recommend these. Not sponsored. Not sponsored at all. I wish. I would recommend this. This is a really, really good one. It's a USB-C. I've got a couple of these that I use because I create a lot of content. I have a nicer camera and I'm recording a lot of like, HD and 4K video and stuff like that, plus getting sessions every single week. So every week I'm getting a zip file with 80 gigs, 100 gigs worth of files or whatever it may be. Or not 80, I'm sorry, not 80 gigs, but like an HP laptop. Okay, I would recommend getting one of these. Obviously, depending on the stats, like it kind of depends on the storage, depends on your SSD, depends on your RAM, your capability, stuff like that. But I would highly recommend getting one of these. This one right here, they're not, I'm going to say it's not crazy expensive, but things are expensive. Everything's expensive nowadays. So I'm going to say that with a loose tongue, right? They're not that expensive. This was like $130 or $120 or something like that, but it's 2 terabytes SSD. So I run all of my video software completely stored on here and run off of here, my whole library. I have a lot of my plugin library on here, stuff like that. Peripheral files, when I finish a client's files, I save that folder over to this drive. And again, I have another one as well, plus another terabyte in the computer itself. So I try to stay as organized as possible, but getting an external drive that's at least like a terabyte or so just kind of alleviates, Lucas, welcome in, Opal, welcome in, alleviates all of the stress that comes with figuring out storage. Because there's nothing worse than like I've got another terabyte of cloud storage for my phone and photos and videos and stuff like that. It can be so unbelievably frustrating to be like trying to create content, trying to post, trying to like you said, record and download Arturia and stuff like that to make your keyboard work. And then you're running into storage issues and whatever it may be. I've run into that so many times before. I kind of just said, F it. I'm getting all the storage. So I've got a terabyte on the cloud. I've got like 3 or 4 terabytes in drives. I've got a terabyte on the computer because there's just constantly more stuff. I'm not making videos. And so it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. But just get you a good drive. I do recommend those Samsung drives. They're pretty quick. So like the data retrieval is pretty quick, and that's definitely going to be helpful. TK, welcome in. Luke, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for hopping into the stream. Yeah, I wish, Dero. I wish. Destra, thank you so much for hopping them in. Let me know what kind of music you make. I want to chat with some of the chat. While we're waiting to get some things moving. But storage will definitely help y'all. If y'all want any information on what we do as far as like the consultation goes, as far as consultations go, that's separate than us just chilling here and stuff like that. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. All of the details are right there. That way you can read through the format of what we do, and I can explain that in depth here in just a second as well. Indie pop rock. Ooh, let's go. What are some of your Destro? What are some of your influences in the indie pop rock space? Cardone, thank you so much for hopping in. Once again, profile link tree. Track Talk Submission will give you everything you need. Let me double check here. Derek Bennett's in the building. I just got Derek Bennett up on the board as well. Thank you so much, man. And let me see. Okay, let me double check here in 1 second. Madison, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that a lot. And Gingy, thank you so much for hopping in as well. Josh is in here. We got so much of the family in here. Thank y'all so much for being here. Give me just a moment while I catch up on the chat. Y'all make sure that I'm answering questions and stuff. Sorry, I'm looking at 5 different screens, so it does get a little confusing sometimes. I just love singing pop songs because they're catchy, so I do them. That's valid. It's valid as fuck. I love it. I love it. They're catchy, so I do it. I like it. There's no wrong reason. There's no wrong reason to do it. I like that. Libby is in the chat. Libby, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let me double check these submissions here really quick so I can make sure I get y'all up on the board. Madison, I'm gonna double check for you. Derek Bennett, I got you. And Derek, I see you on the red app as well. Derek, thank you so much for joining the stream. If y'all are here on TikTok, if you're on the red app, if you're on the purple app, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it a lot. We're gonna get into some music here in literally just a moment. I'm just getting some things updated here. So we got Derek in the building. Derek, I got you on the board. You're set. You're ready to go. Dero, I've got you on the board. You're set. You're ready to go. Give me one moment to double check for, I think it was Madison. So let me just see here really quick. Let's see. No. The B's in the chat. What's up? Okay, and then Madison, is that... Are your initial, Madison, is it under a different name? You don't have to say what the name is because I know some people don't want to strategically, but let me know if it's under a different name. Let's see. iPhonographic, welcome in. Let me know if it's under a different name. If it's, is it TK? Is that you? Or if it's someone else, let me know who you are so I can get you up on the board as well. Perfect. Yep, that's it. I just want to make, some people don't want their name, so I always want to be like, is your name TK? Let me know. Okay, let me get you on the board, and then I'll do my spiel. I'll do my spiel to let y'all know what's going on here for some of y'all that are just joining the stream. You're just tapping in, or maybe you're chilling here for the first time. Okay, let's see. Madison, I got you. You're on the board. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate it. Let me get you in order right here. We got Derek, Dero, and Madison. I'm going to go ahead and throw up the line. The line is live now on the purple and red app. You can use your imagination. You can find those at my link tree. The purple and red app, the line is up. It's on the board. So you can see it up there on the stream as well if you want to hop over there. Here in just a second. Just a second. Sons of Chance, welcome in. Okay, for those of you who have never been here before, or maybe you have and it's been a while, whatever it may be, if you just want a quick little spiel, here's the quick little spiel that I do. I feel like 20 times a day, every day that we have done these these live streams. But for those of you who don't know, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I appreciate y'all being here so much. What we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute long form detailed consultations. Each of these breakdowns that we do for your songs, so artists, producers, engineers, musicians, songwriters, they send in their music. We spend about 20 to 30 minutes listening to the song, usually 2 to 3 different times, in order to get into the really detailed nuances of your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, whatever would best serve you and be the most beneficial to you. Those are the things that I want to go over and really get into the details of. This is not a quick review. This is not a trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is strictly about getting into the details and the nuances of your music, what you're doing creatively, and ideally offering a practical and very specific and actionable set of feedback on what you're doing. If that's interesting, welcome over, Derek, and thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate it. If that is something that's interesting to you, then go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. And if you're on the purple app, you can type ! right there in the chat. Yellison, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate that so much. Why Dero said, what headphones are you using, Torvik? I need a new pair of them. These are called Focal Clear MGs. These are really high ticket, like audiophile reference studio headphones. They're open back headphones. They sound, they're very expensive, but they're very well balanced headphones. The best headphones I've ever worn or listened to anything on in my life. I got them when I was traveling a lot more. I wasn't in studio as often. And so I was traveling a lot more. I was doing a lot more remote work when I left my studio in Dallas. I was doing a lot more remote work, so I got these so that I could accurately mix and reference and produce accurately when I'm not in the studio. But I still use these in the studio nearly every day, like I am now. I'm a sound designer for a film. Do you recommend them? 100%. There's obviously levels. Shane, thanks for hopping in. Good to see you. Thank you so much for hopping in over on the red app. Yeah, there's levels, right? Like these are about $1,500 if you were to buy them new. So that's very expensive. There's obviously headphones that do a great job at a lot of different levels. Like I track with these, right? This is a pretty big spectrum. I track with these. These are Focus, little camera. There we go. These are biodynamic DT770s. I use those for, I don't know, maybe nearly a decade that I've had those. I replace the pads every year or something like that. But I've had those for forever. I use those to track still every day. So if I'm tracking vocals, tracking drums, tracking synths, whatever, anything here in the room, then I'll typically use those because they're closed back, a little bit more isolated, but I don't prefer to mix on them, especially now that I have these. But it really, RJ's in the building. What's up, RJ? What do you mean ghost? What do you mean ghost? I don't think I've seen, your chat is probably getting blocked. If you're saying something, it's not coming through. At least I haven't seen it. It's probably getting blocked by TikTok because that's the first RJ that I've seen in the chat. But yeah, if you can afford it, I think they're fantastic. If you want more accurate referencing, I would potentially stick with OpenBack. If you're doing a lot of sound design, Foley work, if you're doing scoring, stuff like that, I think OpenBack is going to be the way to go. If you're going to be referencing accurately in the stereo field, I think that's really important. But you can go as cheap as let me turn this off. You can go as cheap as getting like the DT990s. Those are the OpenBack version of the 770s. You could get the 1990s. The 1990s are a bit of a step above that OpenBack. So there's options within that space that are quite a bit cheaper. Audio interface really depends on your workflow. What all do you need to track and budget? And, because audio interfaces can be $6,000 or they can be $140. They can be a single input, or you could have, 128 like digital inputs with ADAT and Dante or whatever, it can kind of be all over the place. So really to me, just depends on your budget, depends on your use case. Are you just tracking one vocal and a guitar? Is it literally just you on the go with, 18-20-20 and that's it? Or are you trying to track a band? Are you trying to mix live? Like there's a lot. So the interface that I use is the Arturia Audio Fuse 16 rig. And I also have ADAT coming out of that. So I actually have 24 ins right now. HD 600, those are great. Those are great, Dero. Unless you feel like you need an upgrade, like those are great. The HD 800s are even better. I tested those against these. I like these better, but the HD 800s are pretty fabulous. Really, really, really good headphones. I really like the Clears. The Clears they're pretty fantastic, industry standard in any sense. Okay, let me see. Let me double check a few things, and we're about to get into the music, y'all. Let me just make sure I haven't missed anything here. Destra, let me see really quick. Destra, I got you. Thank you so much, Destra. I appreciate you sending that in. And then if you want to send, the email is at that same form. So if you go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk, you'll see the email right there. Just copy that email and you can send your file, your link, whatever it is. I'm going to get you on the board right now. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. And then Shane said, my wife got me the 770s for Christmas. They're so much better than my old Sennheisers. Yeah, they're fantastic. I got no I don't like mixing on long term because they're a bit shrill, but I really like using them for tracking. They're great. I would recommend like to 90% of people if you're looking for like a reasonable, and I see reasonable again loosely because the price range is pretty broad for music gear and tracking and stuff like that. But for a reasonable pair of headphones, like an under $200 pair of headphones, I would recommend probably to 90% of people the DT770 Pros or the ATH M50Xs. Those are Audio Technica headphones. I used to have some. They broke. I never got them again and ended up getting the DT770s to replace them. But I wouldn't mind having a pair of M50s in here for like tracking drums and stuff. Fields of Jake, welcome in. If you're over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. We are about 30 seconds from getting into the music. Let me see. Destra, I got you. Thank you so much for the submission. I got you on the board. Once again, y'all, the board is live over on the purple and red app. So if you would like, I'm excited, Destra. Marcus, thanks for hopping in. Django, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. If you would like to submit for a consultation, you can go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. On the purple app, type !submit in the chat. On the red app, just go to the description for the live stream. For those of you who don't know, maybe you're coming in for the first time, my name's Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. I've done that for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So the whole structure of this live stream, like I said earlier, is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It is strictly devoted to the music, your music, listening listening to your music for 20 to 30 minutes, deep dive into the structure of what you do to really get into the nuances and the details of what you're doing creatively and offer some professional, offer a professional second set of ears, but some actionable feedback on your music. So if that's interesting to you, just follow those steps. But the line is up on the purple and red app. That way you can see exactly where things are at, order, all that good stuff. Let me double check a few things really quick, and then we will get started with the music. I believe we're going to kick things off with Derek Bennett in the building. I'm excited. Let me just double check this really quick, and I'm going to make sure I'm caught up on all the different platforms. If y'all are over on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Make sure that you are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and if you don't mind, send your heart me for the day. It really does help out the live quite a bit. All right. There we go. All right, we're all set. We got Derek Bennett in the building. And actually, just a quick reminder, I want to see who all I have here, and I want to make sure that y'all do end up sending in, because I think I got at least those 4 in. Derek, I've got you in. And let's see, I have an email. Chance, welcome in. I got Derek's in. Derek knows the deal. He's done this 1,000 times. I have another one. Okay, I think that's a Dero. Dero, I think I got yours. It's a DR, right? The initials. I think Dero, I have yours. So I'm still waiting. Let me check spam. Oh, there's one in spam. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, that's something else. I got you. There's Dero. Okay, and then Madison and Destra. I'm still missing your, y'all have a little bit of time. You have a little bit of time. There's a couple people ahead of you, but you can always check the line. I'm still waiting on emails from y'all. So just make sure that you go. So the same place that you sent the credit and that you saw the form and everything, or the details of the live stream and stuff like that. Just double check that you send the email. It's at the close to the top where you can just copy the email over. Sent the email. I don't see it. Just double check that you copied over exactly. Just double check that you copied over exactly. It hasn't come in yet. I'll wait for it. You do have a little bit of time. We got a couple people ahead of you, so I'll give it a second just in case it's coming in. Just in case it's coming in a little bit late. But let's get Derek up here. Derek Bennett, let's run it. Jeremiah is in the building. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. All right, let's get going with our first consultation of the day. Derek Bennett, this is Clouds featuring Emmy Smith. Let me get the track downloaded. Right now. This is unfinished. The blank spot will be a rap verse. Hold on, it's downloading. It just blocked my thing. All right, this is unfinished. The blank spot will be a rap verse, awaiting vocals. Obviously, no mix yet. So this is an early demo, unfinished. We don't even have all the vocals on it yet. So keep that in mind when we talk about people are like, oh, those are super money. It's like, yeah, it's not mixed at all. It's not even close here. Hoping I get Dubby on this. Okay, let's go. Is that the rapper that you had a couple songs? I mean, you've had a lot of songs. A couple songs ago, you had a rapper. It was like a cinematic rock rap verse. Is that the same? Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. All right, let's run it, man. We got it downloaded. This is Clouds by Derek Bennett. Let's get into any other details. You know the deal. Drop it in the chat. I'm assuming we're focusing on production structure as usual, unless you say otherwise. So this is Clouds by Derek Bennett.
I feel the heat of the fire. I feel the pressure, but I'm just making diamonds. This type of grind, you gotta dig through to find it. I feel it in my veins.
Got you, Destra, got you.
Feel the weight of the world, but I won't stay the same.
I like that synth.
I feel it, I feel it, I feel it in my veins. I feel the fire rising higher, getting in my way. Every storm, I find a way to chase the clouds. I feel it, I feel it, I feel it in my veins. I feel the fire rising higher, getting in my way. Through every storm, I find my way to chase the clouds.
Nice, 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 nice. Y'all, show some love. That is Derek Bennett. Hugo Juice in the building. What's up, Hugo Juice? Thank you so much for hopping in. I saw a bunch of new faces tapping into the live stream for the first time as well. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Cole. Thank you for the follow. I was going to make sure that I show love when y'all follow. Appreciate that so much. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Y'all show some love to Derek Bennett. Al's in the building. Show some love to Derek Bennett. This is an early demo. This is fresh off the press. It is unfinished, unmixed. We're waiting on a rap verse still. So this obviously still has a ways to go as far as building it out and getting a little bit more out of this production structure. And of course, vocal structure as it is missing the rap verse in there. But I'm so excited, man. It's got a great structure already. Love the dynamic range. I think I know largely with Derek, we'll tend to talk about production structure and sound design. So the main thing I want to focus on here is drums. I believe that to me is going to be kind of the hit or miss as far as like the dynamics of the song, the energy of the song. So that's what I want to focus on. So let's get into it. Also, let's see. I think it's Madison, I believe, here in the chat. Madison and Destra. I said it earlier, but I got both of y'all's emails, just so you know. So y'all are up, ready to go. Let's get into it. This is Clouds by Derek Bennett. Let's run it from the top and let's get into the details. And let me know too, Destra or Madison, if there's a different artist name that you would like up on the board, just because I know sometimes I'll see a different name in the credit, then the email, then the username versus the artist name on Spotify or something. So let me know if there's a name that you would prefer that I call you or that I put on the board. That way I can make sure I honor that. All right, this is Clouds by Derek Bennett. Let's get into it. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Just want to check.
I'm in the den, I got the heart of a lion.
Sound design wise, this first portion of the intro is really, really nice. I feel like the dynamics are good. There's enough anticipation. It's not too long. There's enough anticipation to kind of pull you forward. I know as you build out more vocal layers and stuff here, you'll even have more impact. But I already like the structure of what you have here. And Emmy's voice is always really, really, really nice. Let's get into it.
I'm in the den, I got
Oh, I gotta say it's not
the
close.
heart
Hold
of a
on.
lion. I feel the flames, I feel the heat of the fire. I feel the pressure, but I'm just making doubt.
Good introduction of the double track right there. The left and the right here, the double that you have that's introduced, perfect little moment. Just a bit of an accent right there. Just make sure, obviously, when you get into the mixing phase of this, those are positioned outside of that vocal. That way you do get like a clear double track and a little burst, little pop of energy in the outside of the mix. Has a really, really good structure so far, but I would just make sure that that's double tracked and make sure that it's outside so it doesn't run into the structure of that lead vocal or interrupt that lead vocal in any way or step on its toes. Slim is in the building. What's up, Slim? It's so good to see you, man. Is it Zeke? Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Did I finish? No. Can I send it? Yep. Destra, I appreciate that help so much. Go to the link, click on Track Talk Submission. Just read through and follow all the steps there. I believe I've got the line up on the purple and red app. I do. Now I do. I have the line up on the purple and red app if you want to check order and stuff like that. You can see everybody that's there.
Diamonds, this type of
And
grind.
just so y'all know too, that this is not Derek Bennett's vocal. This is Emmy Smith's vocal. But he did produce and write this entire thing. It'll be handed off to an engineer, but he did write and produce this entire song. So shouts to Derek. He's a very, very talented, very, very talented producer. Helios is in the building. Merry late Christmas, mom and dad, son. Thank you, and Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry late Christmas to you all. Helios, it is so good to see you in here, man. I hope y'all are hanging in there. It is, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy right now, man, but we are wishing y'all nothing but the best and the highest health in the world, man. So thank you for hopping in, Helios. And please let me know if you want to send something. I got you. I don't want you to worry about it.
You gotta dig through to find it. Yep.
And I would recommend, dude, of course. I've sent songs to Helios. Shout out, Helios is the family. Helios is the family. We love Helios and EverSnow. We'll always be family. So shout out to them, man. I appreciate you tapping into it all, especially with everything that y'all have going on. All right, let me back this up a little bit. Okay, what quick recommendation as we're getting into like mix structure, production structure, and stuff, Derek, is I would probably recommend maybe one of a couple things here. So she has these intermittent vocals in here. And this, let me see, she does one other filler here. Let me see, Spicy Noodle, welcome in. Right here, the yep. No, whoop, right there, right? So obviously these are fairly dry. Like this is an early production, so I want to keep that in mind. I understand kind of the place that this is in. I would recommend, as far as introducing that into the mix, making sure that has support in the processing and potentially even in the structure of the production itself. Because the yep on its own and the whoop to me feels very isolated. Even if it were like balanced and EQ'd and mixed and leveled in a way that feels really cohesive, you're still gonna miss out on a lot of impact in that mix. I would have something like, those may not even make the Final Cut shirt of it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I was hearing them there, and that's why I wanted to kind of bring it up. Andrew, thanks for tapping into the stream as well. Bring it up just because they can exist there, but I would probably recommend them being like overdriven, like crazy. You know what I mean? Like, yep, with the high yep and the woo, but it's like that high woo is overdriven to all hell. It's like really, really distorted. Didn't even notice they were there for a while. So like have that woo, but make it super distorted with like a big long tail delay right there that filters out some, you know what I mean? Like they can exist there, but they definitely need processing or layered support in order for them to not feel cheesy or not feel like they're lacking energy in the mix, right? Because the idea there is fine. Like I like that as a filler. Like you said, Dubby might have stuff too that might be even better, might even be more energetic. But in this case, I would recommend either having him handle those ad libs or supporting her ad libs better in the mix, making sure that there's support on the processing side, distortion layering, chorusing, delay tails, or other like synth layers. So like when she goes whoop, you have something that goes boom, you know what I mean? It has like a big distorted portamento or something like that. So that there's some texture and there's some character there in order to make sure that it's got a little bit more bolstered. So he's listen to, hold on, I'm catching up on a couple things here really quick. Even though they were there for a while, there you go. Snow and I go to when we're stuck. Helios, I appreciate and love y'all so much. Johannes, thank you so much for hopping in. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. I appreciate you being here. So he's like the final boss of the whole game. I don't know about that. I don't know about all that. I do love this community so much. I appreciate y'all. And Helios is amazing. Helios is a crazy talented producer. Crazy talented producer. Okay, let me see. And how can I send? And then Zeke, I'll double check for you here in a second as well. But if you do want to submit, I think I have your email, the same place that you sent the email. Just scroll down from there, and where you would send the credit is right there. All right, let me keep this going, Derek. Talk about, I think I think your string structure is great. I love the piano with like your FM bells. You have this kind of like, it feels like an old Roland D50 DX7, old Roland D50 Fantasia, kind of over, almost like kind of bit crushed, down sampled FM synth over the top, matching your piano melody later on. Love that stuff, right? So I think your piano layers, synth layers, cinematic production layers are really tight. I think all of those are great. I think as you build out the song, we can help support the low end a little bit better on your hook of the song. Stuff like that. I think you can put those in a really solid place. But I do want to skip forward and talk about percussion, because that's the thing that I feel like is going to need a lot of support and a lot of weight, especially as you build this up a little bit. And then literally Helios. If you I think Libby talked a little bit to Snow too, but just make sure if you want to send something in of your own production of Snow or something like that, let me know and send it over, shoot me a text, whatever you want to do to make sure you're good to go. Jenna's in the building. Jenna, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate it. And Fedvol and Derby, I'm sure I'm butchering your name, but thank you so much for being here. Love the dynamic range here, just like we were talking about a couple days ago. Allowing this dynamic to live in its space, I think, is great, right? So not everything feels like it's constantly growing to the next breakdown, where it actually feels like, okay, no, it's lower here, it's more intimate, it's a little bit more moody, there's more drive to it, and I think that dynamic range does allow it to feel like there's more that's about to come. I'm not feeling good. I have a cold. Jenna, I'm so sorry to hear that. I know so many people that are not feeling well right now. I'm so sorry. I hope you're able to get some rest. Hope you're able to take some time for yourself so you can recover a little bit. I'm doing everything I can to not catch anything, because it's not fun at all. So I'm so sorry to hear that, Jenna. But I would like, just as a note going into this, I would not overproduce this portion. I'd keep it drier outside of maybe vocal reverb and delay like you already have. I would keep this very open, very honest sounding, not too much build up, not too much, risers like we've talked about before. Keep it consistent, keep it really tight. That way we genuinely in that moment feel the dynamic range, and it matters more. It's more impactful when you go into the next kind of dynamic section. Because I love this kind of keeps me on the edge of my seat just a little bit. So I would maintain that. Keep that pull. That grip right there is great. Subtle build up. Beautiful. I love that. Fantastic. This is much more of what I was talking about the other day. Just live in this moment. Also love that synth. That's really nice. Hey, sounds good, Helios. Welcome over to the dark side.
I feel it, I feel it, I feel it in my veins. I feel the fire rising higher, getting nearer.
Yeah, 100%. Well, and Destro, it's going to be cool. Piece of Karma's in the building. What's up, Karma? Welcome in. Give me 100% with the NF vibes. What's cool is there's going to be a rap vocal. We haven't heard it here. It's open right now. But there is going to be a rap vocal on here. And I've actually heard the artist before, so I know it's going to be pretty solid. But yeah, there's going to be a rap vocal on here, so I can 100% make that connection. That's definitely going to be the case. Okay, let's just talk about drums here for a sec. Hey, you as well, Karma. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Let me back this up just a second. Okay, so drums. Let's talk drums. That's the last thing. That's the last thing.
I feel it, I feel it, I feel it in my veins. I feel the...
Okay, so right now you have two compartmentalized areas of percussion, right? You have your lucid welcome in, you have your cinematic drums, your big, timpanis and big toms and stuff like that, marching drums, things of that nature, right? You've got all of that energy there, and then you also have your digital drums, right? Your sequence drums. So you have a smaller kick and a snare that kind of hit little teardrop snare that hits in the middle there. To me, just again, as we all know, these are just my stylistic, perspective on this, not necessarily true or right or wrong, just the way that I perceive it. In my opinion, not even just level wise, not even just processing wise, but that kick and snare to me feel very, very light and thin in comparison to how big the rest of this production sounds. Just can't compete. I personally would one of two things, either definitely layer your kick structure. So like 1 or 2 kicks that are doing 2 different things, carve space for each other, and or replace kick. And same with the snare. Either replace snare sample with something that maybe fits a little bit better, or layer that snare with something with a bit more body and probably a bit more like crunch, drive, and maybe even some reverb on it. So you get the you get a really big tail for that snare, at least on like the 2 and 4. So when you're kind of building out the rest of the structure here, I would, like, as I listen to this, what it's doing is fine. String structure, piano structure, melody for the vocals, all that's fantastic. I really don't mind it at all. About layering the drums with my real kit. Yeah, I think a real kit would be nice to kind of tie in the sequenced drum to the cinematic drum and have kind of a bridge between the two that feels really cohesive and kind of bridges the gap right there. I think it would be interesting. But either way, I think your hats are fine to keep those more digital, but I would definitely have a bit more energy, a bit more life, a bit more impact between your kick and your snare. Now, I do like the idea of emptying out for your verses a little bit more, so we can listen for that too. Same as the first hook. Let me bounce back.
This type of grind, you gotta dig through to find it.
So like here, the with this like the clap and the kick, I like where that sits right there is fine. So let's listen to the hook. Definitely here. Now there's a couple layers there. You do have the clap in there as well. I want to get into the hook though, because that's where this is where the rap's gonna go. Definitely here. You can hear how far back. Let me see. What do I even have? What do I have right here? Let me just see something. I don't even know what session I have pulled up on Pro Tools right now. What do I have pulled up on here? Dun, dun. Oh, it's a Len drum, but I already have it printed. Never mind. We're not going to do that. But yeah, definitely here, having a solid kick, a solid snare that snaps through, a little bit more drive, a little bit more energy behind it, and then just using that. That's not how it sounds. But just a little bit of that. Just a little bit of that is just kind of there for the pop. It's just there for like a little bit of that snap, a little bit of that pop. But then you have another snare that carries a little bit more character and texture and body. Zen 5, welcome in. Or Zens, let me know. Welcome in. And then same on the other side with the kick. So on the kick underneath, you have, obviously it's a little bit thinner. It's a little bit more pointed, like a classic, like TR-808 thinned out a little bit. You have a little bit of a thinner kick structure there. So having a bit more body, a bit more energy behind that as well, either through layered or sample swap. I think you'll be in a good spot. That to me is like the biggest thing. Is it Zens? Thank you so much for the follow, and thank you. I appreciate it a lot. I've been working on it for a while, so I appreciate that. All right, let me skip towards this last little section here, and then we'll move on. Hey, thank you, Zens. I appreciate. I love them. They're amazing. They sound fantastic. And then really quick, okay, I have a submission from RK. RK, is that you? Let me, what's the name? Zeke, is that you? RK, is that you? Is that Zeke? Just want to make sure I connect it to the right name and I get you up on the board. But whoever that is, thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate it a lot. Love the addition of the high octave. Same thing as we were talking. As in right now. Yeah, absolutely, Zenz. All genres. We're gonna literally listen. I already know, knowing what's on the board, that we're about to listen to a whole bunch of different stuff. Yeah, you're Zeke, but are the initials of the name that you sent it under, is it RK? Just because I got to make sure I connect, because people sometimes send in and then don't let me know. So I just have to make sure I connect the name to the person I get up on the line, so I make sure it's all clear, because people will sometimes send in that email for a while. So I just want to make sure. That it's the Circus. Welcome in. I want to make sure it's the right one. Do you also talk about 100%. Yeah, all genres, all levels of preparedness. Yeah, so same thing on these layers here, right? So you have a beautiful There's a high octave even higher than that, that is even more energy at the top of the mix. I absolutely love that. It's dynamic, it's impactful. I love it so much. I would just keep that lead vocal clean and clear. You can still have the high octave above, but I would probably get some vocal layering to the outside, just so you can compete with the width of the drums, the percussion, the strings, the piano, synths, all of that stuff. So just get some of those placed to the outside lightly. That way it feels a little bit more vibrant, a little bit more open, even just on the left side, giving yourself, 50% here, 50% here. Same thing as those early versions. Just getting a good double track of the octaves that she has, I think will be great. You'll get that right. Just plug those in today. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Okay, got you. Let me get you up on the board, Zeke. Let me get you up on the board. I'm pretty sure that's you. So I'm gonna get you up there. Syntrax is in the building. Syntrax, thank you so much for being here. And I'll answer some questions here in a second. I'll just make sure that I'm caught up on the chat. Zeke, I got you. All the line is up on the purple and red app. Line is up on the purple and red app. If you would like to see the order, you would like to see kind of where everybody's at, you can do that at any point on the purple or red app. If you want to layer them in, you can. It's not like my gut recommendation. It's not my gut recommendation. Just I think they sound fine. I just think they need to be balanced, which is all going to happen. So I'm not too worried about that. The biggest thing I want you to focus on, I think, is just kick and snare. As far as like sound design, like changing sound design goes, not even mix, but changing sound design goes, I would focus on kick and snare and creating body to those things, like punch and body to those things. Because right now they're like they're thin, they're snappy, but you're not getting a lot of weight out of them. And the mix could definitely use some of that. So that to me is like the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing. That and like positioning and balance of the vocals going into the mix, even on the demo side, making sure that that's really clean and clear so that that all feels really established. And then of course, at the end of the day, I'm excited to hear Dubby's vocals too, because we're still waiting on a rap verse on this one too, which is going to be really, really cool. Glad we don't have to tear this one apart. Not at all. Honestly, like I think structurally, even without the vocal structure from Dubby, structurally, it's one of the better ones that I've heard lately. It feels like a little bit more concise. Like how long is this? It's not that long, is it? There's no way it's 340. Was it really 341? It doesn't feel like 340. I mean, this is a good compliment. It doesn't feel like 341. Obviously we'll see once Dubby gets in there how his vocal structure plays into the energy of the song. But as long as your dynamics are good, you're low when it needs to be low, that it's high when it needs to be high, supported by the bass, that you are, supported when it comes to the processing on the snare. What was the other thing that I was saying? Oh, those early vocals. Making sure that those are either supported by processing, production layers, or replaced. I think those you can kind of decide what options you want there, but I would support by processing, layers, or replace her early vocals right there, just to make sure that that's as clean and clear as possible. But yeah, I'll show some love. Zeke, go to the purple or red app. If you go to the purple or red app, use your imagination. If you go to the purple or red app, you can see the line is up right now. So you can see everybody is exactly where they should be on the list right there. So you can see how many tracks we got left. You can see all of the people that are on board. Of course, if you want to move forward, you can. That's up to you. All right, let's keep it going. And then Helios said, Torvik, small milestone. I broke 3,000 followers on TikTok. Let's go. Show some love to Helios as well. He's over on the purple app right now. Thank you so much, Derek. You as well. It's been an amazing, amazing year for your music, man. I mean, 2025 was a nut. I've made more music in the year 2025 than I think most people that I'm around right now. So, bar a few people, but man, you've really been pumping out music. So incredibly proud of the effort, the time, the resource, that you put into your craft, man. So I think 2026, and I know it feels kind of similar to me in my way, where I've been doing a ton. Been doing a ton, and it's time to put some stuff out there again. It's about that time. So 2026 is going to be big. Circus. I try not to say the platform names on here because TikTok gets kind of annoying about it. So just use your imagination. We're live on two other live streaming platforms. One is red and one is purple. But you can just find, if you go to my link tree, think of an app that's red, think of an app that's purple that does live streaming, and you'll get the idea. I just can't say I can't say their names on here otherwise, or I try not to. I do my best not to, because TikTok is a little funky about it. But that's where the line is. The full stream is actually on that platform. This is like a little cropped in version of it. The full stream is over there. It's better quality audio and visual and stuff like that too. But yeah, they're a little tricky. So if y'all hear me saying purple app and red app, use your imagination, ask ChatGPT what it could potentially mean, and see what happens. Yeah, close, Helios, close. Easy, it's a little too close. They might know. They might get it. They might get it. Okay, y'all, please show some love one more time to Derek Bennett. Derek, you know we love and adore you. You're amazing. If y'all are over on TikTok, please make sure you are tapping the screen, share it live with a few people. I would love to do some credit giveaways today as well. I would absolutely love to. So let's try to get to, let's go 15,000 likes. That's easy, honestly. If everyone's tapping, everyone in here is tapping, we can do that in like 6 minutes. Let's get to 15,000 likes, and we will give we'll give away at least 10 in credit to someone here in the chat to help them on the board as well. Exactly. The TikTok shop is dope. Yeah, we love it. It's for a submission so that someone can get either another song on the board or someone who's not able to get on the board, give them a chance to get heard as well. We always want to make sure that we're giving back as well and helping y'all out in any way that we can. Let's get into the next track. Let's see who I got up on here. But just quick reminder as well, if y'all do want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk. You'll see all the details you need right there. If you are on the red app, go to the description for the live stream. You'll see what you need there. If you're on the purple app, type !submit right there in the chat, and you'll see everything that you need. We've got, let me just double check here really quick. We got Dero in the building. Excuse me. Let's see. All right, there's Dero. Got you. Dero, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. Oh. I need to get a keyboard camera. I used my head and found there's a circus. Welcome over to the red app. I know, it's so dumb. The thing is, like, on the it's so stupid. I feel like such a weirdo. On the purple app, you can say whatever you want. On the red app, you can say whatever you want. But on TikTok, you can't say anything. You can't say anything. So we got to say those names on all of the different platforms. I'm on Twitter. I want to just go on the channel. Okay, let me see. Send it again, because it might have been a. Oh, I know, right? Exactly. Helios, be careful. I don't want to read it. Zeke, go to the red app. Go to the red app. It's so crazy. Go to the red app. Batman, thank you for the follow. Batman. Philip, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. And then Dero, it didn't pop up on the purple app, so just drop it over there again. But Zeke, you have some time right now. Right now it's 15. So you have 3 people ahead of you. Okay, do it, Helios. I got you. You have 3 people ahead of you right now. It would be 15 if you want to skip them right now. All right, let's get into it. Dero, yeah, drop all the details. Dero, I haven't seen anything pop up, but I'm going to go ahead and run through this track. Yeah, I mean, you're not bad. You're not bad, Zeke. You're not bad. Trust me. I just have to be cryptic. I just got to be cryptic, man. It's so stupid. I just have to, I have to like tiptoe around terms of service, the TOS, you know what I mean? And be like, go to the red app. You get it. You know what I mean? Anyways, it's ridiculous. People are like, what the hell are you talking about? But it's brutal. Okay. Dero, I saw you in the chat, so I know you're here. So I'm going to go ahead and play through the song. This is a beat by Dero, I'm assuming. So, it won't send it. Try it on the red app. Try it on the red app, Dero. Switch to the red app. I'll give you a second. We're chilling. I'll give you a second. Switch to red. Yeah, no, you're good. Switch to red. Sometimes red, I think is the best, honestly. You know what I mean? I think red is the best. I think it gives the least amount of limitations, in my opinion. Yeah, and if not, we'll update it, Zeke. No worries. I got you, man. Short Magic's in the building. I got you. If for some reason I have the wrong one, well, let me know. There's no pressure here. You're gonna be, oh, I sent the wrong song. You can send the right one. To make sure if it ends up being wrong, just resend the right one. No pressure, man. No worries at all. We're chilling. And then, okay, Dero. So while you're saying, if you can try to send that message, Batman, any genre of music, any level of preparedness, absolutely across the board. I know we're going all over the place. I mean, we started with like a cinematic like a cinematic, like Christian song, and we're about to go into a Travis Scott type beat, it looks like, from Dero. And I know we've got like some like EDM metal coming up and some pop and R&B. Like it's going to be all the way across the board. Absolutely no genre bias at all. We're going to get super, super in depth. If you want to submit, just go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk. You'll be good to go. All right. Dero said, I'll just make a brief introduction before you listen. I've been a film sound designer for about 6 years now. And during that time, I've always been singing as well. Let me know. And then, yeah, send whatever details you want. And I'm gonna go ahead and drop into the beat. So I know Dero produced this. So that's the perspective that we're looking from. And then let me know if you said, I've always been singing as well. Let me know if your vocals are on the track as well. You had already heard my songs before, even though I don't think you remember. You really like them. I remember some. It's been a while though. It's been a while since we've heard your music though. I've started producing too, in addition to singing. I'm getting some good results. Okay, beautiful. Let's get into it. It's time for Dero. Yeah. Anything. Got you, Dero. There's no static on my end. It's probably just TikTok. You can try swiping out and swiping back in, but yeah, it's clean on my end. You can try going to the right app, and it might be clean there. Really cool sound design, Dero. Really, really nice. Yeah, TikTok's tricky sometimes. Noki, good to see you. Thanks for hopping in. Go to the description for the live stream. Hold on, I gotta verify in TikTok. 1 sec. Let's go, Dero. Let's go. Y'all give it up on time for Dero. Why Dero is over on the Purple app. Yes, if y'all would like to see the line is up. And again, you got to use your imagination a little bit. I'm so sorry. It's just the TikTok TOS. If you would like to see the line, go to the Purple or Red app. That's where the full stream is. That's where you can see the line. You can see the order, stuff like that over there. Shout out to Dero for sending this in. Dero, you're a beast, man. Really, really talented producer and composer. He's been doing sound design and scoring for a long time, so you can hear a lot of the influence and the structure here. that I think is awesome. You can hear, like you said, like you're someone who is like kind of honed in on sound design and scoring and stuff like that, are moving into the world of like hip hop production, which reminds me a lot of like Mike Dean. Like Mike Dean has a lot of like scoring compositions. He's the synth god, since the 80s and 90s, and then coming in and then working with like Travis Scott and working with Tory Lanez and working with 070 Shake and stuff like that, and getting a lot of recognition in the hip hop. Obviously, The Weeknd being probably the most prominent in the R&B space and synthwave space that he's just absolutely crushed with. So I could see a lot of that influence in actually the build out of your structure here. Obviously, synth forward with like a heavy hip hop undertone, which is really, really cool, man. Synth God is Red One, in my opinion. Okay. Ooh, controversial. No, I'm just kidding. There's so many people that are just so wildly. I think to me it might be Anthony Marinelli, but there's a lot that I like, because there's a lot. There's a lot of like really, really, we can get into Kavinsky a little bit. Anthony Marinelli, probably when it comes to application in pop music, like pop music, that is pretty hard to beat. Allie's in the building. Allie, thank you so much for being here. If y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Thank y'all so much for tapping in. Dero, the one who we just heard this production from, who we're about to hear it again, we're about to dive back into it. They just worked with Fred again in a random workshop in a song called Phasal. Am I saying that correctly? What an amazing opportunity. Fred again has been a cornerstone in the electronic space for a while now. Like he's solid producer. Okay, let me double check a couple things here before we get into the song again, but please show some love to Dero. But yeah, once again, if you would like to submit, go to my profile. If you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk, and just read through and follow the steps there, and we'll get you up on the board. The line is on the purple or red app. Again, use your imagination. Okay. And then Circus, you're over on the red app. If you would like to submit, Circus, go to the description for the live stream. You'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission. And then you'll see everything that you need right there. Lane 38's in the building. Lane 38, let me get you on the board, man. Appreciate you so much. Let me get a couple things updated here. Exactly. There's already a couple things layer wise and amplitude wise I want to dig into Dero, especially in the last half. Not much. It's a really cool sound design. It's a really cool feel. But there's a couple little layers. No, that's what we're here for, Dero. That's what we're here for. We got Lane 38 in the building. Lane 38, thank you so much for tapping in, man. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate that. That's one of the family right there. Lane, good to see you, man. Is it ASET? Thank you so much for hopping in. I'm collecting furniture right now. Can you try my song Echo? Even though it's yeah, absolutely. Any genre, any level of preparedness. Like I've told people before, we have had people come in here sending in a voice memo from a Starbucks booth humming to see if it's is this a good melody? Can we build chords around it? And we've had Grammy-winning musicians in here, so we're gonna hear all the way across the board. We're gonna hear some stuff that needs a lot of work that people are pretty fresh on, and we're also gonna hear some very established, really high quality independent musicians and artists and stuff like that. So there's no ego here. We're not trying to prove anything. This is really a space where you can feel free to submit anything, no matter the quality, no matter where you're at in your journey, and you are going to get specific and actionable feedback. You're going to get real support. You're going to get real advice. You're not just going to get fluff, and you're also not going to get roasted. Neither of those things to me are very valuable. Noki, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate it. So anyways, yeah, that's the structure right there. All right, let's get into it. It has been forever, Lane. It has been forever, man. I hope life is treating you okay. I know it's crazy out there, but I hope you're doing all right, man. All right, this is why Dero in the chat. Let's run it from the top and let's get into the details, man. We're not gonna waste too much time. Let's dive in. And you said this beat is for sale as well, and I know you're producing a lot more, so I'm assuming you're working at this stuff. So if you want to correct me in saying this, but if y'all want to work with Dero, if you like what you hear and you like these productions, and you would like to purchase a production, purchase a beat, or work with him custom, hit up Dero. They've been hopping back and forth a little bit from the purple app to TikTok. But look up Dero. He's a solid producer. So if you like what you hear, reach out to him. I always want every artist that gets into this space to have, the support. There's enough for all of us to eat. So man, if you want to work with Dero. Let's get it. I also love this is a very like THX intro, long form portamento in this stack of saws. There's like little details like that are just, man, immediately feels like a movie. It's cinema. I love it. It's got a really, really, really nice opening right there of just this immediate bend from the bottom. Gives you a really, really nice movement. Exactly. Yeah, and Diro just typed the portamento. No, literally, I love it. You know, I'm on the same page. You know, I'm on the same page, Diro. Lost Sight, welcome in. But what I also love about it too is it's not consistent portamento. So you do have like note breaks. So you have and then you have a note break to keep it consistent, and then a portamento between your next chord changes. The alternating in having some of that glide between notes makes it feel a little bit more like natural. It's not like, too much of a good thing is a bad thing. In this case, I think the fact that it's like every other chord change does make it feel a little bit more enticing to listen to. So already right there, I really like it. Logan's in the building. Logan, thank you so much for hopping in. Lost Sight, we do long form consultations. So each of these breakdowns we have artists and producers and musicians and so on and so on. Send in their music. We spend about, it's a lot more detailed than just a review. We do about 30 minutes per track. So every time that an artist sends in or a producer sends in, we spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking down the track long form, getting into it multiple times, usually listen 2 or 3 different times through the song to get into the details of the mix, the mix and master production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, so on and so on. All the details, if you do want to submit, are at my profile. If you click on the link, you'll see the tab right there. Inferno Cat Visual Co. feels good to be in the right app. I'm assuming this is, hold on, what's the name over on TikTok? I'm assuming this is Zeke, or no, wait. Is that Zeke? Let me know if that's Zeke, or if it's someone else. Let me know. Thank you for the follow, Lost Side. I appreciate it. Let's go, Diro. Altaloon! That's right. I was like, wait, hold on. It's just because a moment ago Zeke was asking about the getting over to the Red app, and we were trying to figure it out without saying too much over on TikTok. Altaloon's back in the building. Thanks for hopping in. It's good to see you. Great expansion of dynamics right there. Keeping things a little bit more isolated and like adding in subtone, adding in more like unison synths right there. Feels massive. It feels really, really dynamic. And of course, this is without a vocal on it, without a final mix. So there's already so much movement there. Fantastic. Again, we always talk about stair-stepping dynamics of things feeling, consistent. Like, oh, that already sounds good. And then just expanding width, fullness, and depth. Obviously opening up the high end a little bit, just like those small details that can really make a mix feel expansive, even when not a whole lot is actually changing. There's a lot that's happening here just on the automation side. Momager's in the building. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. 5 unison. Woo, let's go. Same, Zeke, same. Hold on real quick. Remind me who just sent in on the, or never mind. Give me a sec. Sorry, it's glitching on me over here. I got to make sure that I connect the right name. Alta, that's you, right? Altaloon. I think that just sent through the website. I got to run this back. Prophet, welcome in. It's glitching on me because it was open in the email and I couldn't get out of the email. Let me open this back up. Sorry, Diro. Let's run it back. Got you. Okay, I got you. Appreciate you. It wouldn't let me open the email without closing this out. All right, let's go, Diro. Let's go. Go back, welcome in. It's time. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. What's up, Nova? Welcome in. It's good. Hey, that's well needed. Zeke, do you have some analyzer to have us know how these tracks look alike? I have, so if an artist has something specific that we're focusing on, I will drop it into Pro Tools, and on the Purple and Red app, I will open Pro Tools and I can show FabFilter and analyzers and stuff like that. If I'm trying to show them some issue that's happening and I can create an EQ curve to correct it, some issue that's happening within the structure of the mix, I will throw up, like just like right now, if you're over on the Purple or Red app, I can throw up Pro Tools like I just did, so that we can all see what's going on. We can see a session and see an analyzer to drop it in and see if there's any way that we can kind of update it and make it feel a little bit more polished. But yeah, so that's possible, but it would have to be on one of those other apps. All right, let me get back here. Let's keep it going. Hey, what's up, Goldback? Good to see you. Appreciate you hopping in. I like that, Nova. I like that. Like I said, you have an interesting balance of like fully tone, an interesting balance of like cinematic sound design and stuff that feels like more metallic and organic under a really like synth heavy production structure. The balance is really interesting. It's really, and I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Got you all tuned. Absolutely, Dennis. Love the space. You have kind of a very atmospheric movement here. A lot of ambiance. I want to back up this transition here for a second, because I want to feel something out here. I'm gonna go one more time. Got you, Lane. I got you. Thank you, man. I like it. So my curiosity, and this is the thing I'm a kid of mine. I like it a lot. It's got a really cool movement. Like I said, it's got a lot of like metallic energy to it. It's got a really nice grit to it, and it feels very heavy and cinematic on the transition. I would make it a little bit more subtle, just a hair. Whether it's like even just pulling back by 2 to 3 dB, pulling out a little of the mid so it doesn't jump forward so much out of the mix. I think just a hair of control over that big metallic, rumble that moves from. It's a little bit of an auto pan as well that moves right to left a little bit more subtly, just because there is going to be vocal transitions as well. And so I'm trying to distinguish of like what's going to sound good standalone as a production, and also what's going to jump out of the mix so much that it's going to distract from a vocal, depending on if this is licensed out with stems or if it is going to or if it's going to go as a 2-track, right? So I would just keep that in mind, because there's a lot of great energy in here. Like I love the sound design itself. The thing it's not even a correction, honestly. It's just a balancing thing that I would be aware of is like, if there's a vocal doing a really, really cool melody over the structure of this song, is that going to cut in, and then all of a sudden, the listener is going to be like, wait, what the hell was that? It might sound like a car went by for a second in their headphones or whatever it may be. I like the sound design itself, but you might just want it to be a hair more subtle, a little bit softer, while still having the impact of the rumble that you want in the transition there. Because I do like the sound design a lot. Madison Lake, I got you. I'm going to update the line here. Actually, let me just do it now, because I got you Lane38 as well. Let me get that updated. Let me get all of this exactly where it needs to be. I got to get it in the order that I got it in, so that things are as consistent as possible. That is, this needs to say Madison Lake. There we go, because that's the band name. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for doing that. I got you. Board will be updated here in just 2 seconds. Should be accurate now. All right. All right, let's get into this B section here. Overall balance is really nice though, and I love the ambiance here. It has that, kind of Valhalla Supermassive kind of a feel to it, like it's kind of a modulated delays and reverbs in the background of there. It definitely has some of that Supermassive feel, which I love. Supermassive is one of my favorite plugins to use with like analog synths and use with synthesis in general, because it just opens up a sound like crazy. It's a great plug. I don't know if that's obviously what you're using, but I love that kind of modulated reverb and delay that you have right there. It's really nicely done. Feels very spacious. Feels like this is just set, completely in the universe. It's great. Gives you a lot of depth, a lot of space for a vocal. Yeah, it would right now. now I want to chop through something really quick, Dero. I have an idea. You know me and my ideas. Let me balance something here. Sky's in the building. Sky, thanks for hopping in. Okay, so here's my quick perspective on this right here. Beat switch, let's see. So there's beat switch 1, beat switch 2, and beat switch 3 right here. Okay, on beat switch 2 and 3, there's no reintroduction of bass. Pros and cons, right? There's some tension to that. There's no reintroduction of bass on beat switch 3 here. And then going into the outro, as well as any real bass tone before. So you get low pad here. So what happens is you have like all this weight from your low pads. So there's all this energy, subharmonics, warmth. And then when the beat actually comes in, all of that energy shifts completely out, and you actually completely switch the life right there, and you actually lose a little bit of steam. I'm kind of curious if we shouldn't shift position here just a little bit. And here, let me go to this right here. Keep this as it is right here. Let it build. This bass comes in. I got you. I'll update here in a second. I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much for that. So maybe right here, you get into your last progression. D minor, right? I think if I'm hearing right, it's D minor. Yeah. Okay, so off the D minor right here. So maybe just as an idea, on the last bar, you pull the bass again or high pass up. So like you could bring everything a high pass up just a little bit here. Let it be just the pads and the high, kind of the high, more shrill synths at the top there. You can allow that to kind of live in that space and take out some of that low end just for your last like measure, your last 4 counts or something there, maybe the last 4 or 8 counts there at the end. And then drop bass going into when the drums come back in. So you actually have a little bit more impact. Otherwise, the whole last minute to like minute 10 has no real bass energy outside of kick. And that to me is you're missing out on some energy right there. You're missing out on some vibrancy by not having any of the low end information right there. So like here, I would just like high pass up for a moment, kind of leading up to the drop. And then when the drop comes in again, bring in that sub, bring in like a sub bass or a long tail 808 underneath these drums here when they come back in. Here, low end energy, you know. Piano doesn't cut it, but just give it that low end weight, low end energy underneath it to fill out a little bit more of those subharmonics. I need to sleep. It'll take me down. No worries, Destra. Just it does say this in the submission form and everything too. You never have to worry about missing your chance. So if you're feeling like, dude, I've got to go now and I can't get heard, I'll be live again. What is tomorrow? The 30th. Yeah, I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon as well. You don't have to worry about missing your chance. So if for any, hopefully we can still get to it, you know, at a decent pace. The whole format is that I take a long time to really get into it. So that's true for everyone, including your song. But if for any reason you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to leave, you got to go work or whatever it may be, don't worry about it at all. You can even just let me know, like, hey, I've actually got to go. I've got to go to sleep. I'm not going to be able to stay up for it tonight. And I'll save your credit to a detailed list that I have here in front of me of your credit and your name. And then literally all you have to do is hop back in the next time you're able to, whether that's tomorrow, a different day, early in the new year, and hop back in. Let me know that you're here. I'll pull up your name, put your credit on the board. You'll be right back where you were. No worries at all. So just, if you can stay, fantastic. I can't wait to hear it. If not, I don't want you to stress about it. I'll always make sure that anybody here that has credit on the board is taken care of. No worries at all. All right. So that's my thoughts on the last little transition right there, Dero. Just to see if there's any way we can't maybe shift the energy, pull some low information and attach it to that last breakdown right there. That to me is kind of the last little pocket I would look for. When at the very least, let's say this. Hold on, let me do this. Where's expand? Is this a sub bass? Let's see if it's a sub bass. It is. Well, it's an upright bass. That's not a sub bass. It's a double bass. I'm gonna switch this to a sub bass. Give me a second. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about, and it's going to blow this thing up. All right, let's see. Where's my? Let's filter this down. Nasty. Okay, so especially when you're high. So you bring in then a high arpeggiator over the top, right? So you have Eric, welcome in. You have your like mid-tone synthesis right there, your chords, some brassy stuff, and you have another sequence in the background there. And then you bring in a really shimmery high arpeggio at the very, very top. When that comes in, for sure, I would hit a low D to the C, B flat, walk down right there and get some energy there. So I'll show you kind of how that would sound, right? So maybe you keep it the same. Maybe you keep it the same and you transition without bass, but as soon as you then transition to the high arpeggio, make sure there's weight there. Otherwise, you're like adding more depth and more layers without the support underneath it to like make it, fat and nasty sounding. You know what I'm saying? I want it to feel really, really full and really dynamic. And you're adding layers on top, I think, without like the foundation to support it. So I'll play just the D underneath it really quick. But we'll see through this transition here. So maybe you keep this open until the arpeggio comes in. Let me see where that is. So right there, so at like 237, I'm going to back it up a second. I'm going to back it up a second to get the transition, and then we're going to bring in the low D. Here. So much more weight, dude. It just fires me up, man. It adds so much more energy and weight. Like, and again, like I'll play it for a second and then I'll take it out for the second breakdown. And then it's a completely different feel. So you'll feel, this is oftentimes how I'll produce, where like I'll add some things to a mix. And when I take them away, it feels like it's missing something complete. If I add some stuff and it just feels noisy, then it's noisy. If I add some stuff and then I take it away and it feels like it's missing something completely, specifically with like subharmonics or like low end information, I know that I need to find some element to fill in there, either like an MS-20 rolling bass, a sub bass, or whatever you need, like a low sine wave, just to cut in there and make it sound really, really full. So, and I don't even like, it's a little of the, you can create a little bit of energy down there too. All right. So you keep all this dry. It is so much more full, so much more. And again, you could choose the sound design that fits the best for the sound design that you actually want on the track. Co-production with Torvik, dude, I love it. It's so fun. It's so fun. That to me is like the last little missing piece. And then you also bring in really briefly, you bring in another sequence here. It's like a really tight decay sequence off the off like the D minor, triple right there. That as well, I would just pull back in the mix by a few dB, 3-ish dB. It's a little front and center. Now, if a vocal is going to hit front and center right there, and we've got a lead vocal that's cutting in right there, that sequence that you bring right into the middle is going to step on its toes because it's a bit mid forward. It's sitting where a lot of the fundamental frequency of the vocal is. So I would probably pull that back in the mix a little bit, maybe get it out of the way by a couple percent. Yeah, it's just going to step on its toes. I love the way it sounds if this was strictly instrumental. But because of where this all exists, it's just going to it's sitting in the same frequency pocket and in the same center channel as a lead. So it will inevitably step on its toes. So I would just pull it back, reposition slightly, and you're going to be good to go. You also show some love to Diro. Diro, you're a beast, man. You're so talented. I genuinely love your sound design. I mean, as someone who just is obsessed with synths, loves everything that has synths. I love what you do. I love the structure of it. I love the sound design. This is overall a really good balance and a really good feel to this whole production structure here. I'm really, really enjoying it. Drums are, beefy and punchy. I like that a lot too. Your synth sound design feels massive. It feels so bright and wide and open and vibrant. I love so much about what you're doing. So y'all please show some love. Please show some love. Benzelis, welcome in. Benzula, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I know I missed a bunch of people coming into the chat, but I'm so glad y'all are here. But y'all, please show some love to Dero. I can't wait to see or hear what this sounds like once you get an artist on here as well, man. It's a really, really brilliantly done record. Okay, give me just 2 minutes, y'all. I got to update the list and update the line, so give me just one moment here. Absolutely anytime, Dero. Appreciate you so much, man, and absolutely love what you do creatively. Give me just 45 seconds here while I update the line for everybody. I got to do it in the order that I got these in, so I make sure that everything is clean and clear. All right, so let's see. We got Lane. We got Lane. Let me get you updated, and let me see who else I got here real quick. Let's see. Lane. I think there's that. There's Zeke. And let me see. Drop in the chat really quick if you updated your credit. I do want to see. That's Madison Lake. That I was gonna say. I'm trying to connect it to the right names really quickly. I got you. So let me get all of the. Let me get all of these. Did you have a yerba mate asking for one? Dude, that is so crazy. I haven't had a yerba mate in months. Libby, I just realized. How could I forget? I have not had a yerba mate in months. Okay. Let me get all of this updated really, really quick, y'all. Really, really quick. So I got to make sure I get all of this in the right order. So Lane, I've got you in the 20. You're ready to go. Let me get Zeke updated. So Zeke, I got you. Drop in the chat really quick if you did upgrade your credit, just so I can make sure I double check everyone's names. But Zeke, I got you. Madison Lake, I got you. You're set. I got you. Let me put that where it needs to be. And then real quick, I know. I was like, dude, Shane just asked on the Red app. He said, do you have a yerba mate asking for a friend? It's probably just my ADHD going crazy. Okay, so Zeke, I got you in the 20. Lane, I got you in the 20. Madison Lake, I got you in the 30. You're set. Let me just double check a few. I think there's one other name. I just want to make sure, but I think it's from the same person. So let me see. I think those are both from Madison. But let me just double check. I want to make sure I've got everyone clear so we're all on the same page. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you for that. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. I think that's, I think I'm correct. Y'all let me know if you're seeing something that doesn't seem like it's where you want it to be. I'm going to keep moving quick here. So Madison Lake, you're ready to go. Cause I know people are wanting to go and they're wanting to, and I know we take a long time. That's on purpose. That's the whole structure of what we do here. It is a long form consultation. So if you need to leave, there's no worries at all. You will be saved. You don't have to worry about missing your chance. But we're going to get into some music. So, Zeke, Lane, and Madison, I got you ready to go. Madison Lake, you're going right now. Let me get your, song downloaded really quick. I'm going to download the file. yeah. Switch over. Just what some people do is they just like have it up on another tab or something like that, just to make sure they always kind of know where it is, that we can keep it updated. I try to keep it up for most of the live so y'all can see. All right, it's downloaded. All right, this is Madison Lake, IDGAF. Madison Lake, is it my first time hearing your music? I believe that it is. I'm pretty sure that it is. Libby, thank you for the tiny Christmas. I appreciate that so much. And Gina, thank you so much for hopsing in. Thanks for hopsing in. Let's get into it. Y'all keep tapping the screen. We got to get to 15K so we can do a giveaway. We're going to give away some credit. So definitely make sure you're tapping the screen. Don't forget to send your harmony for the day. It does really help out the live stream. Yeah, I know we got to do the TikTok censor. Got you, Destra. I'm gonna get you boosted too. No worries at all. That's the name of the game. Gina, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. I know we got the TikTok like whatever. There's something else. I can't say that either. Fuck. All right. This is Madison Lake, IDGAF. I feel like I'm 7 years old. Goodness gracious. Go to the Red app if you want to see IDGAF. All right. Let me get this downloaded and let's get into it. Madison Lake, you said you're a band. Give me all of the details. Talk to me about who is in front of me. Talk to me about the role that you play in the band. Talk to me about the production structure. How is this built? Engineering, stuff like that. Give me all the details. Madison Lake, IDGAF. Ready? Got you. I'm going to get y'all updated. Berserker, welcome in.
fuck.
Got you, Zeke.
There's only one way back, it's not undercovers. You had me dead talking to myself. Putting the bag and chains on the other. I'm gonna start cutting out this love. Listen up, little lover. I'm all done with this dance for two. You better carry your lighters on far. I'm gonna meet it with another you. So how you gonna hate me and give it up?
Got you, Destro.
You left me feeling hazy, it's not enough. Make me call you baby and lock it up.
Hold on.
Running out of options.
I'm not focused enough. I'm not focused enough. Madison Lake, backing it up. I'm getting too many notifications right now. We're backing it up. Destra, I got you. I'm gonna update some things, and we're gonna focus the F up. TikTok. We gotta focus. This is nuts. Let's get back. This is beautiful, by the way. Talk to me as well, really quick. For one, you said you are the guitarist. Fabulous tone, gorgeous. I love it. Talk to me really quickly about where you're at and like the release of the song. Like how far? I mean, this sounds really nice. Sounds really, really nice. But give me some context. Give me some details there. Let's self-produce, gorgeous. Talk to me about the mix a little bit. Let me update this line because I don't want to mess around. I gotta focus. Let me know, Brett. Let me know who that is in the chat as well. I'm gonna update the line so I'm not worried about anything, and I'm all I gotta do is listen. And then I'm gonna shut down until the song is done. I'm gonna shut down until the song is done so that I am free and clear. Zeke, I got you. Destra, I got you. And then I have one from Singer does all the production. Damn. All right, and I don't know if I have any mods. I don't know if I have any mods. I need to update. Give me a sec. I do need to update something here. This is going to take a second, y'all. 2 seconds, and then because I don't want to lose focus, but it's getting out of control, and I gotta make sure that I have what I need here. Because I don't want this to get confusing. Okay. Should be updated. Line should be updated just because it gets out of hand. Otherwise, I can't get anyone. In. Inferno said, "I've heard of Madison Lake. Actually, let's go. That's Altaloon over on the Red app. So they've actually heard of y'all. Amazing. Fool on Hill, welcome in to the chat as well. Okay, everything's updated. Madison Lake. Let's run it from the top. I'm not messing around. I got like 15 notifications all at once. I don't want to get confused. So we're running it from the top, and let's dive in. Madison Lake, come on. Sounds beautiful, man. Sounds great.
So how you gonna hate me and give it up?
Beautiful.
You left me feeling hazy, it's not enough. Make me call you baby and lock it up. I'm running out of options, so call it luck. I don't give a fuck.
Let's turn it up.
There's only one way back, it's not undercovers. You had me dead talking to myself. Putting the bag and chains on the other. I'm gonna start cutting out this love. Listen up, little lover. I'm all done with this dance for two. You better carry your lighters on far. I'm gonna meet it with another you. So how you gonna hate me and give it up?
Beautiful harmony.
Left me feeling hazy, it's not enough. Make me call you baby and lock it up. I'm running out of options, so call it luck. I don't give a fuck.
Love the halftime.
Me feeling hazy, it's not enough. Make me call you baby.
Who mixed this?
Lock it up. I'm running out of options, so call it love. So how you gotta hate me and give it up? You left me feeling hazy,
Damn.
it's not enough. Make me call you baby and lock it up. I'm running out of options, so call it love. I don't give a fuck. You said we'd make it, you fucking liar. You said we'd make it, you fucking liar.
Yeah. Yo. Give it up one time. Give it up one time. Give it up one time. That is Madison Lake. Madison Lake. Beautiful structure. I love them. I love the mix. I love it. It feels raw. It feels open. It feels nasty where it's supposed to. It feels polished where it needs to. Beautiful job. We're gonna run it from the top, and we're gonna get into some details here. Give me a second to get everybody updated on the board and get everything clean and clear. Yeah, I want to dive into specifically why. That's one of my favorite things about this stream. One of my favorite things about this format is my goal is not simply to just critique for the sake of critiquing. I also want to make sure that there are proper, just as detailed as we get into like the breakdown or the critique of a mix or production structure. I want there to be equal detail in the flowers for a production and a mix as well. There's specific things that are happening within the positioning, the tracking, the layering, level control, dynamic range that to me is really tastefully done. Really tastefully done without being overproduced, which is hard to do. I think oftentimes, especially in the amateur realm, which most people are, it can be really easy to overproduce and overwork a song. And this feels just right. It feels really nice. So we'll get into that here in just a second. Let me get everything updated. Give me 2 seconds. Madison Lake, y'all are amazing. I can't wait to dive in. I can't wait to hear more from y'all. I can't wait to check out y'all's music once it's released. And once you have some things on platforms, if you don't already, I think you said you do have a lot of songs out, right? But just no social media presence. How have you gone about that? Are y'all performing a lot? Is that how you're able to get some of that done? I'll check out your Spotify here in a second as well. Okay, give me a second just to get all of this updated. Let's see, Zeke. Let me double check here. Some new stuff on Spotify. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the page just to check it out too. 10K. Thank y'all for the 10K. We're 5,000 away from a giveaway as well. Zeke, I got you. Thank you so much. All right, that all should be updated. Should be clean and clear. All right. Everything should be. I'm not going to spend too much time there. I want to get straight back into it. We have our first show, April 23rd in Portland, Maine. I've never been, but I do. I've seen and know some people that have been to Portland, and they absolutely love it. I think it seems like a pretty cool place to be. There's Zeke. Zeke, I see you over on the Red app. Good to see you. 2-year-old drum and bass producer, still newbie. This tune I made with my friend, he just helped me with some fixes. So to write him feature on that. How you got it? Okay, yeah, I'll let you know whenever we get to your track, Zeke. We got you. Okay, Batman, I'll double check for it. I haven't gotten a full submission, so if y'all do want to submit, please make sure that you check the line too, because things are moving pretty quick. They're moving pretty quick. We've got people that are moving forward fast, and so I want to make sure that everybody is aware your place in the line and stuff like that. So definitely make sure that you are checking the purple or red app to see your place in line, so you know exactly where you're at. But also to make sure at the link and at the Track Talk submission link that you are following all the steps. All right, let's run it from the top. Madison Lake. I like this a lot. I like it a lot. Let's run it from the top. As far as I know, I think what they said earlier is this is unreleased, but this is hopefully going to be coming out soon. It sounds really nicely done.
So how you gonna hate me and give it up? You left me feeling hazy, it's not enough.
Right off the bat, I mean, and again, we've listened to the song all the way through now, so I'm going to chop through a lot. But right off the bat, you're doing a lot of the like classic, like early 2000s punk rock, alt rock stuff of creating massive distinctions in the mix, right? Like, and it's not just quiet to loud. It's also like full to thin. It's also wide to narrow. You get this incredibly dynamic, a huge dynamic range in the mix, doing the most simple stuff. And this is some of my favorite stuff about this genre of music, about this era of music, is it's so, you know, unbelievably dynamic as it can be, right? Coming from like a center channel, filtered out vocal oversaturated to a single of the double track filtered out. So instead of having like the double track of the guitar without a double lead as well, you get just like a single of the low double track rhythm, and that's filtered out. And then when you hit your main intro or your main first verse of the song, you open all of that up. You go full spectrum with the vocal and the guitar. You double the track over from the right to the, not double, but actually double track that guitar from the right all the way over to the left, bringing all of this life, full spectrum on the drums. You get this massive distinction and dynamics because the mix goes from like here to like not just, you know, louder, but also wider and deeper and brighter. It goes everywhere. And it makes it feel incredibly, incredibly full. So it's such a simple thing, but it is a really, really dynamic way and a very classic staple way to open a song in this genre. And I just love that y'all do it. It immediately feels like nostalgic. It feels like, and I mean this in a good way, as a consumer, it feels like safe. I'm like, oh yeah, there's a time and place to be crazy. You know, like there's a time and place to like try a bunch of nuts things in a song and be really experimental. And there's some times where you just want to give the lovers of this genre of music exactly what they want in your own taste, in your own like stylistic decisions, right? Like this is still that vocalist and your guitar tone and these drums, but you're also giving people exactly what they want. And I think that is like a thing that a lot of people miss in pursuit of being different sometimes. Is like, I value being incredibly creative and unique and honoring your own voice. But at the same time, if you're a punk rocker, do the shit, do the thing, you know what I mean? And I think you're doing that in spades. Madison, let's see, I did go to school for audio engineering, but my singer is just so much better than me. And he never went to school for it. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I know many people that did the whole audio engineering school thing. And the flip side is they did the whole school thing and then never executed professionally at scale in order to just execute and improve dramatically in it, right? And then I know other people that never went to school for it. They went to like the school of YouTube, you know what I mean, for it. But they immediately executed at scale, taking on as many clients as they can and building a structure in production and engineering that far surpassed a lot of people that went to like, I mean, I know people that like literally went to they did Full Sail. I had a friend that went to Berkeley School of Music, played guitar there and stuff like that, and then never did anything with it. You know what I mean? They just never execute. I'm not saying you did this, but never executed at scale. And obviously there's a great balance. If you can get the training, you get the foundation, you get the structure and execute at scale, you're usually going to be pretty well off as far as, you know, working in the production space and engineering space. But man, there's nothing that beats like your friend or the singer here, like that, you know, they didn't go to school for it, but they honed it. They just got an ear for it. And it's also, sometimes it's just an ear thing too. It's not always as cut and dry as I know the thing. It's also your ability to execute that and apply it to a mix that takes ear training and takes a really, really distinct, you know, ability to pick up on what's happening in a mix, what needs to be fixed, what needs to be not touched at all, stuff like that. But yeah, this is beautiful. So, I mean, like right off the bat, you have this incredible dynamic range. Right off the bat, you have this really vibrant structure. I love it.
Make me call you baby and lock it up. I'm running out of options, so call it luck. I don't give a fuck.
I also love this like classic, like Ernie Ball wah. You know what I mean? Like there's so many things tonally. Again, great tone on your rhythms too. Double track is beautiful. It's very tight. It's wide. No phase issues. Like it's very, very open, really, really dynamic. And then this really, really like classic wah that just feels so good to listen to. Again, very nostalgic, very true to the genre while still really putting y'all's own print on it, which is beautiful.
There's only one way back, it's not undercovers. You had me dead talking to myself. Putting the bag and chains on the other. I'm gonna start cutting out this love. Listen up, little lover.
Also a really, really nice raw organic transition to Fry That transition into just a really like sandy fry vocal, and that and right there again, it's not perfect and it's not supposed to be. It's very like natural, still feels raw. There's still a little break between that grit and the clean vocal there. I just think that's great. Again, like I think it's really important for certain genres of music. Madison Lake said, this is like our only song with screams. We're gonna make a few more. Definitely should. Definitely should. There's a really, really nice transition into a fry scream right there. I think is beautiful. But I also like, I think so many of the things that I really enjoy about this is that it's not perfect. You know what I mean? Like the riff on that center. So you move from a double tracked rhythm guitar to your like lead octave movements in the center channel for the guitar going into the verse. And it's not pristine, perfect, quantized, right? It's not like all gated up with no coloring outside of the lines, right? You move into the vocal scream, and once it hits that fry, there's a couple little gaps where it's trying to go clean and they're trying to maintain tension on the vocal cords, trying to maintain that fry, and you can hear it waver a little bit. I love that. I think it's perfect. I think that gives you like the energy of this era and of this genre. It's not perfect, polished pop music, right? It's not Ed Sheeran or something. Like this is, and he's fantastic. It's really raw and really organic, while the production structure and the mix still feels very polished and connected at the end of the day. I think that's a hard sweet spot for a lot of people to find, of wanting to have a good, perfect, polished mix, which doesn't exist, but a good polished mix. And at the same time, maintain like the love that they have for just raw, grungy, garage band, punk pop, or punk rock, alt rock stuff. And I think if you can maintain that energy, man, you found something really special. And I feel like y'all have. This is cool. Very, very cool. Beautiful third note harmony over the top as well. You can hear it introduced right away. Positioning perfect, levels perfect. Would not touch the vocals here. They're really, really well done. So you crystal clear, clean lead vocal right down the "How you gonna hate me?" right down the middle. And then you have the third note harmony on the outside, beautifully structured as well. They're not too loud. They don't overtake the lead vocal, but you get that beautiful you get the nice third over the top on both sides. Again, double tracked beautifully, just like the guitars are. So the mix feels wide. It feels really open. This is what we're talking about with the last artist. The last two artists actually is, getting some positioning outside, get some elements out of the way of the lead vocal so it can live in its space. You really do get your kick, snare, bass, and lead vocal punching right down the middle with a lot of other great texture and energy on the outside. The double tracked rhythms, harmony for the lead guitar, and then of course the third note harmonies on the vocals on the outside as well. Beautifully done. Really well positioned. I like it a lot. Now these drums, I'm assuming on what I'm hearing, these drums are sequenced. They're VST drums. You can, if you know that, let me know. It does sound like they're either triggered or sequenced. So I want to, okay, perfect. So I want to dig into that just like for a moment, as we get a little bit later into the song, but the 99%, this is so beautiful. It's get good drums. Makes sense. Okay. Beautifully structured, beautiful vocal, great tone on the guitars. All of this sounds really, really nice. Yeah. It's the pain point, man. And there's no way around it. That's the thing. Like so I have live drums here in the studio. So I am able to do critique heavier tunes of a grind track. Yeah, 100%, all the way across the board. And even just the live today has been a very dramatic change in genre across the board. Definitely make sure you check the Line on the Red or Purple app. Use your imagination. Check the app over there, or check the app over there, and you can see what you need. Could it tell for sure? What do you mean, Batman? I think your chat's getting blocked for some reason. That's where we're slacking. We need to record real drums. Actually, it makes waves under oath, I think. Yeah. Okay. So I have real drums in here, like live drums in here that I do track with and produce with fairly often. But I also sometimes VST is the way to go. Sometimes, it just makes the most sense. It gives you the most control. I will say that there's some that give you a little bit more range than others, like certain plugins and stuff that, that give you more range than others. What I can do, let me see really quick. Yeah, if y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all the steps right there. Just make sure that you do read and follow all the steps. Make sure that you check the line on the purple or red app. You can see the line. Is it up? I'm going to take it off here in a second because I'm going to switch to something. But I'll leave it up here just for a moment. Lane38. Goodness gracious, Lane38. Lane38's coming in hot. They don't want to mess around. They got places to be after this. Dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate the love. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to hop on over to Pro Tools. So if you want to, Madison Lake, just really quick, if you want to, hop on over to the Red app for a second. Only if you feel like it. I'm going to show you a drum plugin that is pretty nice, that I use occasionally, that does a good job. But I can show you over there. So I'm going to switch. And then just let me know if you do hop over. You don't have YT. You don't have. Yeah. Sorry, I have to be so cryptic. No, sorry, it's not your fault. I have to be so incredibly cryptic. It's annoying. Yeah, the Red app, owned by Google and Associates. That app. If you go to that app, you go to my link tree, click on the icon at the top. I'm live over there, as well as the purple app. You can find it there. If you hop on over there, I'll show Pro Tools. In fact, I'll switch over there right now. Hop on over there, and then I'll show you this plugin that does a really good job. It does a really good job for drums, and I'll just show you why. And then it might be something y'all can look into. It's not super cheap, but it does a really good job. And neither is like Steven Slate, and neither is Get Good Drums. You know what I mean? Like they're all expensive. Neon the Bishop in the building. Another fantastic rock band right there. You're there. Okay, so you can see Pro Tools. Confirm that you can see it, just so I can. Beautiful. Okay, so for those of you who are over on the talk on the purple and red app, because we're so restricted over here. On the purple and red app, I have Pro Tools up so you can see what I'm talking about, and it'll make it a little bit easier to understand what's going on. So if I was producing for a progressive metal artist a couple months ago, and I use these drums in their record too. Mr. Dom's in the building. Welcome in, Mr. Dom. I'm producing for a progressive metal artist called Love. And they, anyways, I used Hertz drums for their record. I'll just show you what I like about it. For one, you can get a bunch of different kits for it as usual. You get really good control over drum and cymbal choices. Obviously the mix interface for all of those overheads, rooms, reverbs and stuff like that. You get a lot of control over all of these different elements. But one of my favorite things about it, and of course you can go through here and choose different microphones for the drums, different levels for direct versus submix versus overheads versus the effects. Like it gives you a lot of control, as do a lot of other VST programs. And then again, even under ambiance here, you can invert phase versus room versus like a reverb on the channel. You can invert phase if you're having any issues, and you can blend perfectly between room and like digital reverb to make this all really, really exactly what you want it to be. And just sonically, they have a lot of like really nice sounds. There's some like thinner, snappier metal kits, and there's also some really fat, juicy, rock drums on there as well. Sounds really nice. But the actual thing that I love the most about about this is this right here. So if y'all are over, it's called Hertz drums, Hertz. I want to say that the bass, when I got it, at least who knows what it is now, I don't know if they have inflation in their company, but when I got it a couple years ago, whatever it was like $100 for the bass plugin, which doesn't come with a whole lot, honestly. It's pretty simple, but it still has all the controls. And then you can buy packs, right? So it would have been like, $100 a pack, $75 a pack. There's always like discounts and deals and stuff like that. Here is my favorite part about this, okay? So let me get this running right here. Okay, here's my favorite part. And again, if you're on TikTok, on the red and purple app, I'm showing this whole thing. My favorite part is this right here, the humanized function. The humanized function right here. As anyone who's ever played or programmed drums before knows, that when you are playing drums, you never hit a drum the same way, the same amplitude, the same velocity, the same area of the drum. It's never going to be the same volume or the same pitch based on the tension of the drum head and where you're hitting it from the side to the center. What this humanize function does right here is, as you're tracking and programming, is it makes very, very minor, nuanced automation changes within the plugin itself. And again, you can even automate this even further in changes in pitch, velocity, and volume per drum, right? So like I'm here, this is on the snare drum. I can switch over here and I can change tuning, right? So I can have automations between volume, pitch, velocity, tuning, and even within velocity, there's more envelopes to have a tighter or a longer snare. And then I can tune the drum itself, right? And I can do this for every single one. So like, here's my left kick, here's my right kick, snare, tom, tom 2, tom 3, floor tom 2, hi-hats, etc. I can change really, really like fine-tuned how my volume, pitch, and velocity is executed in the DAW. This is nice if you are trying to get away from really rigid, sterile, quantized metal drums that you feel like end up sounding like when everyone just as an example, when like everyone gets Steven Slate, everyone gets Get Good drums, and you start to hear the exact same programmed drums in every modern rock record. And we wonder why things don't feel creative because nothing's been done to them, right? And it is the weak point for most rock bands. It is 100. I know so many different metal producers. Pete, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the heart me. I know so many metal producers and rock producers that are great guitarists, great vocalists. Maybe they play bass. They're adding their own synths and stuff. Drums are the weak point. It's hard for them to add percussion, hard for them to add drums. So they go to Get Good Drums. They go to Steven Slate. They go to Hertz or whatever, or just like stock plugins and stuff like that from Native Instruments or, Labs or Spitfire, something like that. It can be really challenging because they all end up sounding fake. So this is why I do like this program. This is why I do like Hertz drums, because it helps take away some of that. It helps automate positioning of where you're hitting on the drum, amplitude changes and volume changes and stuff like that. To me, it's night and day. I've just had such a better time working with these drums than I have any other VST that I've used, and they sound really, really nice. And there's a lot of different, like if I were to just like if you want some more of the like standard, but they have a lot of different tunings. Like I can go here and choose this snare. And what's so fun is like when you tune down, it sounds like you tune down. Like it's looser. If I tune up, it sounds tighter. You know what I mean? Like it really does make a difference. Anyways, so I really love this Hertz drums. It makes it really, really nice as far as like automating more realistic drums for your music. It does a good job. V, thank you for the Go Popular. Thank you for the 19 Tiny Christmas. Thank you so much for that. Sounds good, Destro. I got you. At the end of the night, whoever's left on the list, I'm going to save you over to my other list so that any time that you come in, I got you. I'll throw you straight back up on the board. I appreciate your patience so much. I know I take a long time. I will always take a long time because that means that I take a long time for you too. But I genuinely appreciate your patience so much. Oh, you are staying. Okay. I thought you said you'll be okay. Just heading out for a second. No worries at all. I got you. No worries. I was just gonna say, in case you miss something, you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Let me just double check this real quick. How do we samples virtual instruments, stock DAW sounds, assert, and still monetize fully? Because they're license free. You're paying for the license and you're paying for the service. So like stuff like Splice is getting paid monthly by, a million different producers that are paying them $14 a month in order to license all of that free. And then the producers that are licensing their packs through Splice are getting paid a portion of that, right? They might get 20 cents per download of their pack or something like that, right? It's going to be really small, but if you have someone like Count or someone like Kashmir or something like that, they're going to have a lot. They're going to have a lot on there that they're getting paid, or Cara for their female vocals, which I don't think she does anymore. But she does a lot independently now. That's because someone else has claimed it. You can dispute it. Shout out to V. V, thank you so much for shout out to V, y'all. Shout out to V. Thank you so much for reaching that the live goal. I appreciate that so much. The distributor won't let me monetize on socials or YouTube because of it, though. Yeah, it's I would have to know more about the details of it and what exactly is, because what'll happen is, I don't know, XYZ, Sabrina Carpenter. Let's take Espresso. Espresso, really quick. Really quick. Of course, Maxito, 100%. And then we'll get back into the song. We'll move a little bit deeper. Yeah, I got you. But like Sabrina Carpenter, Espresso is literally 2 loops off Splice from Oliver. Oliver is an incredible producer. He has a bunch of loops on Splice. 80% of that song is done with those two loops, and then they added like a bass and other synth and our vocal layers. 80 to 90% of the song is literally 2 loops from Splice that they stacked on top of each other. And that is what created the whole song. So odds are, even though those were license-free loops, those are licensed, if you tried to create using those 2 loops, which are license-free, you're probably going to get the plug pulled on your music, right? Like they're probably going to block distribution. So what you just have to be aware of is sometimes people are like first to they're first to the loop, they're first to the sample, and they use it and they blow up and they license everything to all hell. And then anyone who tries to use it gets blocked off YouTube. You can't monetize anything, and it's really annoying. And that's, there's not a whole lot around that as a small independent artist, because you don't have a label backing you, giving you some way to say like, no, this is license free. We can all have access to using it because they are copywriting everything to all hell. So that is a difficult thing about it. And it's a really frustrating thing. It happens actually a lot. I've had my own music blocked from me posting my own stuff because apparently something that I did for like a background, like shaker or something, was like, ID matched to something else. You never know. So my advice would be to just never use anything the way that it is. That's my advice to anybody who's producing. Never use anything as it is. Switch it up, reverse it, chop it up, pitch it down, do something interesting with it, saturate it a little bit, overcompress it. Switch it up a little bit. Otherwise you're most likely going to run into some issues, because now the top echelon of producers and stuff they're using cymatics synths. They're using, Splice samples. Now, a lot of the great ones, a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of like the best of like musicians that are producing are making their own thing. But I highly recommend that if you're going to be using like a sample, depending on the genre and stuff, that you chop it, that you reverse it, that you pitch it up, that you use it as a structure for your own. So like sometimes like I have Splice, I really don't use it unless I need like a specific 808 or like a shaker loop or something, and I don't have a tambourine in here, so I need a tambourine, so I grab it. But if it's like sometimes what I'll just do is like there's a song I'm working on right now where I was going through actual samples producing for another client who I was producing hip hop beat for them. And I found a synth line that I actually really, really like. So I just played it. So I just like, oh, that's actually a cool melody. I'm going to do it in a different key. I'm going to play it over here and shift it and completely change it, sequence it at a different BPM. But I just did it myself, so there's no issues. And that's what I would recommend anyways. It's just like, make it your own. Do your own thing. Use these things as tools. Use them as, ways that you can be inspired, but not necessarily to shape your sound, because you will run into issues, because you're going up against 800,000 producers who could find that same loop, and that's going to be frustrating. Yeah, it's frustrating, Max. It's frustrating. So yeah, the only fix to it is to make things your own. That's literally the only fix. All right, let's keep it running. Let's keep it running. You're good, Zeke. You're good. I got you, Mitch. You're up there. I got you. All right, let's get back into the mix of it. Yeah, and just a quick reminder as well that if y'all like Mitch came in like from a week ago. He came in from a week ago. I've still got his credit up on the board ready to go. So you don't have to worry about it. If you do fall asleep, if you do got to leave for any reason, you got to work or whatever, like I said, I really enjoy talking about the music. I really enjoy making sure that we're communicating about all these things, and that you, as the artist on the stage, that you're getting heard. We're talking about your music in a really in-depth way. So we're always going to take a while. Leg Boy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Or Leg Cowboy. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I always want to make sure that we're digging into it. So like I said, feel free to come and go. go eat dinner, come, especially if you're lower on the board, go, go eat dinner, come back, go, whatever you need to go work and come back the next day, whatever, we'll be here. We've been doing this live for over 3 years or almost 3 years, in the same construct, in the same long form, 30-minute consultation style. So I always want to make sure that y'all you're getting an in-depth breakdown, and we're going to make sure that we get into it. So yeah, Mitch, I got you. Let me see. Yeah. I got you up there. All right. Let's get into it. Madison Lake. Let's get into it. Got you, Destra. I got you. Shout out to Destra. Destra, I got you. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to update the line now. Same thing like we were talking about earlier of just really choosing how to morph and move your dynamic range, right? Like in this case, so just like, again, filtering down all of the drums, saturating the drum with the room. Like in this case, the drums are just like completely saturated, set into the room so they feel far away and echoey and reverberated and reflective. And then you bring it back down to like the chugs on the guitar, just the lefts instead of the double, so you don't get the fullness. You shrink it back down to like a filtered vocal, far away, distant drums, only the left track of a guitar, maybe panned back, right? But like just an isolated guitar. So when it comes back into play, it feels crazy. It feels so dynamic. It feels so full. I love these little details. They, to me, make all of the difference. And tonally, this is fantastic. You said, Madison, the one who's in front of me here in the chat, you are playing guitar. You're crushing it, man. The tone on the guitar is so good. It's really, really good. Zeke said, bro, TikTok quality is unlistenable. Just don't know. I know, it's brutal. It's brutal. Shout out to TikTok. We love you. TikTok, you're amazing. I will say that the quality of audio is much better on the Red and Purple app. Much, much, much better. It is highly compressed and like distorted over on TikTok. It's so much better. But we love you. We love you, TikTok. Stick around. Stop being weird. All right. Really, he's doing, man, shout out to him. He's crushing it, man. He's really, I mean, you're playing well. Y'all are doing a lot of the right things, but sounds really nice, man. Y'all should be very, 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 very impressed. I'm going to keep playing it. I want to check out your Spotify, though. I'm going to look it up. Got you all, Tulum. Let me get into the last section here. I just pulled up your Spotify, man. I got a couple quick notes and we'll close it out. So good, man. So good. Y'all should be so proud of this. Please show some love to Madison Lake. They're over on TikTok right now. Please show some love. If you're over on TikTok, make sure that you follow Madison Lake. Go stream. I see I'm on your Spotify right now. Chase, welcome in. I'm on your Spotify. Where did it go? I'm on your Spotify right now. There it is. I'm on your Spotify right now, and we'll get into some details here, just very like for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. But they do have music out on all platforms. So if you like what you just heard from this demo or this unreleased track, it's not really a demo, but an unreleased track from Madison Lake, you'll like what you hear on platforms. Go stream them. Go add it to your playlist. Go like the track. Go follow on Spotify. All of that good stuff. You will not be disappointed. It sounds really, really nice. Madison Lake, quick little note, just a quick little note, and then we'll move on. Destra, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Quick little note, I would highly recommend that you get band photos on there. I think as soon, like, especially on Spotify and like platforms, similar platforms, people want to connect to you. They want to feel like especially a band, a rock band. You want to know the people, or there's some mystery behind their image, Sleep Token, whatever, stuff like that. But they want to, yeah, slacking. Hey, I'm here to hold you accountable. I'm here to hold you accountable. Get a band photo. Just get, dude, a decent one. It's just an iPhone. Get a brick wall, the band together, and an iPhone, and put it in black and white. I said, like, cheap out, and you can always get better. You can always like spend $500 on a good photographer and get a bunch of band and like show photos. Like when you do your performance, get show photos. Get hire someone to like really hit it hard there and go strong. Exactly what Inferno said. That's Altaloon. But yeah, book a photographer for your first show. I got other recommendations for that as well. But yeah, just start basic. If you got to start basic, start basic. Brick wall, black and white, iPhone, baby, and just get a photo on there. Because as soon as I just see like you don't have a banner on Spotify, as soon as I see the blank pink banner right there, as soon as I see just like the logo in there, there's just like an immediate disconnect from the music. And I just spent the last 45 minutes raving about your music. Your music's amazing. I want to be able to like know who you are. I want to be able to scroll down and see your about and stuff like that. And you do have a band photo in the about, like more of that stuff. People want to connect. People want to see y'all. The other thing that I would say is get a bio on there. So your about section on Spotify, I believe you get 1,500 characters. You get 1,500 characters on Spotify. It does work with SEO. So I would fill out 1,000+ characters on Spotify. Utilize the SEO in that. You can also tag artists that you like and that you're inspired by in there, and it will create an SEO thread to those artists as well. So you can, I'm going to throw out random, you could like tag Boys Like Girls or something like that in there, like inspired by artists, like and tag those artists, and it's a clickable hyperlink, which allows a thread to go back and forth between that. So when people find your music and click over to Boys Like Girls, or whatever it may be, right? And they click over to another artist, that's an algorithmic thread. So when they are listening to other artists that they really like, you are more likely to be recommended in their algorithm on playlists and on discovery. So I would make sure that you do fill out your about as well, because it is huge. And I'm not here as like a marketing expert. Our business has worked a lot with stuff like that and you know a lot in that realm, but I'm not here as an expert on that specifically, but that's one thing that I do know. Fill that out. I think you get like 1,500 characters on here. You get like 1,000 on YouTube. So I would fill those both out as much as you possibly can. And it will it'll bolster your movement a little bit more, but definitely show people who you are. There's no getting around it. If you want to be known, you got to show people. And so I highly recommend that you get band photos, just like Altaloon is saying too. Create your image, get some band photos, hire a friend with an iPhone to create vertical footage of the shows, sync it to your fixed music and stuff like that, and you'll be ready to go. Y'all give it up one more time for Madison Lake. I love what y'all are doing. I got to move quick. Let's keep going. We got a lot of music to get to. Let me just make sure that I'm that I am updated here really quick. So catchy. It's so catchy. It's crazy. All right, let's keep it going. We got music to get into. Man, y'all please follow. Please follow. Destra, hop in the chat. K Ario, thank you so much for hopping in. Madison Lake, y'all are amazing. Also, let me double check. I didn't see it. Hold on. And it's probably under a different. Let me see. Hold on. I don't think I saw the notification. Let me double check. Hold on. Heavy Sales, welcome in. All right, give me one second, y'all. Give me 1 second. I gotta make sure I get all of this updated. TK. There's Zeke. Got you. Okay. Sour Patch, welcome in. The real Sour Patch Kids. Shantia, you definitely can. I do need to update the line here. So give me don't send anything yet, just for a second. Okay, let me go back to the top here. Let me get this from Alta. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, Altaloon. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Oh my God. Man, thank you so much for sending that in, man. I appreciate you more than you know. Okay, let me get this updated here. Let me get everything where it's supposed to be. Shout out to Altaloon. Jesus. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna try to move quick. But I do need because I can't be here all night. So I'm going to try to keep things in line. I'm gonna try to move at a good pace. I know I'm ranting a lot. You know how it is. Altaloon, I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that a lot, man. That does not go unnoticed. Let me get this updated real quick. Line is updated, and I need to update minimums because I gotta see what I have time left. So 1, 2, 3. So minimums are updated right now, y'all. So the minimums are going to be a little bit higher. That just helps mitigate people coming in at the very, very lowest, and me knowing I don't have time to get to them. So I am resetting the minimum just to keep things as clean and clear as possible, so that people don't come in and it makes it really hard to submit and know that they're not going to get heard. I got you, Zeke, 100%. So yeah, I'll keep it up on the board, Zeke. So if you happen to be around, I got you. You'll be there. If not, if I call your name and you're out, if you're out like a light, you said you were drunk. If you're out, then I got you. You don't even have to worry about it. Destra, I got you. So Destra, here's what I'm going to do, y'all. Just for the sake of time, okay. So I see where Lane is. Zeke, I see you too, man. I'm going to go ahead and I'm probably going to close to new, or I'll keep it there for now. But you should be good, Destra. You should be good. For right now. Yeah. I don't anticipate going to. It was 15. We're gonna have to bump it up. I'll do. Here's what I'm gonna do, y'all, because I know I gotta get to a lot of music. So because we got a pretty long line right now. I will do a giveaway at the end of the live. It's at least 10. If we get to like 50,000 likes, I'll bump it up another 10. How about that? We're already going to do 10 at 15. If we can get to 50, if you tap that screen, if you go crazy, you share out the live, you heart me, you do all this stuff, we'll add another 10 to that. So we'll give away another 10 of credit at the end. So it'll be 20 in credit at the end of the live. I'll give you a boost the next time. You can get, more songs listened to the next time we go live and stuff like that. Zeke, love and appreciate you so much, man. Can't wait to hear your song. I'm going to get you saved at the end of the live as well. Let's get into it. We're not messing around. It is not time to mess around. Let's get into it. We got Destra on the board. We got Zeke in the building still up there, even though I know if you're asleep, no worries at all. Let's see real quick. And then, okay, got you. Inferno Cat. Let's get into it. Talk to me about details, Inferno Cat. This is Flicker and Fade. Another track made by Altaloon. This is rougher than the last track I sent you, home recorded. Another track made by Altaloon. This is home recordings that were mixed and mastered professionally. In other words, the producer we went to hates us and did the best he possibly could. Okay, my anticipation is uncertain. I'll just say that. I am uncertain what we're about to listen to. If the producer hates you, that's horrible. Okay, this could be brilliant or it could be pretty rough, but I'm excited to get into it. Thank you so much once again. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your support of the stream, man, and for myself. I really appreciate it. Midwestern emo inspired. This is Flicker and Fade by Altaloon. Let me get it downloaded real quick. Shantia said, I'm excited. I just picked up the Sony a7 IV. I'm getting close to my studio for live and video. Let's go. I love it, Shantia. It's fun. I think you'll enjoy it a lot. I'm excited for you. All right. Let's he doesn't hate us. I know. I'm sure it's not nearly as frustrated sounding as you're making it to be. Yeah, Shanti, Altaloon, the artist we're about to play, they're over on the Red app right now. They said, "Oh my gosh, so jealous of your camera print." That's a great camera. That is a fantastic camera, actually. That's gonna be great for streams. I mean, you just need a couple. Get a 50 millimeter lens. I have a 24 millimeter lens on the Canon C100 Mark II that I have here. And it looks better on YouTube, but Even like the 50mm offline is like a really cheap lens, but it looks really fantastic. It shoots great video. So yeah, you're gonna love the A7. The A7 is a beast. I've used a 3 before, or no, a 2. Sorry, I've used a 2 before. But just get you a cheap, not even a cheap, but just like a lens, and you'll be good to go. As our band has an A7 IV, but no band. Yeah, that's tragic, Madison. Madison Lake, get on it. Get on it. What do you mean you have an A7 IV? You have a $3,500 camera setup and no band picture. Come on, no social media, no band picture, and a $4,000, $3,500 camera setup. Get out of here. Get on it. I'm gonna hold you to it, Madison. I'm gonna hold you to it. That's crazy. All right, let's get into it. Flicker and fade. This is Altaloon. They're over on the Red app right now. So if you like what you hear, actually, I just saw them pop up on TikTok. Show some love over on TikTok if you like what you hear. This is early. So this is home recording, mix and master by a professional. But let's get into it.
Is it bright enough for you? The flicker kills my mood. First time I've seen you switch from soothing to an open wound. When have I not heard you out? You're foaming at the mouth, like a rabid dog when I don't have the strength to call you out. You're alone in public space, talking seems like such a waste. When you speak under your breath to curse my name, to curse my name.
Bass sounds nice. Bass sounds really nice. Fretless, that's right, that's right.
Just wanna be free from this guilt inside. Oh, I can't take it. I just wanna believe that there's more to life. Oh, I can't take it. I just wanna be free from this guilt inside. Oh, I can't take it. I just wanna believe that there's more to life. Oh, I can't take it. I just wanna be free from this guilt inside. Oh, I can't take it. I just wanna.
Really well done. Really well done. Y'all, give it up one time. Whoops, what's going on here? Boom. Y'all, show some love to Altaloon. Brilliantly done. There's so much that I love about it. They love it. It looks like they're loving it on all platforms right now. Tidgy Todgers, thank you so much for hopping in. Nice name. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, that bass sounds crispy. It's like SVT crunchy. I like it a lot. It's really, really, really well done. Timmy Bullets, thank you so much for being here as well. I appreciate you hopping in. Let's run, as we always do, let's run it back from the top and let's get into the details. Let's get into the details. Performance-wise, structure-wise, I love so much of what's going on here. There's like one detail of the mix slash master that I think would be helpful to get a revision on, just because it's causing some wavering in amplitude. It's causing some like changes in loudness over the course of over the song inconsistently, that I think if you fix that alone, it will cover a myriad of sins here in the song. I actually like you were talking about like poorly recorded. Timmy Bullets is Madison Lake. Oh, there you go, Madison Lake. Welcome over. That will cover a myriad of things going on. I don't mind. I mentioned this earlier. I don't mind that it's poorly recorded. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, some of the flaws and the nastiness make it what it is. So I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. Retrack. Thank you so much for hopping in. How's it living in Maine? My wife and I have thought about moving to Maine. Just, loosely throwing it out there. We're trying to get out of Texas, desperately trying to get out of Texas, desperately. And Maine, upstate New York has kind of been, it's been there. North, somewhere north. We like north. We thought about it. Maybe the next like year and a half or so, maybe we might be interesting. Okay, let's run this from the top. But yeah, there's a couple things that I think can be polished. In fact, the thing that I'm actually talking about as far as polish here is because you start to hear the processing non-transparently, right? So like I said, I like that's raw. I like what feels really like open and nasty and so on. And then sometimes I hear the pumping of the compression and like inconsistent loudness through the song, and it makes me start to hear the mix instead of it just being the song, right? If you're starting to hear the mix instead of just the creativity, then that's where I think you can kind of dial back a little bit and have some level of either restraint on the mix or polish on the mix that helps you get you a little bit closer to your goal for this record. But we rant, but we're not supposed to tell people that we're not. Let's go Altitude. All right, y'all. All right. Let's get into it. Please, if y'all are, thank y'all so much for hopping in. I appreciate it so much. If y'all are coming in, it's lovely. My sister's husband from there, she visited and said it was beautiful. Yeah, I would love. We need to visit. Madison Lake. We need to visit first. Maybe this fall. I know it's kind of crazy in the fall, but it's also when it's really pretty. But maybe this fall or this coming fall, maybe we'll visit, and then we'll kind of see from there. But it does seem like we've both lived in Texas our whole lives, and it's not ideal here. Not really ideal here. We're trying to get shows this summer. Dude, would love to. And that's from an Australian. Yeah. Yeah, I know. We're desperate. Sorry, this is such a side tangent. I'm sorry, also. Such a side tangent. We're like moody autumn people, and we are forced to live where it was 85 degrees and humid on Christmas Day, and I think that should be illegal. I think that should be a crime against humanity for it to be like that, and that's what it is, and it's brutal. It's brutal, and it's 104 in the summers, and I hate it. So we get it. We gotta get out of here. All right. Shantia said she did eat so much yummy lobster. That sounds amazing. Our band members played South by Southwest in Austin 2016 under the banner here. Yeah. I mean, there's some. Don't get me wrong. There's some cool things here. But goodness, I think a lot of the negatives outweigh the few good things that tend to happen here. All right, let's run it from the top. Altitude. Let's dive into the details. Let's run it. That's what I was going to say really quickly. If you are looking to submit, just please make sure that you double check the line on the purple or red app first, because I do have a minimum right there that's set to make sure that people don't submit low when I know I can't get to them tonight. I can't be on forever. Got to rest my ears. I'm going to have to mix tomorrow and work on a production tomorrow, or actually I have a piano session tomorrow. So I gotta be practical with when I do these live streams. I can't be on for too long. But I will be live again tomorrow. So y'all can hop back in tomorrow as well. But you can still submit today. You can still skip today and stuff like that. But just be aware that it's going to start a little bit higher than typical. Okay, let's run it from the top. Altaloon, flicker and fade. I love this so much. I just want to talk compression and balance, and then you're good to go. This is a really, really cool song. I love the flaws. Like I said earlier, I like the flaws. Let's get into it. I mean, literally what we just talked about with Madison Lake just a moment ago, of starting with some restraint, right? Like we literally just talked about this a moment ago, 40 minutes ago, I guess, but like starting with restraint, starting with the single track, pushing to a double track, starting with a filter, pushing to full spectrum, going into the verse, stuff like that. Like, it's the easiest way to create immediate interest and immediate dynamic range, because as soon as everything cuts in, it sounds so incredibly dynamic. So great. I mean, right off the bat, the same thing we were talking about with Madison Lake, immediately feels really engaging when you do that. I will have to talk to management first. Hopefully we'll love to share something. Dude, of course, Santi, would love to. Absolutely love to. It'd be an honor to hear it.
Is it bright enough for you? The flicker kills my mood. First time I've seen you switch from soothing
Shout out to Gilmore Girls, same.
to an open wound. When have I not heard you out? You're foaming at the mouth, like a rabid dog when I don't have the strength to call you out. You're alone in public space. Talking seems like such a waste. When you speak under your breath to curse my name.
Okay, real quick, there's a couple tiny little things I want to get into.
Your breath to curse my name.
Okay, so I'm gonna back it up here just a second, one more time. Dun, dun, dun.
Talking seems like such
Oh, I was playing drums. I was like, wait, where'd my piano go? Whoops, what is going on here? It's like playing Pro Tools.
you out. You're alone in public space. Talking seems like such a waste. When you speak under your breath to curse my name. To curse my
Okay, so it's an F minor, right? So the song's in F minor. So there's a couple things I want to talk about. Every once in a while, this is not actually consistent. Y'all are working with great vocals here. Again, even in the flaws, I like it a lot. You're working with great vocals. There's a lot of great things that are happening here. Even within that, again, we're talking about hearing the processing sometimes. You can hear the auto-tune making corrections sometimes a bit post the scale, a little bit higher than the scale, like a semitone up or two semitones up, depending on the placement of the scale, sometimes dragging it into a note that I don't think, could be wrong, but I don't think is the actual the intended note of the note, right? So on this last goes my name, right on that lift right there, I think it's over the F minor, but let me back it up a little bit. You can hear it correct, I think, two semitones high. What I would make sure that you do, and again, the goal here is that you don't hear the mix. You don't necessarily hear the auto-tuning. You kind of hear it, or you just kind of experience the song, right? You want it a little bit more transparent. What I would do is before your automatic tuning, I would have manual tuning in place. I typically use Melodyne for this. Melodyne's my favorite plugin for manual corrections and manual tuning, sibilant control, plosive control, timing, modulation control, amplitude control, all of that stuff. That to me is my favorite. Melodyne is the best. I would manually tune that vocal to be exactly where you want it to be, so that auto-tune doesn't have a chance to correct it to something not in scale, or to correct it to something that is still in scale, obviously, but maybe a note higher. So what probably happened is on the "You Curse My Name," on that little line at the top right there, you were probably halfway between like two notes, you're like a semitone, you're halfway between, and so it didn't know whether to correct down or up, so it just corrected up instead of correcting what probably was intended, which was down a semitone. So if you manually place it there, then auto-tune's not really doing anything outside of tightening your retune speed, so it gets to that note as fast as you want, either robotic T-Pain or really natural and transparent. So I would get into the song. There's a couple other parts I can point them out as we go, but in this little pocket right here, you hear it at the top.
When you speak under your breath to curse my
Curse, that note, curse, that high part right there. It goes up two semitones higher, I believe. So I would correct that down, lock it in, and then I think you'll be you'll be absolutely good to go. Of course, dude, of course, anytime. It's helpful to just like catch those things because again, the note that I always give, and I probably gave you last time, and I talked to so many people about, is like, what do you want people to sing with you? Like, if you're at a show and you're playing these notes, like, what melody do you want people to sing? If that's not clear, if it's kind of guessing and the auto-tune's correcting on one part, but it doesn't do it the second verse, and it's kind of floating around a little bit too much melodically, there's too much variation, or there's too much modulation where your tuning is catching it too much. That's where, you know, those melodies are going to be inconsistent. It's going to be harder for people to grab onto things, as opposed to every verse it hits and it hits the same way, and you got a really clear melody structure. So I would encourage you to manually tune, just because it makes it easier for the consumer, the audience, to gravitate to your song, grab onto it, learn those melodies because they're very consistent. Little things like that, I think, can be helpful.
My name to curse my name.
Cindy, hear a little bit right there. And you curse my. You hear the little modulation right there? You hear that little dip in it right there? What that just means is that here's the mean note. Like here's the line of the note right here. Of the G sharp, right? So, or the A flat right here, right? So your vocal's right there, and you're 50 cents, so 100 cents per semitone, or 100 cents per semitone. You're like at 49, you're wavering between 49 and 52 cents on that semitone. And so it's trying to correct to one of them. And so you'll hear it, even though your intended note is 100 cents right here, it's right on the note. It's correcting sometimes down to the zero. It's correcting, you know, down to the note below it. Sometimes you'll hear a little bit of a waver right here, but if you just manually just drop it into place even without auto-tune, it'll make it so much cleaner, so much more concise.
To curse my name.
Let me back it up a little. You hear the you hear a little bit of the vibrato movement there too that comes out of it being changed. Yep, that one I think I knew was wrong at recording. We just never fixed it. Yeah, and that's honestly, that's where Melodyne's great. Like, the Melodyne as a tool is great for stuff like that, where you do have a great performance, you do have great energy on the mic, you do like the way it felt, but you were a little flat. Dude, it happens to the best, right? It happens to everyone. You were a little bit sharp. And so instead of relying on automatic tuning or auto-tune or waves tune to just correct it for you and do all of the guesswork for you, I every single time go back in first and print with Melodyne, so that by the time I get to auto-tune, you have a perfect vocal. Your amplitude is consistent. Your sibilants and plosives are under control. Your timing is correct. Your pitch is technically perfect, or as natural or close to that as you want. It's different per song, right? Some people want full auto-tune, right? Or some people want completely natural. So it's as perceived natural as possible. By the time you hit auto-tune, it's just making stylistic. You don't even have to have it if you don't want. It's just making stylistic decisions. It's just telling you, do I want more vibrato? Do I want it to be more humanized? Do I want a faster read tune speed to be a little more polished and poppy? You can do that with auto-tune. But Melodyne is this. You hear this, and you curse my, you hear little pops right there. That's where you want to correct manually. So that's really, really clean and concise.
To curse my name.
Name, hey, you hear it kind of move around. It almost sounds, even though it's auto-tuned, it almost sounds wrong, kind of sounds flat because it's halfway. Instead of curse my name, dun, 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 or whatever, dun, whatever like the actual melody is right there, and curse my name, whatever you're trying to target right there. If you place it to name, it's going to be like more concise. It's going to be more direct, as opposed to maybe the original is curse my name. Maybe it's close. I don't know. It's close to that. And auto-tune is do. It's trying to correct it. But since the first note's too far away, it's bending it up too far, or it's not bending it up fast enough. But if you place it, boom, 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 that it's going to be really, really clean and concise. FL has a new tone, and it's so good. Yeah, I mean, they all do a great job. I mean, I've used Antares for like 18 years. I also have a lot of the other ones. I have Waves Tune, I have Hybrid, I have all of these different things. I've just used Antares for forever, and I feel like they do a really good job of corrections there. But you could also win a Grammy with Waves Tune. I don't really care. I'm not a plugin snob. Do what makes sense for you. Do what you have access to. Right? If you got FL Studio and it came with something, use it. If you want a little bit more control, then of course you can try to target that with different plugins like Melodyne and stuff like that. But yeah, there's some. I think Pitcher, I think, is another one that FL Studio comes with if you get the Producer Plus or like the Producer or higher or something like that. I think that's Pitcher. Let's see. I think Logic also has one too. I forget exactly what it's called, but yeah, there's different options. Use what you have the capacity to do. Sorry, I can't talk. Adon, thank you so much for hopping in. Not request, rather, these are long form. Picture from FL, you're like, yeah, don't do that one. Don't do that one. Most of my experience is in Waves tuning and Antares. I've used Antares since I was 13 years old, so it's what I have a lot of experience with. But I've also tried Waves tune. I've done A and B testing and ended up liking Antares a little bit better. But they do the job. Beautiful, Shantia. Beautiful. I love it. I'll be on the lookout. I'll be on the lookout. Okay, but yeah, if you want to submit, just please check the red and purple app. You can kind of use your imagination. The other platforms are streaming to make sure that you can see the line right there. The line is updated right now, and so I just want to make sure that everyone's clear on where things are at. Just because it's a little bit higher right now to submit, since we're getting towards the end of the live, and I want to make sure that that's really clear. But all of the information to submit is at my profile. If you click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. All right, Altaloon, let's get back into it. So automatic tuning right there is one of the things that I would readdress with manual tuning to get that polished or as perceptively natural as possible. Like, again, because, and this is the funny thing, right? Is like, because you did less processing. This is the funny thing about music, right? Because I'm not familiar, Shantia. Because you did less processing here, I hear more processing. It's the funny thing about processing sometimes, right? Is because things weren't manually placed or corrected and smoothed out early on, I hear the auto-tune happening to your vocal as opposed to being placed and the auto-tune really not doing much at all. You got a 30 millisecond retune speed, really natural humanization, manual placement for everything. It feels really natural. It feels really you barely even hear the auto-tune doing anything, right? And so even with even adding Melodyne and manually correcting every note in the song and doing all this stuff, you're doing more processing, but it's more transparent at the end because I don't hear things happening to the vocal as much. And it makes it a lot more enticing to listen to, I think, especially in this genre. Obviously, that's going to be different from like an auto-tuned rap song or, a modern pop record or like an EDM, like slicey vocal hit, right? Like it's going to be different. But in this case, I would try to keep it as transparent as possible. Let me skip forward. Let's get into this last hook. Helios is back in the building. What's up, Helios? Good to see you, man. Okay, really, okay, so in my opinion, again, we're going to talk about some stylistic stuff. This is kind of the last thing I think I need to say on this song. In my opinion, percussion and as much as I love the way that they sound, we've got live drums that are messy, they're nasty. You got a really chuggy, distorted bass. I love so much about what I'm hearing. Amplitude-wise, it feels a little bit loud to me, and I think what's happening from the drums and the bass is whenever they come in, they completely drown out the vocal. Not only because of their loudness inherently, but also because I think they're triggering a compressor on the master or triggering a limiter on the master, and it's squashing everything down. So when those drums and those overheads come in, you can hear when everything leaves, those cymbals get hot. They get really, really loud. As soon as bass and drums cut into the mix, the vocals kind of take a dive. They cut back by a couple dB, it feels like. It sounds like perceptively. Everything kind of gets squashed and limited a little bit. And then it kind of seems like all you hear is bass and drums. And those vocals, I mean, you hear more, but like the vocals take a bit of a back seat in the mix. And so usually that happens when your compressor or your limiter is getting triggered on the master. So everything's getting fed to that final master. And then maybe nothing's hitting it at all and you're barely getting any movement. But then as soon as that kick and bass kick in, it reaches past the threshold of that limiter and it squashes the mix. Thank you, Shantia. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is it Andrea or Andrea? Do you listen Manowar? I haven't heard Manowar, but if y'all want to submit, you can go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk. Just please check the line on the other apps, the purple and red apps, if you would like to, just so you can see the minimums, just because it's a little bit higher right now. We're towards the end of the live. So you can still submit. You can still put yourself on there, but it is going to be a little bit more limited. Okay, so that's one thing, right? I think a couple things can happen at the same time. Find what is stealing your headroom. Find what is robbing you of some space in the mix. In this case, is it subharmonics? Is it kick and snare? Is it, I think it's the drums as a whole, to be honest with you, because they all do feel very loud, and you can hear those cymbals really wash forward as other elements leave the mix. So I do think that you could potentially pull back on your percussion by, let's say, nothing dramatic. Let's say like 2 to 3 dB. You can soften it back. I think you could probably bring the bass back by 2 or 3 dB as well. Soften that portion of the mix just a little bit. Give yourself a little bit more headroom. And if that still doesn't allow that compressor to breathe just a little bit, because again, you hear it pumping. So what you hear, how it manifests in the mix when that compressor is pumping in and out 100%. And I think why it feels loud is when they all come in, then the drums suppress everything because they're triggering your limiter, they're triggering a compressor, and everything gets suppressed. And then when a lot of those elements leave, and maybe it's just the ride cymbal all of a sudden. Now the ride feels like it's 20 dB louder. It's not, but it feels like it's really, really loud because there's nothing else, stealing its headroom. And there's nothing else triggering anything. So I think if you rebalance lightly, things will feel a little bit more even keeled. It won't feel like things are like jumping in and out of the mix back and forth with inconsistent levels. So the manifestation of that is pumping from that compressor, where when that kick and drum comes in, it's triggering right here. It's pumping like this. It's triggering that compressor, and it's ducking down, and it's suppressing, right, or compressing. It's suppressing the signal, and then it lifts for a second, or the bass moves to a higher note that doesn't have as much resonance to it, and so maybe it lifts for a second, and everything gets louder for half a second, and it's suppressed, and it gets louder, and you start to hear this kind of like weird, kind of jagged, amplitude to the mix that makes it feel inconsistently loud and inconsistent in its balance. And if you have that, then things feel kind of unstable and a little bit uncertain as far as the mix goes. So for one, find what's stealing your headroom. You can go track by track by track. It might be one of the guitars. It could be kick and snare. It could be the overheads. It could be the drum bus as a whole that's triggering the master, compressor, or limiter. You can control those a little bit more, maybe multiple stages of compression, maybe a little bit more compression on the bus for those drums, and then send that over to the master at a lower level, then bring down that bus by 2 or 3 dB so it feeds the master a little bit lower, so on and so on. There's a myriad of different options, right? On the master, make sure that you're not getting, more than like 2. If you want to be more stylistic, you can get like 3 dB, but you're going to hear it. But try to get like 2 dB on the master of compression. Like you're just gluing, you're just connecting everything. You're not making any major stylistic choice unless you really, 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 really know what you're doing there. And you can be very fine tuned with it. But I would max out at like 2 dB of compression. Same on the limiter. Just on the limiter there, you can clip going into it. You can push things going into it. But once you get to that final and you have like a -1 ceiling or whatever, aim for like 2 tops, 3 if you're getting crazy. But I love compressors are great. They can be abused though. They do a good job. They do a good job. They do a bad job. They just do what they do. But it does, they can be abused. like any tool, they can be abused. And so in this case, I would just let it breathe a little, because what I feel is like the choking of the mix, right? Where like things are, they're getting suppressed. They're getting, cut down in the mix and ducked in the mix. And that makes it feel a little bit unstable, right? If you restructure your gain staging to where you have a little bit more headroom, you have some breathing room in the mix, nothing's getting triggered unless you want it to. You're not forced into triggering any of your compressors, right? Your gain staging is in a place where no matter what, things feel like they're in a good spot and they're not triggering anything unless you tell it to. Then you can lower that threshold to get that 2 dB 3 tops, right? Or I say 2 tops, but you trigger to get just a little bit of movement there, but nothing too crazy. Then you can control your thresholds a little bit better. But that would be my recommendation. Let me get in this last section here. That to me is it. Manual control of the vocal and restructuring your gain and your compression to make sure you're not pumping in the mix. You do that, you're already leaps and bounds ahead of where you are now. Because I already like I already like this. I like the song. I like the feel. I like the aesthetic. I like the mood of this. Just like we're talking with like Madison Lane, you're doing what you do, even with all of its flaws, which, what are flaws in music? Even with all of your flaws, I feel like you're executing what you're trying to execute really, really well. Now I just want to make this mix structure a little bit more transparent. mean, the vocal range, come on. There's a little 30 seconds to Mars in there that, like that little high movement that you got right there, a little break on the fry. There's a little 30 seconds to Mars. There's a little Jared Leto in there. Little break into fry. Yeah, hit me up. Yo, give it up one time. Show some love. Flicker and Fade by Altaloon. There had Destra. You never know. I mean, because we started with a cinematic worship track, so you never know what you're gonna get into after that. We're gonna get all over the board here. But man, please show some love to Altaloon. Altaloon, y'all are amazing. Genuinely, don't sell yourself short. Y'all are talented. Y'all are amazing. Y'all are doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Really, really nice. I mean, structurally, aesthetic-wise, genre-wise, I feel like you've got it down. You've got it down. It's just polish on the mix. It's just a really, really fresh ear and polish on the mix, because I think that to me in the master, and that's the last little portion that I feel like needs to be addressed, needs to be polished. But man, you're amazing. And then John Lister, thanks for hopping in. A lot of today there's been a lot. You never know. I'm gonna be the next. Danny's in the building. Okay, Danny, let me double check. I do want to make sure that I have everything in order here really, really quick. Let me double check for it real quick. Got you, Danny. Okay, really quick, Danny. Make sure that you, I need to update the track here. Shout out to Altaloon. I appreciate you so much. Let me get that clear really quick. Do make sure that you check the line, Danny, on the purple or red app, if you know what I mean. The purple or red app, just because the minimum is a bit higher right now, just because more people came in and skipped, and I don't want people to submit too low at a time where I don't have time to listen to the music that's far down. So I got the 10 that you just sent in. So if you would do me a favor, double check the list. If you're not able to go right now, no pressure at all. I think there might be a few people missing. But if you can't go now, no worries at all. I can save that credit. I'll be live again tomorrow as well, and we'll reopen all the lines and get things reset back to scratch. So just double check that for me really quick, and then let me know what you want to do. I can save it for the next time, or if you want to skip, of course you can. Totally up to you. No pressure. All right. Destra's in the building. Altaloon, absolutely anytime. Absolutely anytime. I appreciate you so much. Really, really appreciate you. Sean TF, yeah, absolutely anytime. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. All the steps are there, but then I would double check the other apps really quick. And I can say too, the minimum's 30 right now. Minimum's 30 right now. If you want to submit, it would be 45 to go after this song if you want to. All right, we got Destra. Destra, you made it. Destra, have I heard your music before, Destra? Have I heard your music before? The name seems familiar, but I'm not positive. So, never. Let's go. Shout out to Destra. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate your patience. Your generosity means a lot. Let me double check. Jungle Man, welcome in. UK, appreciate you hopping in. Let me get it pulled up here real quick. Boom, right here. Got you. Be Like That. Let's get it downloaded. All right, Destra, you've seen a little bit of the live. You've seen a little bit of what goes on here. Give me details. Talk to me about the production. Talk to me about the mix. Is this a BeatStars beat? Did you produce it yourself? Is it a YouTube, MP3 split? Did you work with a producer? Are you self-engineering? Are you going to a studio? Talk to me about what you're doing. I'm so excited to listen to this. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the love in the chat as well. Appreciate it a lot. And let's dive in. This is Be Like That by Destra. Beautiful. All right, let me run this. I want to start it over really quick and answer this question. A producer is Hadium from YouTube. Red App, sorry, TikTok. I'm so sorry. It's stupid. I did vocals and mix and master. Okay, beautiful. So I'm assuming you're working off a 2-track since you got it off YouTube. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have multi-track for it, or are you just working off the 2-track, just the beat itself? And then Altaloon said, Torvik, I'm going to ask one question and then let you do your thing. Would you ever listen to a rough demo with intentions of giving creative direction for the song? Dude, that's my favorite thing to do, Altaloon. It's my favorite thing to do. When we talk about, that's like, as much as I love breaking down mixes and stuff like that, the thing that's most like personally fulfilling for me is consulting on production structure, sound design choices, riff changes, structure. Like, dude, that's my favorite stuff. So yeah, that's my favorite. I mean, as much as I love to also like hear like finished music and like great, like I love the stuff in process where we started the live today working on a lot of production structure. I got you, Danny. Danny, let me save you to the list right now. Give me 2 seconds. And then, but yeah, Ultimate, 100%. Let me open up my list really quick, Danny. I got you. No pressure at all. No worries at all. I'm going to get you saved. So let me just open this up really quick. How long? I'm on for just another couple, like another 2 or 3 songs. Nothing too crazy. Of course, Danny. Thank you so much. Let me get it open and let me confirm. Danny with 2 eyes. Boom. I got 10 saved on my list. Danny, you're ready to go. I appreciate you so much. I know it's a little bit later too, so I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I got you. 100%. And there's also ways to, Inferno, you can do it there. Obviously, you can submit through the live stream because you get a little bit of extra exposure doing that as well. So people come in, they're following you, they're seeing what you're doing. There's also ways, what I've done before is done offline consultations for like an hour, 2 hours, where we dig into stuff too. And we can talk about that if you want to, but obviously there is an added benefit of people being able to hear your music and me being able to tell a lot of people what y'all are doing really well. But yeah, anytime, man. And whatever you're ready. I literally had someone send in 7 tracks one time that were unfinished. So you can do whatever. Like I'm just here as a vessel of what information and expertise I've gained over the years in my experience, right? Like that's just what I'm here. However that could benefit you, I'm down. So for some people, I've literally helped them build chord structure. For other people, I've obviously helped with the mix and stuff like that. But it really just depends on what you want. Let me know what the best way to reach out for your consultant is, and I'll do that. Shoot me a message on Instagram. That's the best way to get a hold of me. All right, let's get into it. What about marketing, Shantia? Also, I made this about a year ago, so my skill got better since then. I hope. Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Let's get into it. And if you want to talk any other details, Destra, drop them in the chat. You want to talk about your mic, where you're recording and stuff like that? Let me know. Sounds good. I'll be here. I'll try to answer tomorrow, if not the day after. I've got a lot I got to catch up this week with the holidays and stuff. So I'll try to, if you do end up messaging either tomorrow, no pressure, no rush. If you do end up reaching out, I'll try to get back to you within a day or so. All right, let's get into it. Beautiful, Shantia.
My God, do you really think that I'm holding on? You fuck it all up and I can't keep strong. Do you really think that I'm holding on? But why? Why do you keep hoping that I would die? You said you love me, must be a lie. Why do you keep hoping that I would die? Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways? Why you gotta be like that? You can tell I am defeated when you look at my face. Do you feel it? Do you see it? How did it make you feel? Make it cost a time to apply.
What DAW are you using and what mic are you using?
Make it bright, we'll change our world, stay mad.
Big South City, welcome in.
The way your hair curls. Do you feel alright? Do you feel alright? Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways? Why you gotta be like that? You should know I am defeated when you look at my face. Why you gotta be like that?
Hell yeah. Classic setup. I like it.
Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways? Why you gotta be like that? You can tell I am defeated when you look at my face. Why you gotta be like that?
Catchy, really catchy. Your structure is great, Destra. Yo, give it a one time for Destra. Right here. Okay, oh yeah, right off the bat, man. Structurally speaking, fantastic. It's catchy, it's repetitive, great movement, great melody. I mean, especially being one of the last last tracks of the live. I mean, for the rest of the night, I'm gonna be humming. When you wanna be like that, like it's gonna be stuck in my head. It's so catchy, good repetition, great formatting right there. Fantastic. You got that in spades. So I really just want to talk about like control and mixing. Like that's the thing that I want to dig into us a little bit more, because I feel like your structure is really good. I like that you are utilizing different registers of your vocal, different ranges. Sounds nice, man. Sounds nice. Let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Y'all show some love one more time to Destra Bill right here in the chat over on TikTok. I appreciate you being here so much. Let's get into it. It's time. It's time. Zeke, welcome back. Also, I recommend this all the time. You got this in spades. Early introduction to the vocal, so much better for retention, so much better for payouts for your streaming. For those of you who don't know, I usually mention this once every single live. I'll mention it now because we are listening to this track and it warrants it. But just so you know that your streams do not count if they are not streamed past 30 seconds for most major DSPs, right? Spotify obviously being the biggest. They hold about 60 to 65% of the market share for DSPs. So it will not count if they don't go past 30 seconds. So like I've mentioned before, just as a example, you could have a million people stream your song for 28 seconds and you'll see 0 streams and 0 cents from it. They have to get past 30 seconds. So one of the best ways to help that and improve your attention is to introduce a vocal early on, so that people don't feel like they're just listening to any other beat, especially in this case, if you're leasing a beat, or in the case of using like a strip from YouTube or something like that, like an MP3 strip or a lease. You could be one of like 600 artists that have that beat. And so if you're going to be leasing like that and someone else could potentially get the exclusive, then you're in a position where you really need to make sure that you introduce a vocal early on so that you can grab people's attention, introduce yourself as an artist, and hopefully help with your replay value and retention on the track itself. So great job already. Like I was already thinking you should have a filtered vocal early on in there, and I love that you did that. So great intuition structurally already. I think that's so far in this track, hearing you for the first time, I feel like that's your strong suit is structure, knowing kind of like taste and structure, knowing when and where to do certain things. So great job with that. Droptality, welcome in.
My God, do you really think that I'm holding on? You fuck it all up and I can't keep strong. Do you really think that I'm holding on? But why? Why do you keep hoping that I would die?
Okay, really quick, Droptality. So good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. There's something that I'm hearing in your vocal, and you can let me know if you know it to be the case in your track. Thank you for the confetti, Droptality. Thank you so much for the gifts, man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the love. There's something that's happening in your vocal, and I think I know what it is based on this very little subtle shift that happens in your vocal. Every other line in there, you get this loss of energy in the middle of the mix, and you get this phasing in the vocal. You hear it kind of move like a sine in and out of the mix right there. You get a little bit of a loss of energy, and you lose some presence, and you get a collapse. I'm assuming, just guessing here, but I'm assuming that you double track vocal, or that you recorded a vocal as a double, as an in and out, right? As a double to the vocal, every other line on the song or close to, and you duplicated that vocal and panned them left and right. Is that correct or close to correct? Correct or close to correct? So you have a double of your vocal, and then you pan them left and right. It's a delay. I added on it to have that. It also has doubles. So the one that, okay, so the one that's on the actual vocal. So so I hear the delay in between, right? Juden, thanks for hopping in. You can, but we're at the very tail end. It's re-recorded doubles. Okay. We're at the very tail end of the live, so you can, but I would check the line first by going to the red or purple app. Use your imagination. Go to the red or purple app, and then you can check the ways to submit by going to my profile, clicking on the link, and clicking on Track Talk Submission. So you have re-recorded doubles. Okay. Did you pan on those doubles? Did you keep them center, or did you pan them left and right? So right there. So I hear the delay effect. My God, It's with the, and then there's that double there. So the guitars do a plumb. Okay, do you have it on? Okay, so let me tell you what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is some phase collapse in the middle of the mix, and so what's happening is that duplicate of the vocal where it's doubling that vocal paired with your center, so your center lead paired with that double, there is some phase collapse and there is some incompatibility in mono with that vocal. So what's happening is you're not really getting a very distinct double sometimes. Yeah, it doesn't sound bad at all. I'll just tell you kind of what's happening. And it's going to be way worse on TikTok too. TikTok is going to be way worse than listening on another platform. The red and purple app is so much better quality audio. What's happening is that duplicate of the vocal, you're getting some cancellation with it as well. And because of that, got my headphones just so good. Yeah, okay. Because of that, you're getting some phase collapse. So what I would make sure, and again, I don't know how exactly you have this set up. I would change timing and pitch just a little bit more. On like timing, pitch, and vibrato on the double just a tad more. The other thing that I would do potentially is to put it on an aux. Let me give you just a quick example. I'm going to throw it over to the DAW. So on the red or purple app, I'm going to throw it over to the DAW just for a second so we can look at some things here. Let me go ahead and just add, I'm going to add a quick stereo aux. Head on over. Stereo aux, boom, there she is. On the stereo aux, we are going to add, I think I have it down here actually under effect. We're going to add duo because I know exactly what you're talking about. Avox duo. Let me know when you're there. It's so catchy. Crazy catchy. Crazy catchy. Really, really well done. Destro's in the building. Okay, so here's what we're talking about. Obviously, you're familiar with this plugin, right? So here on this plugin, you have all these different variations, right? Obviously, a vocal timbre is going to be affecting partially texture, throat shape, formants, and stuff like that. You obviously have pitch variation, which you can bring up a little bit, and timing variation. Where you're going to feel this right here, so this in the center, actually, let me move this because I can't see on my screen. There we go. This over here, right? This is where you're going to get your panning from your original vocal and your double vocal on the lead. What I would recommend, this is what I would recommend loosely. And you can decide if this is the effect that you're going for or not. There's a lot of different ways to do this. So I don't want to offer something that's not even the kind of thing that you're trying to do. But if you want a quick inputted double of the vocal and in and out of the vocal and a big double that comes in that gives you this burst of energy on the vocal and stacks it, then this is usually the way that I would do it. And you can line this up really easily as well. Angel, welcome in. Okay, so over here, right, this is your pitch and your timing variation and vocal timbre, right? I would make slightly more variation here in vocal timbre either way. So you can kind of change format and vocal like shape a little bit here. Pitch variation, you can go a little bit higher, even just like to 15 or 20% right here, can give you slightly different texture. Because again, what is allowing you to perceive the double and also mitigate phase issues and collapse is changes in color and character and timing and pitch, right? The more you have variations in timing and pitch and color and formant and stuff like that, vibrato is the same over here. We can add a little bit more vibrato to the double that's over here. Just what has a completely different shape and transient and waveform as the other vocal or than the other vocal. If you do that, it's going to mitigate issues of it collapsing or hollowing out at all, right? So what I can do now is this is on a stereo aux, and you can let me know if you have it on your vocal at all or just cutting into the mix on a separate track. But what you can do to make this really easy is just have this on its own aux over here and then just bring it in really easily. So now you can just automate this on. So I'm going to bring this up here. So I just have a lane of automation here and I can just bring this up till it starts to sound crazy, right? So now I have still a clean, clear lead vocal. My mono lead vocal right here in the middle is not being touched at all. Like as I bring this up, I'm not changing the wetness of my lead vocal right here and changing the ratio of dry to wet or the percentage of dry to wet. My lead vocal isn't touched at all, but I can just add these bursts of doubles and energy to the outside of the mix. And if this is too crazy, if you want it a little bit closer, because you have changed timing and pitch and timbre and vibrato a little bit, I can actually move these closer to the vocal to create a tighter vocal structure if I want to, right? So if I push this in and then I move these a little bit closer to center, now I'm getting more of that kind of doubled vocal effect that you're talking about, right? But much less risk of phase issues. Now, you're hearing a lot of latency. The latency is something that's going to be frustrating to deal with because I'm tracking live and I have a low buffer rate. That's a nightmare. You can record with a much, could record with a low buffer rate and then raise it up. When you raise it up later, it'll be quite a bit better. So in this case, but you can hear how this is, this is a crazy double effect, and I can bring this back down, pan this back to the outside, and have that really wide doubled vocal, or have it a little bit tighter to the vocal, and it feel a lot more like the double that you want, as opposed to when I hear your record here. I gotta turn this off. It's gonna drive me nuts. Let me switch back here. There we go. I was like, Jesus, I can't think with all the latency. With the vocal that I'm hearing from you, is you can't really perceive the double most of the time because you get that phase issue. It just sounds like there's randomly like a little phaser for a second and then it's gone. You don't actually get the feeling of the double until you hit some of the high notes. You get a little bit more distinction there. But I think just a hair, even if you don't spread it out, even if you don't go left and right, even just a little bit more distinction and timing and pitch will dramatically open up those doubles like crazy. It might make them feel like they're actually a lot louder, which then in turn, of course, you can drop it down just a hair as well. So like if you split those doubles a little bit more, you pan them a little bit more outside if that's what you want, or keep them close, but you change pitch, timbre, you change a little bit more variation and timing and stuff like that, it might make them feel a bit louder just because they're more distinct in the mix, and you can pull them down by a few dB if you need to. But I would just be, every once in a while, it just sounds 100%. I got you. I got you. And this happens a lot when people do duplicate vocals, which is all that's happening with Duo, right? Duo, you're not recording again, right? In Duo, you recorded a separate vocal, but it then duplicates that original vocal. And so if there's not a lot of distinction between the two, it can create a lot of issues, which is why I like to just have it on its own aux. Because if I have it on its own aux, then I have complete control of it. That one delay or that one double that comes in, I can do anything that I want with it. I can add a choir effect to it with the Antars, or I can add a choir to it. I can compress it separately. I can EQ it and format shift it separately. And of course, in this case, I can split it exactly how I want it. So if you want like a Beatles style close double, I can just move them in like this, create a variation in pitch and timing, and you get that kind of Beatles style modulation on the vocal. Or I can split really wide and get the in and out that you might be looking for, to get like that stack in and then stack out. Anyways, I think that potentially could be helpful to open that up a little bit, because you got a good voice. I like your voice. I like your range. But every once in a while, what it'll manifest as in the mix is like an inconsistency in the vocal, as opposed to like an intentional effect. And I would love to hear more of an intentional double come in that feels like a double, sounds like a double, as opposed to just kind of randomly hear a chorus on the vocal and then it leaves. The more you make it distinct, I think the better it's going to sound, the more polished it's going to sound. All right, let's move forward. This has like a little it's got like a little D&B Owl City vibe. A little bit like it's got a little drum break Owl City vibe. It's cool. It's cool. Like there's some like nostalgia to what I'm hearing, while also feeling really interesting and modern in a lot of senses too. It's cool. Let me back it up just a little bit here. You have great intuition for melody and space though too. I like the way you're spreading out your vocals. Cozy, thanks for hopping in. Jemiah, welcome in. I'm listening for this little ad-lib. Love the double there, and the introduction of energy right there is beautiful. There's this one little thing that I'm listening for here, or just on maybe potentially making this outro ad-lib a little bit more intentional. Because everything else here is like really tightly, it's really tightly compressed. It's really smooth. It's really even. You have a good balance on your delay ad-lib that you have for your initial lines. And then again, we already talked about phase issues. We already talked about collapse. We already talked about how and where to double those vocals there, so I'm not too worried about that. B, thank you so much for following. We are talking music. We're in the middle of a consultation right now. We're working with an artist here, Destro Bill, right here in the chat. They're amazing. They're a really, really cool artist, and so we're breaking down their track right now, spending 30, in this case, I've been spending like 40 minutes today, 40 minutes breaking down the track, talking through the details of it. Yeah, that's what we're in the middle of right now. Okay, let me, I would love this last little ad lib, everything that you're doing early on has so much intention behind it, right? Your melody structure is very, very clean. I'm not really hearing any modulation. I'm not really hearing any like auto-tune pulls to different notes. It feels really smooth and really clean. I would love for this last ad lib to feel a little bit more like that.
Why do you keep hoping that I will linger on? You fuck it all up and I can't keep strong. Do you
Like all of these melody notes are super clean. They're really, really well done.
really think that I'm holding on?
Of course, I haven't produced anything in a bit, but I'm always down to learn from others. B, thank you for being here. That's what literally what this community it's all about. This isn't like a roast live. It's not a quick review. It's not a. I'm not just like hyping everybody up. The whole structure of this live is just to offer information, offer tools, offer tips, and hopefully be of service to anybody that could utilize the information in whatever capacity I have as a professional working in this space. So I appreciate you being here. And is it Cozy? I hope I'm saying that correctly. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that as well. Yeah, they are very nice headphones. I like them a lot. They do sound great. If you ever have a chance, to listen to them, they are pretty fantastic.
Why do you keep hoping that I would die? You said you love me, must be a lie. Why do you keep hoping that I would die? Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways?
Really good man, addicting melody. You're fantastic melodicists, if you will. Really, really, really good structure. Pleasure watching. I'm really going to get back and learning myself on OBS. Hey, sounds good. Shout out to you. Good luck with that too. OBS can be rough. It can be a process. So I wish you nothing but the best in your live streaming journeys. I hope everything works out really, really well for you. It's really, really cool. Right above you, Destra Bill, right above you, B, right above you. There, yeah, it's a really, really cool structure. I like it a lot. Okay, I just want to hear these melodies really quick, one more time.
Why do you keep hoping? Do you really think that I'm holding on? Why do you keep
I'm gonna leave that for
hoping
now.
that I would die? You said you love me, must be a lie. Why do you keep hoping that I would die? Why you gotta be
What's up,
like
Snow?
that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways? Why you gotta be like that? You can tell I am defeated when you look at my face. Do you feel it?
Okay, so really, really quick. This is just my perspective. Snow, it's so good to see you. I hope you're feeling all right. I know you've been absolutely going through it. We're sending you all of the good energy, all the good vibes, everything we got. Thank you so much for hopping, and thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate that. We had Helios in here earlier. So good to see you, and I appreciate you being here so much. Please let me know if you have anything that I'm hopping off here in just a little bit, but I'd be more than happy to have something if you want it. I love it. Oh, Helios is still here. Welcome in, Helios. I'm so good. Lurking in the shadows. In the shadows. Just got home, Snow. I'm so glad. Okay. Here's my, again, I'm going to talk about some stylistic choices, right? Because these are personal, hopefully more often than not, authentic stylistic choices that you want to make for your track. And so I don't want to ever step on that, but I'll offer what I hear, and you can feel free to ignore as much or as little of that as you want to, right? We talk a lot about different stylistic choices, but I always want to preface that you're the artist, you're the creative. What I'm saying is not right. It's just what I'm feeling, and I trust my intuition with stuff like this, but feel free to ignore some of the things that I'm saying if it doesn't feel right for you. You have a great, fantastic, addicting melody for this lead vocal. It's like annoyingly catchy, and it's really well polished. I really like what it is. I really like what's happening within the structure of that hook. I think it sounds fantastic. My worry would be that some of your ad libs, and bet you have like a humming or like a ooh and ah lead vocal moving around in the background right there. I'm a little concerned that very lightly, and I'm saying this subtly because honestly it sounds really good. I really like the work that you're doing. To me, it can busy it up in a way that might be very lightly distracting from that lead vocal. You have a good stack on the lead vocal, good energy, and you have a very consistent hook melody that loops through, right? You don't really have a lot of space. So there's no filler that really needs to be there. What I would think might sound better is instead of like a cutting, like, you know, like full vocal that's like just panned outside with a bunch of reverb and stuff like that. In my opinion, it would be better to soften that vocal, do a double track, so record it a couple times, maybe even 2 on each side or something like that, and have them just be pedal tones, which would just be, it would just be like one note. So let me, just as an example.
Must be a lie. Why do you keep hoping that I would die? Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways?
Let me see.
Why you gotta be like that? You can tell I
Okay, so this is in B minor. So you. So over that progression. So what I think would probably be a cleaner structure, right? Is you have so much movement, so much busyness, and not in a bad way, but so much movement, so much busyness from your lead vocal. You don't really need any other busyness. It's a D&B drum break. You have there's a lot of activity from the percussion. There's a lot of activity in the synths, and I think like some guitars in the background too. And then you also have a really busy vocal. It all sounds beautiful. It's all working together. It all sounds beautiful. But I do think that if you then add more and more movement on the outside of this track, then it can just slowly become a little bit noisier and a little bit busier. And I will start to just lightly lose that lead a little bit. And I would love to just like feel that vocal where it sits in the middle of the mix. So what might, in my opinion, might be better instead of so much movement would just be pedal tones. Pedal tones are generally like one note and then a switch for one note. So just. It's just like literally just that, and you carve out all of the low end. You make it like breathy and airy, and you push it to the outside with a whole bunch of reverb, and you make it like it's barely there. It's kind of set into the background. What that does, it makes your vocal more a part of the production structure instead of something that's like standing out in the mix along with everything else, right? Instead of, because you already have your lead vocal, you already have all this other activity. So if you have another thing vying for your attention, it'll start to sound noisy. But if you can simplify, so you still have it there, but it's a lot simpler, it's a lot airier, it's a lot more set back, then I feel like you'll be a lot more cohesive across the board. I got you, Helios. Yeah, send it in. Yeah, I got you. Send it in. Don't worry about it. I got you. So that'd be my recommendation, right? Is just to simplify. Let me go back into the hook here just for a second.
like that. Can we push it forward instead of
There's all that extra movement in the background right there. If you can just simplify that for a second, or save some of those for your last hook, right? Allow a little bit more dynamic range, allow a little bit more time to like, maybe you add those in just on your last hook as a more prominent lead so that you have some actual like last hook ad libs that feel really interesting and really dynamic. Stuff like that, right? And again, these are just stylistic choices, just ideas, if anything, to just get your wheels spinning so you can help make sure that you have good structure and it's catchy and you don't actually, Jellybear TV, welcome in. You don't actually do anything within the song to distract from how catchy it is. You still want a vocal there, so get it wide, but maybe simplify it, pull it back, and then save those more prominent ad libs for the last hook. I hope that makes sense. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I hope that makes a bit of sense.
why you gotta be like that? You can tell I am defeated when you look at my face.
Really nice in this structure right here. The last hook has more, and that's valid. That's totally, and this is why I'm also saying it's a stylistic choice. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, if you want them, put them there. Like, no one can tell you otherwise. No one can tell you it's wrong. I can just tell you that from just listening to thousands and thousands and thousands of songs, it can just start to sound like, you know what I mean? Like kind of buzzy and fuzzy just because there's so much information. And so I guess my tool to you, or my tip to you, would be try to find in your own creativity, find your own balance between what you really want to do creatively and what is like palatable by a consumer. And there is a balance, like doing something that will reach people and that will get your message across and will reach the most amount of people with your creativity is not a negative thing. That doesn't lose the creative side. But if you're completely locked into just whatever idea comes to you, then you will most likely lose any ability to connect to a lot of people. Yeah, Flame's in here. The board should be accurate. I got you, Helios. I got you, man. I got you. We might close out the live with y'all. I think I have another couple songs, maybe another song or two, and then we can close out with y'all. If that's okay with you, if that works out okay, or let me know if y'all, if you got to rush, let me know. Okay, yeah, let me know. Okay, and then what was I gonna say here too? Oh yeah, so it's like finding that balance. So like, just as an example, I love synths. Synths are my thing. I got a bunch of them. They're like my favorite thing in the whole world outside of my wife, Libby. I love synths. I love synths. In my ideal creative world, every song would just be like synth solos all the time. And then when I do a breakdown, we do another synth solo and we do some crazy stuff. But that's probably not the thing that's going to accurately portray the emotion that I want in a song all the time, even though it is like the most creatively authentic thing or the most fun thing for me to do. I love those things a lot, and I love those solos a lot, and I love just big crazy chords. But if that's all I have all the time, then it kind of loses its impact a little bit, and it's like too much. It's like too much sugar on a cake, or something. It's like too much of a good thing can end up kind of being a bad thing. Too much salt on something. You're like, oh, like salt is good and it brings out flavor. Too much of it, and you're like, oh, this tastes weird and it dries out my mouth. Strange, right? And so it's kind of the same thing, I think, with ad libs, the same thing with solos, the same things with like filler, freestyled stuff. It can sometimes go right over the edge to like good filler notes in the background of the track, stuff like that, over the edge to noisy and busy. And it's just up to you to find that balance, right? And for your audience to also decide what that balance is, right? Like, it's a creative decision, right? That you gotta kind of choose for yourself. So anyways, that's my ear on it. I think it's simple. You'll connect to the lead more, which I do think is valuable, but I also don't want to take away the creativity on the other side. All right, let's skip into this last. I want to get into the last hook. That's the main thing for me. So let's dig into it.
Why you gotta be like that?
It happens, Snow. It happens. We've all been there. Y'all don't want to hear my first drafts of some stuff that are like, dude, like what are all these synths going on right here? Like, what's happening here? It's because I like them. I like all the stuff I'm doing. And so when I like all the stuff that I'm doing, I put them all in there. And sometimes you got to take some of them away because otherwise people are like, what are we listening to? And it's also for me, the way that the place that I've come to is there is infinite songs I can create. So if the idea doesn't live in this song, it'll live in the next one. It'll live in 40 songs from now or 140 songs from now. There's always more songs you can get to. There's always more creative things that you can do. So I think like if you love ad libs, it doesn't mean you have to do all of those ad libs in the song or it has to be all throughout these hooks. It means that they might even be more loved by more people if they're more tasteful and more impactful when they do happen, if that makes sense. All right. See, like I'm hearing this, in the background, I'm hearing the oohs and ahs right here. I like them better here because there's more impact, right? So like, I think that's kind of what I'm looking for. If you loop over this vocal and you keep the same oohs and ahs in the background, and then maybe you add a little extra ad lib, in there, and a couple other little stabs in there, right? You keep a couple extra little things in there, but there's not really a lot to distinguish the energy of this hook from the last hook because the production is copied over. I think the main hook structure, I'm pretty sure, is copied over, and most of the background is copied over outside of a couple little ad libs. So the song itself right here is like largely exactly the same. But if you just simplify, let's say you keep this exactly as is, right? Let's say you keep it a little bit noisier, a little bit busier, but there's more context, right? Maybe you just simplify the first one. So maybe you take the first hook, you filter it and you simplify it a little bit. On the second hook, you allow more movement, you add more ad libs, but you've at least established a clean hook first, so that people are remembering. Because you got to keep in mind that most people, 90% of people, 99% of people are hearing your song for the first time ever. And probably, 98% of that 99% are never going to go back and hear it again. They're never going to go back and listen again, right? A lot of people don't stick around. The thing for that is that I added another hook to the last one, like another melody. All right, let me play it out a little bit longer. But I do think so. I guess the point being, and I'll play out this last hook here. Find some ways to create a little bit more change and a little bit more dynamic, right? So as from the first hook to the second hook here, it feels a little bit more distinct.
this way. Why you gotta be like
Let me hear this interlude really quick.
no way I'm defeated when you look at my face. Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Why you gotta be like that? Can we push it forward instead of sideways? Why you gotta be like that? You can tell I have the
I really don't mind this being I really don't mind this having either smaller changes coming up here in a second, as well as having more ad libs. I just think that you have to, or you don't have to, but ideally, you make sure that when you do that, it matters. I talk about this a lot. Is just if you're gonna have a drop, make sure that it matters. If you're gonna have melodic changes and rhythm changes, make sure it matters, right? So in this case, if you're gonna have a lot of ad libs, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. There's a lot of artists that have a lot of ad libs that do very well, right? So it's not an inherently negative thing. Even noisiness, like I mentioned earlier, like we're talking about these rock artists where like some of the noise I like, some of the flaws I like, some of the mess I think is good for the song. It gives it tension. So like in this case, I don't think the ad libs are bad, or that there's something that need to be like inherently taken away or you know cut out completely or anything like that. What I would say, just as like an overarching like tip for the structure of the song, would be make sure that what you're doing vocally matters. And if there's a lot of things that exist like too consistently in a song, either too much of the same melody or too much variation or too much noise kind of happening, you can kind of lose the impact of having them. So what my recommendation would be is to build your ad libs as the song builds out, right? So example, like first hook, you just have oohs and ahs. It's really simple. Second hook, you add a little bit more of the ad libs in the background because there's a bit more hype. There's a bit more energy in the song structure. And then you have a little dip in energy, right? Because it goes into, you have a tag right there in the middle. So you tag just for another, I think it's like 2 measures or like a full 4 bars right there. It tags there for a second. And then you come back in with another hook again. When you come back in with another hook right there, you can add additional energy. You have one more like lead harmony or one more like lead ad lib that comes in with like a high falsetto or whatever it means to stair step that energy even higher. But what we're doing is making sure that each hook kind of lives in its own energy by just adding or taking away things really strategically. If there's kind of always a lot of the noise, then it does lose its impact just a little bit. Now you do have really good dynamic range on the song. I think it sounds really like your verses are really clean. Like I said, with positioning and stuff, we can clean that up even further with your doubles. But I think most of what you have here is really clean and great dynamic range, really smooth compression on your vocal. I like it a lot. Your melodies are addicting, fantastic. So to me, it's just about how do we like polish this vocal structure in a way that feels really clean and really smooth and really dynamic, because so much of what you're doing, honestly, beautiful. Really, really well done. Let me hear the outro real quick. I like the way you outro too. It's really well done. And honestly, man, it's a really good balance on your mix. You should be really, really proud of this. Y'all show some love. Show some love. PRDK, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with PRDK. Y'all please show some love to Destra Bill. Destra Bill, you're talented, man. Like your writing is really good. I mean, my next stage of recommendation would just be you gotta start getting ownership of your music, man. You gotta start working with the producer. Start getting a bit more ownership over your production structure, so that you can really push. Because here's the problem. Thank you so much, Destra. I mean, that takes a lot of trust and a lot of vulnerability, so I appreciate that a lot. The thing that I recommend, this is the worst thing, and I've worked with so many artists that have done this too, where they're leasing beats or they're pulling from YouTube or they're working with a producer off of YouTube, or BeatStars or something like that, and they start crushing it. And then out of nowhere, someone buys an exclusive, and you're like, dude, I got like 20,000 streams on the song. You didn't even reach a max. You didn't even go to 100,000 streams or some of the licensing limitations of BeatStars or different leasing platforms. You just reached the natural limitation of you having. Dwayne, thank you so much for the follow. Your local outcast, Libby, brought me here. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for hopping in. Shout out to Livy. Livy's the best, the absolute best. I might be a little bit biased, but she's the absolute best. Can you rate my friend's song? What we're doing here are full consultations over records, so a lot deeper than a rating. If that is helpful to them, then of course we can, but we are going to be winding down in the next little bit of time. All right, I'm already actually on much later than I thought. But we're going to be winding down here in just a little bit, but if you do have a song you would like to send in for a consultation, then you can go, I'm sorry, I can't think. My brain is, it's not working right now. We'll be live again tomorrow. That's all I'm trying to say. We'll be live again tomorrow, and you can send in your song in there as well, or for the friend as well. Outcast is a friend from Alyssa's. Well, shout out to Outcast. Thank you so much for hopping in. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the rose. That means a lot. Okay, let me do. Some YouTube producers don't give out exclusives though. Like they only do non-exclusives or just do lease deals and stuff like that. And that is the pain point. That is the pain. If that's what you're talking about, which it's very prominent actually, where people, they don't do exclusives, they don't do independent ownership where they own 100% of it for like $400, $300. They just do leases, or they just let people strip for profit. But the same thing can still happen. Someone reaches out to them and says, "Hey, I'll pay $400 for the beat." They're going to take it. I know many different artists. You wouldn't be alone. I know many. I know an artist that their music started getting traction. They got like 60,000, 70,000, 60,000, 70,000 streams. And the next, someone bought the exclusive, or they paid them to go independent with the producer, and they pulled it. And next, like 400 producers, 400 artists that had that lease on that beat, all of their stuff was removed from platforms, and it can cause other issues too. It can like sometimes if your music starts getting yanked from platforms because of licensing issues, sometimes, the distribution will see that as a red flag, and they might be a little bit more iffy with distribution. It can be kind of frustrating. So I say all that to say, I'm from Ireland. So if I want songs to send to you, 100%, Dwayne, 100%. Libby said I'd follow and join the live, or I said I'd follow and join the live. That's so sweet. I appreciate that so much. No, not technically. They, technically speaking, if they have not given you rights to the song, they own the rights to the song, right? So if you work on a lease, then you are leasing and licensing the rights to that song for a period of time, for a certain amount of streams, up until an exclusive is purchased. But if you have not purchased and paid for the rights to the song and its complete and its completion, then you don't and you'll have the rights to it, and they can kind of do whatever they want. Like, so technically they're like, yeah, anybody could have this, right? So there might be 75 other people with this beat, right? And they got it for free. They got it. Yeah, exactly. That's the pain point, man. You're good, Zeke. You're good, Zeke. And I got you for tomorrow too, man. Either way, like if you got to rest, man, rest. You're not going anywhere. I got your stuff, man. I got your name on my list too. That's the tricky thing with YouTube beats, is technically it's like a free not for profit beat or whatever, right? That. And so you got 75 people that have your beat, or more. It could be hundreds of people. Like you see some of these beats, you see some of these like type beats and stuff like that on YouTube, and they got 75,000 views. I mean, there could be 3,000 people that have that beat. And then all that producer has to be is like, nope, I own the rights. I'm putting my voice on it, or I'm going to sell it. They end up selling it to someone. They're not even doing exclusive. There's someone's like, hey, I want the beat. I'll pay you $500 for it. It's got a lot of views. Like this happens a lot. Let me give you a quick example. This happens a lot. There will be a top. There'll be like a really, really like high level type beat or something like that. There's some type beats that'll get like 1 million views on YouTube, right? So now imagine if someone comes to that producer and says, hey, this beat is getting 2.3 million views on YouTube. All I have to do, and someone's like, well, if that beat's getting that much traction, my song might get that much traction. They'll just pay them $1,000 to exclusively license the beat, and pull the rights and full on to just that single producer. And if that happens, anybody else who was using it, it could be 10,000. It could be 10,000 different people that lease the beat or that use that beat not for profit. And if that happens, you're screwed. You're just they pull the licensing, and next thing you know, your song is removed from platforms, and you don't own the rights to it, right? Because you didn't pay for the rights to it. So, anyways, that's why I was saying this is the next tier. This is the next thing I want you to look for, is start working with some producers. In one of Torvik's lives a few years ago, we ended up the same beat back to back different. Yes, I remember. I've had artists now. There's an artist that I've mixed for. Y'all know him. There's an artist that I mixed. I did a mix for them. One More Step. Some of y'all know One More Step. Let me see really quick. Let me move this. But anyways, I mixed this song for him, and he bought the stems. He bought the multi-track for it. And someone came in like a week later and sent in the same beat. And I was like, wait, I know this intro. I was like, oh yeah, I just spent the last month mixing this song. I was like, wait, it was like, I think it was like a couple days later, Helios. I think it was like a couple days. And it has happened multiple times. So there's been a couple times. But it's happened multiple times. With One More Step, it was like I had just finished mixing his song. So we were like playing pieces of it and he was promoting it. And then like 2 days later, I was like, wait, I know this. I was like, yeah, I just mixed this song, but it was a different R&B vocal. And it was like, this is two of the nearly identical songs. It was wild. It was weird. Maybe I should get these. I mean, yeah, if the song is worth it, it's worth it. Get the exclusive, but nothing beats just working with a producer and owning the rights. Find someone that'll do it for cheap and split the royalties. Find someone who'll split publishing, split sync fees, so on and so on. Again, this is back into more music business than anything. Back into, that's a little bit more music business than it is just the song itself. But I really feel like you're good enough, you're talented enough at what you do in creating melodic structure and creating structure for your music, that it would be worthwhile for you to have more ownership of your music. Ownership is the name of the game in music. That's really all that matters. That's a lot of the issue with the AI stuff. Love it or hate it, right? It's a lot of the issue with the AI stuff. It's the issue with the labels. It's the issue with agencies. It's the issue with leasing versus exclusive rights versus private publication and private publishing and sync. Like, it all comes down to ownership. All anybody actually cares about is ownership. So if you don't have ownership over what you're doing, then you will always be the one who's first to get taken advantage of. So that's what I would say. And I know I'm missing a whole lot of comments too, but y'all, please show some love. Please show some love. That is Be Like That. That is Be Like That by Destra Bill right here in the chat. You're really talented. I really like what you do, man. It's really impressive. Okay, let me see if my brain, as you can tell, y'all, I kind of hit a wall around 4 hours. We're at about 340 right now. I hit a bit of a wall about 4 hours in. Ooh, of course, Destra, anytime. I appreciate you a lot. Where my brain starts to just fracture. And that's what's happening right now. Where I'm like, I was doing pretty good. I was pretty sharp for about 3 hours. And then I hear I hear myself like talking in loops, and I'm like, fuck, it's happening. It's shutting down. All right. Let me double check a few things real quick. Lane38, let me know if you're in the building. Lane38, let me know if you're here. Thank y'all so much for tapping into. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. If we can get to 50,000 likes, I'll give away an additional 10 in credit at the end of the live stream. We're already going to be giving away 10. So definitely remind me, if y'all are in the chat, if you're a mod in the chat, you're someone in the chat and you want to be a part of that giveaway, then please make sure to remind me at the end of the song, or I'm sorry, at the end of the live stream, so that we can make sure that we do the giveaway. 38 and 40 on the line. Yeah, Lane 38. Yeah, Lane 38 and 40. All right, let's go, Lane. All right, let's run it. We got to get into it. Lane 38, thank you for your patience as well, man. Let me get this. I want to beat that. Beautiful. I love it. And let me see. Did you send? I'm not seeing the email. Let me double check over here. Let me double check spam. Did you send it to the Track Talk submission at Gmail? I know, it's so much better. Shout out to y'all. Just notice I know it's this was Libby, did you get this for me? What is it? You or my brother-in-law? I think Libby got this for me. I'm pretty sure Libby got this for me last year. Oh, don't say E. Yeah. I've been pretty good today, Libby. But yeah, I think Libby got this for me. It's a modular synth. It's cool. No, I was trying to remember when you got it for me. I think you got it for my last birthday. Yeah, well, because I was trying to remember, because they were both modular synth setups. So his was like the wiry one or whatever. I remember you got me this one. Yeah, let me know, Lane. It's not here. So there's Inferno. Yeah, it's not showing up. Not showing up. Double check that you copied it from the current link tree. Double check that you copied it. Yeah. Yeah, neither of them are here though. So yeah, just double check that the email's right. Actually, give me a second. While you double check that, Lane38, double check the email. I'm gonna go I need to get some water and maybe a snack really quick. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. Ow. I'm breaking stuff, including my toes. Fabulous. All right, just slammed the out of my toe. All right, Pat, welcome in. Tatiana, welcome in as well. Thank you for hopping into the live stream. Let me. You're good, Lane. It happens. It happens. It happens. No worries. All right, let me get this updated. Lane just got you. Just got you. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now that I have both emails in, let me know which one you want me to. Which one, or did you want both? Do I have you in the wrong spot? Did you want two? Let me know if you want, because you could go either way. I didn't see since I didn't, because I can do, yeah, if you want to skip, it would be one. Give you my love? Okay. All right, give me 1 sec. Let me get this downloaded. Dude, the music today has been, and I know Lane38, this is going to be a cool track. I am, it would be 2 in the 20. They had 40. Yeah, let me know if you're wanting to Since I didn't see the emails, I didn't put 2. I put 1 and skipped you to first. So let me know. Let me know if you want to be right now or if you want to wait. But just because I didn't see the email, so I didn't see the 2 tracks. But I want to make sure that you get what you're looking for. All right. Yeah, Zeke's over on the Red app. Right now is good for... Okay, sounds good. All right, let's run it. Lane38, dude, it's been a minute. It has been a minute. It's been a minute. This is one of the family, y'all. Lane38 has been here from damn near the beginning of the stream, which we have been doing for almost 3 years now. We started in February of 2023, I believe. Was the first time that we did a live stream, and Lane38 was probably here within the first 2 or 3 months of doing that. And again, it was 2.5 years ago or so. Just as good people, as one of the family. So y'all show some love and support. Make sure that y'all are following Lane38. Yeah, if you want. Let me see. You want to do that, and then how about we can do this. Let me see. Yeah, do you want to do that, and we'll run back to back. That way, you still get your 2. I'm happy to do that if you want to. And let me get. Okay. I'm going to go with Give You My Love first, but go ahead and send for the next one, and we'll go back to back. I'll listen to both back to back because sometimes it's the same mixed details for both songs. So we'll go back to back, and then we'll break down both records from there. Rob Cossey's back in the building. Welcome in, Rob. All right, let's get this one downloaded. Let's start with the first one. So you do what you need to do. This is Lane38, and then talk to me whenever you get a chance about, because people's situation changes. Talk to me about where you're getting production. And I'm assuming you're doing the mix, but also let me know if that's changed, or if you're working with someone, whatever you want to let me know. You know the deal better than most. Give me all the context, give me all the details. And then let's see. Helio said, Libby got to hear me actually sing before you. Okay. Is that what I'm hearing tonight, or something different? Aurora Fallen, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Y'all, if y'all are over on TikTok, I would love to give away another 10 tonight. I would love to give away 20 at the end of the live stream. We got to get to 50K though. So if you want to double up your giveaway and get some free credit up on the board so y'all can get some free submissions, $20 in free submissions, then make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Let's get it to 50K. Let's get it to 50K. No, you're hearing a snow truck. Okay, nice. I look forward to hearing you sing too, though, Helios. All right, let's get it. Let's run this first track. This is Lane38, Give You My Love. I worked with my own producer for Give You My Love and No Chase. I pulled that off YouTube. Sounds good. Let's go, Lane38. It's been a minute, man. I'm excited to hear your voice.
Let's go. Why you do this to me?
You've always been versatile, man.
Why you cross the line? I can't put this shit to bed. I got holes in my phone, that I hate you clenching at your chest. Really gave you my all, ain't think you do me like the rest. I'm just stuck in my head, yeah, bitch, I can't believe you. Now you thought you solid, but whole time the bitch will see you through. You see me with a better bitch, one time it could've been you. We off and on again, that's just the type of shit that we do. Could've been you, yeah, I know. There's some things you wish you could take back. Wishing you could.
And you're mixing yourself?
You still attached. Wishing now I call you and tell you to come back. We never going back. Bitch, that's that. Bitch, that's that. Wishing now I call you and tell you to come back. Why you act like you know you missing all the facts? We never going back. Bitch, that's that. Bitch, that's that.
This is short and sweet too. Okay, nice. I mean, yeah, that's like an interlude almost. Okay, yeah, man, y'all show some love. Lane38. That's a nice little quick interlude. It's like a good album song. That's a good track 7, track 8 on a 13-track album kind of a feel, you know what I'm saying? Like you just had a big heavy song and then you move into this like minute 10, minute 15 little chill vibe right there, and then you move into the next one. It's a nice little interlude song right there. Okay, I'm gonna go back to back. So I'm gonna play the next one. Vert's in the building. It reminds me a little bit of Black too. Six Slack, who's coming out with a album next year. I'm excited about. He used to be one of my favorite artists, and then I ghosted a little bit. All right, let me run this next track. Let's get into it. Man, shout out to Lane38. I already love the vibe. We'll break down some mix details and stuff, but I'm already loving just the color and texture of this. Vert said, what synths are those behind you? Can I get a tour? Oh my God, don't get me started, Vert. When I start talking synths, it's game over. It's game over. I will give you a verbal tour really quickly because I have a camera connected up here. Someone said the S word. Someone said the S word. Don't talk to me about synths. It'll be game over. I'll talk you through it. Just because I can't move this camera. It's on a stand over here. I have top. You can't really see it that well. Top left is a Korg mini log, one of my favorite little paraphonic 4-voice paraphonic synths. On right next to it, which you can't see, is a Behringer Poly D. Yeah, I'll switch over, hop over really quick. No, not there. Really, really quick. And then Lane, we're gonna dive into it. We got music to listen to. You still can't see all of them, but I'll give you a quick tour. I'll give you a quick tour of them. If you want to hop on, if you go to my link tree, go to my link tree and click on YouTube, like the YouTube icon at the top. And then let me know when you're over there and I'll show you some of them. And then I can tell you what the other ones are. I'm going to try to trade out a couple of them right now. I want to upgrade a few of them. No, I'm just going to say what they are. And then we're going back. I promise. Mr. Falls, welcome in. I promise. As soon as I say what they all are, we're going straight back to Lane38. Yeah, we're going to be here all night. At least they didn't ask any questions too in depth. Just what are they? What are they is easy enough. I promise, Lane38, we're coming back. I'm live over there. It's a different live stream. So yeah, go to the YouTube and then click on the live icon. I'm live over there and I can show you the sense. Let me know when you're over there. Dude, please do. It's my favorite thing in the whole world. It's my favorite thing. I'm gonna try to polish what I have here. There's a couple synths I want to get rid of. What did I say? I've been doing pretty good. It's also, here's the thing. I'm also like at the end of the live, so I'm not as worried about it right now. It's so much better, Lane. It's so much better. If y'all are over on TikTok, which I can say, it's the only one I can say. If you go to the Red app, then you can see a bit more. Oh yeah, okay, I can switch over here. So welcome to the dark side. Welcome to the Red app. It's way better quality over here, regardless. Okay, so I've got the the Juno. Yeah, Triton LE, baby. Triton LE. That was my first synth. That's my first synth. I was able to get it back from storage that was the first synth I got like 18 years ago. Or like 16 years ago is when I first got that synth, and it was gone for a long time, and I got it back. So yeah, we got the Korg mini log at the top, Behringer Poly D. On the bottom left of the screen, that's my my KeyStep Pro. I love the KeyStep Pro. The KeyStep Pro is great. I used to have it next to the Behringer there. I would use it to sequence and stuff, but I can sequence through MIDI just from my controller that's right here, the Keylab Essential 61. Anyways, then I have the KeyStep Pro right there. Then I have the SK1. Honestly, it's one of my favorite synths. The Casio SK1, classic sampling keyboard. Of course, Juno 106 below. Juno 106 is probably my favorite synth that I have here. Below that is old Korg Triton LE. It's a great old workstation. It's fantastic. Underneath here, so you can't really see, but like back here behind me, that's the KeyStep Pro. Right back here behind the Christmas tree here is an old Yamaha DX21, old 4-operator FM synth. I love it. DX21 is great, but I'm going to trade that out for a DX7. I really would like to get a DX7. And then on this side of the room that you can't see, so those are all the ones back there. On this side of the room, I've got a Donner B1 Essential. I've got a Pro 1, a K2, and a Pro 800, and a semi-modular rack here on the other side of the room over here. And I think I have another synth floating around here somewhere. But that's that's about it. I've got a dual Behringer Pro 800, a stereo setup, Korg Monologue, and Moog Messenger, beautiful. Korg Tri-and-Rag, Roland Juno G, and a Roland W30, Yamaha PSR 40. Beautiful, dude, beautiful. I love it. Yeah, so that's the main setup right now. But I'm in the process now of documenting some things. I want to get rid of the DX21 and get a DX7. I want to probably trade out some of my Behringer stuff. I would love to get a Matriarch, Moog Matriarch, or a Sub 37. So I'm doing, I'm messing around. I'm trying. I've got 3 drum sets in here. So I'm going to trade out. I'm going to sell 2 of the drum sets, and like 2 or 3 different sets of cymbals as well. I'm going to trade out 2 of those. 2 of the sets of cymbals and 2 of the drum sets, and hopefully either upgrade some of the cymbals that I have for this drum set that you can't see on the screen, and or upgrade some of the synths that I have in here to some stuff that I like a little bit more. Torvik does this for all the bells and whistles. Yeah, and honestly, man, it's been a process of some things that are, dude, the Juno, it's just one of the best sounding synths in the world, dude. It's so freaking good. I promised I was going to get back to this consultation because I was like, let me show you how it sounds. I got to get back to the consultation, but I appreciate you hopping in so much, man. All the bells and but yeah, I've made it a process over years and years and years, to just upgrade and barter and trade. So I buy and sell a lot of things. Yeah, come sleep on the floor, Lane. Come sleep on the floor, man. It's a vibe in here. It's a cozy studio. It's a cozy studio. I like it a lot. It allows me to do everything. No, you're totally good. Please do not apologize. It is, it's a cozy little space in here. I like it a lot. Solo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, I've bought and sold so many things over the years. Half the stuff I have in the studio, they're like, people will give me random little things, and so I'll start adding different things together. Like, for example, someone years ago gave me a bunch of Sennheiser E35Ss, handheld vocal mics. I had like 4 of them. Never used them. I had an SM58 and a couple 57s already. I was like, I'm literally not doing anything with these. So I like traded all of those for like a small synth, and then I traded that synth for someone else's synth. And then I was given a pair of old Yamaha MSP7s, and I traded those for the Juno. I had bought a pair of HS5s. Years ago, a couple years back, I bought some of those white HS5s, and then I traded those for like another couple sets of drum mics, and then I had 2. I know, Shane, we're back, we're coming back, we're almost there, we're about to crash land. Anyways, you get the idea. I'm constantly moving things around. Do you use an analog mixer console or digital? I do have an analog mixer next to me. I have an X2442. 2442, X2442. That's where I route all my drums and a couple other synths into the DAW. And so I have those running into an ADAT interface in analog. That way I can route all of my drum mics into there, still utilize the British EQs and the single knob compressor. And then on the other side, everything else is pretty digital. I mean, I have an analog preamp for the mic that I have here, compressor, EQ, stuff like that, just inline channel strip. But yeah, no other, like, I'm not mixing off a console right now, not currently. All right. Lane38. Let's get into it. All right, this is No Chase by Lane38. Let's dive into the next song. Yep. Torvik synth. Yeah, man. Y'all know me. I will never turn down a chance to talk synths. Never. I want to spend all of 2026 making YouTube videos about synths. It's my favorite thing in the world. All right, let's get into it. It's time for some more music. We got Lane38, No Chase. Let's dive in. So Lane, you said this is, of course, this is a different producer. So then who mixed this one?
Remember you used to front me, stuffing dick in the tummy. Turned nothing in the sun. All of a sudden she love me. On the road to riches, as I was peeping,
Cool.
switching. Been staining up these dishes, trying to get out the kitchen. Need that all black like the Hennessy edition. What I spent on this Visa Ivy League tuition. Got Dr. John money, baby, pull up, let me scope some. Drop the low when you pull up, don't post now. I'm coming for a reason, don't know why you got your clothes on. Come on, get your hair, nails, and toes done. I can make your bed rock like Wayne in 09. I left all these hoes on red just to give you some time. She want the VVs cause those CZs don't shine. The ass lab grown, but I like how it whine.
Yeah, Kiki, do you love me? Drink, drink.
It's a nice
I need
beat.
some company, I see. Yeah, now you the one for me. Now you the one for me. Now you the one for me. Kiki,
Oxidoki, welcome in.
Kiki, drink, drink. Yeah, come have a drink with me, I see. Yeah, now you the one for me. Now you the one for me. Now you the one for me. Kiki.
Hey, where you going, Bert? What part of Texas you going to? All right, Lane. Let's dive in, man. Let's dive in. Y'all show some love to Lane38. Show some love to Lane38. They're over on TikTok right now. So if you like what you hear, I need you. They have plenty of music out. Go support their music. Go show them some love. Go boost their algorithm. Go like their tracks. Go add it to your playlists. All of that good stuff. San Antonio, then I think Austin. There you go. Austin's cool. We're in San Antonio right now. All right, let's run it back from the top, man. Let's run it back from the top. Lane38. Once again, if you like what you hear, please show some love and support to the family. Let's run it from the top. We're gonna go through Give You My Love first. We're gonna dive into just a few little details. But honestly, man, most of these tracks feel, from a stylistic standpoint, pretty polished, right? Like there's some things I think that we can always like polish and improve on and kind of squeeze out of the song a little bit more. But man, you're doing a lot of really, really good stuff, man. Seriously, you should be proud of the work that you're putting in. You've always executed really consistently vocally, as far as just your tone, your performance and stuff like that, man. So y'all definitely show some love to Lane38. So let's go through Give You My Love first, and then we'll wrap it up with No Chase. And then if we still got some people here, then we'll close out the last few songs, because I got to rest the ears. All right, Give You My Love. Let's get into it. This is short and sweet.
Let's go. Why you do this to me?
Why you cross the line? I can't put this shit to bed. I got holes in my phone that I hate you clenching at your chest. Really gave you my all. Ain't think you do me like the rest. I'm just stuck in my head. Yeah, bitch, I can't believe you. Now you thought you solid, but whole time the bitch will see you through. See me with a better bitch one time, it could've been you. We off and on again, that's just the type of shit that we do. Could've been you. Yeah, I know. There's some things you wish you could take back. Wishing you could move on, I know you still attached. Wishing now I call you and tell you to come back.
Okay, I'm gonna back. This is very short. This is only like a minute 15, so I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. Okay, stylistically, I know what you're going for, and we've obviously listened to a ton of your music, so I know your vision for your music and where you're wanting to go with it. So I don't want to really change any of that from like a processing standpoint and ambiance standpoint, so on and so on. So I want to get into just a couple little quick details here. The one thing that I do kind of wish that I got out of this vocal is I wished it was a little bit more forward and not necessarily louder, but a bit more like controlled. I'm getting kind of like the pumps and the punches from your vocal with like unequal dynamic range, where like I kind of hear it fall in and out just a little. It's not like dramatic, like you're moving in and out of the mic a whole lot, but I just kind of hear your voice as these little stabs of energy in the mix, carried by the auto-tune movement, then carried by your reverb, right? So I'm hearing sometimes more of like the processing than I am like a really consistent vocal dynamic range and vocal control. I would love to just very, very lightly tighten up that vocal up with maybe just like, I don't know, obviously what your chain looks like, but maybe one more stage of compression to just tighten up the vocal range lightly by just maybe even just another 3 or 4 dB of reduction, and push forward by, again, maybe about the same, maybe about 2 dB of reduction made up to get that vocal a little bit more in front of the production structure. Because again, stylistically, I know what you're going for, and I've heard a lot of your music, so I understand the balance behind what you're looking for, and the structure of what you're looking for. But I want to make sure that vocal does feel forward and it feels clean and it feels clear in the midst of having a lot of ambiance, a lot of delay, a lot of reverb, a lot of overlapping vocal comps, right? Because the way that you're comping vocals, you get some end lines that are direct at the start line of the next comp. So there's no space, right? There's not a lot of space in the mix. And then that's in tandem with a lot of reverb and a lot of heavy delay and stuff like that. So I want to kind of get back into some sense of clarity and some sense of openness for your vocal. That way it doesn't feel like it's stepping on its own toes with reverb and delay and stuff like that. So I think compression to me is kind of like the final little missing piece here. I'm going to keep going through the song just a little bit farther. Can I submit Silent Stars today? It's nowhere near finished. But if you have any, I'd love to hear your feedback and ideas. I use my sense on that. Let's go. Vert, I'm going to be back live again tomorrow. The line is closed for tonight. Actually, let me throw it back up. Sorry, I switched screens here. Let me throw it back up. The line is closed for tonight. I'm getting into my very, very last few. But I will definitely be live again tomorrow. So save the track for there. We'll open up the lines again, and we'll clear the lane and get everybody back on there. Okay. Let me get a little bit deeper into the song here.
My phone, that I hear you clenching at your chest. Really gave you my all. Ain't think you do me like the rest. I'm just stuck in my head. Yeah, bitch, I can't believe you.
I mean, my Luciano, I appreciate you, Vert. Thank you so much for tapping in, man. I appreciate you engaging. The first answer to your question, like what Helio said, is it really is dependent on what you're going for. The first answer to your question is I would never be looking for that solution in your mastering. It should be starting at your source into your mix. That should be the very, very first thing that you need to address. So if you feel like there isn't separation, and you're not able to get a good balance in the mix, don't try to fix it in the master. Find how you can create space in that mix for that vocal to sit in its pocket.
Now you thought you solid, but whole time the bitch will see it through. See me with a better bitch one time, it could've been you. We off and on again, that's just the type of shit that we do. Could've been you. Yeah, I know. There's some things you wish you could take back. Wishing you could move on, I know you still attached. Wishing now I call you.
Yeah, because like in the structure of this mix, I just want to grab that vocal a little bit more, right? Because right now it's smooth, like all of your vocals always are. But I think because you put so much breath behind the vocal and it's so smooth in the way that you execute it, that it's really never grabbing much compression, or if it is grabbing compression, it's very, very consistent. So you don't really get any drive out of it. You don't really get any forwardness out of it. So I do think it could be helpful to have something with a little bit more snap behind it, even like 1176 mid attack, quick release, and push that vocal just a little bit more forward in the mix, just lightly, so that it feels a little bit more one with this heavy 808, simple alternative R&B drums. Like everything is pretty spacious, right? So it would be nice to feel that vocal just a little bit more forward. And then compression's a great way to do that. Because what I don't want is just the vocal that I'm hearing loud, right? That's not necessarily what my ears want to hear, because that'd be easy. Yeah, just turn it up 3 dB. But I think what my brain is looking for is control, so that vocal feels a little tighter. It doesn't feel like there's as much dynamic range between different vocal takes and stuff like that. If you get that alone, I think that alone will clean up that vocal just a bit. Let me skip forward a little bit. You could also use I'll say this really loosely too, on your reverb blocks as well. If you're gonna have an interlude like this where the vocal is constant, and that also means the delays and the reverbs are constant, even if you're sidechaining a little bit, it could be nice to take some of the ringing and kind of unbeneficial resonance out of the reverb as well. It wouldn't hurt to carve a little bit of space on your actual reverb aux with EQ, where a lot of the fundamental of the vocal sits. So as an example, even just like 2 or 3 dB between 600 hertz and 1200 hertz on the reverb itself. So you get the reflection of maybe some low end and, largely more of the high end of the vocal that kind of fills the room a little bit more, but you're not going to get nearly as much reflection where most of the vocal sits. So instead of just side chaining it, which can be a way to create some clarity with it between your delays and reverbs, you can also just EQ some of that pocket out lightly so that there's more space for the vocal. So as that vocal continues to go, you're not as nearly as worried about that reverb stepping on the toe. It's gonna be a little bit more under control. Like a couple little things like that, right? Just some small details to control the vocal, push it forward, and create some space within your ambiance for that vocal to sit without it kind of stepping on its own lyrics and stuff like that. Man, okay, let's go straight to the second song, man. Let's go straight to the second song. We've got number 2 here. That was Give You My Love. Let's get straight into No Chase. This one, you're rapping a little bit more, man. I haven't heard nearly as much of that. So I'm excited to get into this really quick. You're doing it, Lane. This is a cool beat. I like this beat a lot. It's time. Good early introduction to your vocal here, like I talked about literally with the last artist. Early introduction. It's going to be better retention, better replay value. I would automate your delays a little bit more there too. Like you have a lot of space right here within the production. Dun, dun. I would have that that delay right there amplified a little bit more. I would filter, like I love H delay for stuff like this. Let me switch this. I'll give you a quick example, quick little example here, just because we're having fun. I'm gonna move this down. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Let me bring on a delay here. Dun. Delay. That's obnoxious. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Zach Angel's in the building. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. So actually, I'm switching over. I'm gonna throw up the DAW. So the DAW is up on red and purple app. DAW is up on red and purple app right now. I'm showing you kind of like what I think would be good as far as like filling that out. Like this is sounding crazy to me. What's up, Zach? Welcome in. Okay, so I'm gonna move actually like analog 3 up here. We're gonna push this a little bit more completely. Hey, thank you so much, Mitch. I appreciate you hopping in again. I got you taken care of, man. No worries. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna push this up to like 500 hertz, and I'm gonna filter this down to like 1500, right? So I'm gonna bring this in. You can hear the filter. And it's only on the delay. So now, if I come over here, that went down 1,000 yards. Now, literally, so you can hear it. You hear the way that it carries, right? Like it gives you like so much more movement, so much more energy, as opposed to if I bring this feedback down a ways, I'll move this over here. If I bring the feedback down and it ends too quickly, it might die too fast and doesn't really fill out. If I bring this up, it fills in a lot more of the void, right? It goes, obviously you have a bunch of reverb on there as well. But if you rely a little bit more on your delay than your reverb, because right now you're relying a lot on reverb. Reverb dies, or the reverb carries and the delay dies a little bit sooner. I would love to and let it tail for like a good amount of time, because it's just filling in the gaps, and then you can automate it faster. Like if you want it to be faster and lower, just create automation lanes to control all of that, right? So if you want it to be like a slow delay that lasts a little bit longer, and then you want to lower the feedback for the rest of the song, automate it, right? You let it go a little bit longer, or have it on a separate track. Ideally have it on a separate track for your ad libs. Your ad libs. And then when you're getting into the main structure of the song, you can have a shorter tail, shorter feedback and stuff like that. But even like that alone, just like it gives you like a little bit more of an intro here. It doesn't die too fast. It actually keeps the energy going a bit longer, it fills a little bit more of that gap, as opposed to it just kind of falling off the back end of the mix. All right, let's go a little deeper.
Do you love me? Drink. I need some company. I see.
Same thing here, honestly, man. Like it's pretty similar mix to the last one. Different. This is drier. You're rapping a little bit more, but same on this structure here. Got you, Zeke. On this structure here, I would just love to hear a little bit. Not even necessary. I mean, maybe some in the performance, but maybe even just more largely in the processing too. Like, because I like a smooth, lazy, laid back vocal sometimes too. I don't think every vocal needs to be screamed in your face. I think there's a balance that you can find, right? So in this case, like I don't mind that it's like a very like chill, laid back, moody vocal. I think that works really well for your voice specifically, and with this kind of a beat. But I do think on the processing side, we can take something that feels very light and laid back and give it some punch and give it some drive through the processing, through saturation, through compression, and of course on the EQ side as well. But I think for a lot of what I'm hearing here is just wanting to get a little bit more out of like your compression. I want to grab it and push it forward a little bit, even if your vocal is going to stay very smooth. Think of, honestly, this is an interesting example, but think even like Travis Scott, right? With Travis Scott, you're going to hear this like slammed vocal, right? Where it's like, it's kind of, you don't have to do this exactly, but just as an example, so you can kind of hear what I'm talking about or imagine what I'm talking about, where he's like very often singing very light and very lazy. Like a lot of what he's singing, it's kind of just like in here. It's like really lazy, but it's auto-tuned, it's got a bunch of reverb, and it's slammed. It's clipped to hell. It's saturated like crazy. It's compressed like crazy. So even like the lightest, laziest vocal sounds big and forward and has drive to it. Now you can find a middle ground. Oh, that's weird, Libby. You can find a middle ground, right? So like for you, it's like halfway. It's not like Travis Scott stadium, trap record. And it's also not like completely laid back R&B. You're kind of in the middle here. So I think if you can find a middle ground of a little bit more punchy on your compression, a little bit more grab, keep that attack middle, give it another couple dB of reduction or add another layer of compression, and maybe saturate a little bit more and give that vocal just a bit of punch, just a bit of bite. So even your soft, airier vocals has some bite, has some punch, has a little bit of energy behind it, so that your vocal's not falling to the back of the mix, but it feels forward, it feels energetic. Even when you're singing lighter, it's still placed to the forefront of the mix. Kaylin's in the building. Good to see you, Kaylin. Thank you so much for tapping in, brother. Good to see you. I'm excited to get to work. 2026, man. We're gonna make some magic happen. All right, let me get a little bit deeper into the song here. Then we got to close up here pretty soon.
The hair, nails, and toes done. I can make your bed rock like Wayne and 09. I left all these hoes on red just to give you some time. She want the VVs cause those CZs don't shine. The ass lab grown, but I like how it whine.
You love me, drink.
Yeah, because like in this like background, like even like with you rapping here, it's so smoothed out, right? It's so kind of shaved off and smoothed out, and with your vocal, that there's nothing to like. I want it to kind of hit me in the chest. You know what I mean? Like I want it to really drive into the middle of the mix. So, especially because you are hitting a low register with your vocal, there's a little bit more drive behind it, a little bit more energy than you typically sing with. I think it would really benefit your song structure to have a little bit of a, not even just a tighter compression structure, but a different compression structure. This is like too smooth. It's not letting any like transients coming in. It's not allowing any of those like early parts of those vocal to be presented in the mix, grabbed and then punched forward. So if you can give it just a little bit of a shift in the compression structure and then push it forward, I think you're going to be great, especially on your singing vocal.
I need some company.
John Paul, welcome in.
Yeah, you the one for me. You the one for me. You the one for me. Kiki, yeah. Oh, Kiki. Drink. Yeah. Come have a drink with me. I see. Yeah, you the one for me. You the one for me. You the one for me. Kiki.
Like I like that it's like everyone's gonna have a different opinion, but like I like that it's laziness, laid back. That's the point. That's the point of it, right? You're not trying to do something different than that. So to me, it's just about making sure that in the process of being light and lazy, I don't mean that in a bad way, but like light and lazy and laid back and chill with your performance, that you don't miss distinction, you don't miss power, because it's still really valuable to the mix structure. Y'all show some love. That's Lane38. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for your generosity, man. Thank you so much for sending these tracks in. You're a really talented artist, man. And I've seen and heard your writing and seen what you're doing with your productions and with your vocal for, I mean, like at this point, 2.5 years, man, that you've been coming in to this live stream, man. And I appreciate so much what you have to offer, man. So seriously, I think you have a unique voice and a unique perspective on your music, and I want that to come forward. I don't want that to be suppressed. I don't want that to be over smoothed out. I want to hear Lane38 front and center. And I don't want your voice to be, I want it to have stylistic processing, but I don't want it to be disguised by your processing. So y'all show some love to the family one more time. Let's keep it moving. Zeke, I saw you a couple minutes ago. Just update me. Let me know that you're in the chat. We're about to get into these last songs here. Last few songs here. Zach, we're closed for today, but I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. Thank you so much for hopping in, man. I appreciate you a lot. All right, this, I believe. So catchy, dude. So catchy. And let's see. Let me just go ahead for the sake of having it on the screen here for me. All right, lines should still be fresh. All right, I'm just going to make Pause for a second. Let me just make sure that Zeke is in the building. I saw him about 10 minutes ago. I just want to make sure that they're here. What's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. What's up, Wubsy? Welcome in. Ari's in the building. Ari, save it for tomorrow. We're gonna have a full doc tomorrow, man. Let me know. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. Yeah, but we're on our last one or two tracks here tonight. Wubsy, we got the family in. It's so good to see the family in here. I appreciate y'all being here so much. All right, Helios, I'm gonna go straight to your track, Helios. I'm gonna go straight to your track. And then if Zeke hops back in, I know they're kind of in and out right now. So if they hop back in, then they'll run it. But I'll make sure that they're still up there. So if they want to go tonight, they still can. But let's get into it. Helios. This is a track Libby heard last night. Seems like a lot of people really liked it. So we have been sitting on releasing it. All right, let's get lost. Is this one you're telling me about? Is this one you were telling me about, Libby? Let's get lost tonight. Let's get lost tonight. Just kidding. Super fan, EverSnow. I love that it says that. Super fan, EverSnow. Oh, yeah. All right, let's get it. Let's go. All right, this is a track. Seems like a lot of people really liked it. So we have been sitting on releasing it. Let's get it downloaded. Let's go. This is okay. So give me the give me the details. Helios, give me the details. Talk to me about the details of the song. Is this a Helios production? Ignore the voices, y'all. My brain's gonna do what it's gonna do. Let's see. Ooh, let's go. I've been hearing good things about is it the Dachman? Is that how you say it? Or Dachman? I've been hearing really good things about those, Zach. I've been hearing really good things. I know a couple producers that recommend them. Produced by me, mixed by me, Snow's vocals. All right, this is the first time in a long time I've heard an in-house Helios. It's been a while. We've heard some Snow productions a lot lately. So on and so on. So I'm excited. Old recording from I don't know when, Helios production. Let's go. Let's go. This might be our last song. We might have one more song. Let's try to get to 50K so we can do another 10. Let's try to get to 50K so we can do another $10 on our last giveaway. We're gonna do a giveaway at the end. And right now it's $10. It might be 20 if we can get to 50K. All right, this is Let's Get Lost by EverSnow and Rage of Helios. The fucking family, dude. The family. All right. Have I heard this at all? Helios? Have I heard this at all? I know Libby's heard it, but is this fresh to my ears, or have I heard like an early version of it before? Let me know. Okay, gotcha. Hold on, Helios is on 5 different platforms right now. Helios is chatting to me on platforms I'm not even live on right now. I just saw back-to-back messages from Helios on different streaming platforms. I was like, wait, hold on. I was like looking for a new message, and say what's up. Thank you, man. He commented on the red app, then he's on the purple app, and then I have like a text from him, and then they're over on TikTok. I love you, dude. All right, let's get. I was like, hold on. I was like, I thought my brain was like going crazy. I'm like, dude, am I this tired? Like, what's going on? And he's like, he's everywhere. He's all around. He's all around. All right, my accents are killing me tonight. All right, this is Let's Get Lost. Let's get into it. Focus.
Gotta mix it up, took too many pills, I'm about to light it up. Weak from a bottle, I know time's all rough. Trip to the moon, I don't give a fuck. Waves tripping.
Oh yeah, I remember this. It's very Kavinsky. It's like by far your best melody. I'm glad we got to get it. I'm glad we got to hear it. Come back tomorrow. We're closed for tonight. But we'll be back on tomorrow. We're gonna do a giveaway in a second, though. We're gonna do a giveaway soon. I appreciate you hopping in. Thank you for being here. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That production was done by Rage of Helios. And the amazing vocals that you heard are EverSnow right here in the chat. This to me is like, for one, it's the best that I've heard Snow's vocals, and even just like the inflections and consistency of her vocal. For those of you who haven't been around for a while, like Helios, Libby, Snow, and I are very, very well acquainted with what Snow does, what she wants out of her music, and the structure oftentimes. As Asante, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. And we're very, very well acquainted with their journey and where they've come from creatively, quality wise, so many different things. And this to me is like by far the best expression that I hear. For one, it's so as much as I love a lot of the other things that y'all been working on too. It's really nice. Smiley, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. I do know the song. I love to hear Rage of Helios production and a Snow vocal. There's something special about it. Let's run it from the top. I mean, this would be a fun track to work on. To be honest with you. Ari, the queue is closed for tonight. So there is one. We had a really, really long, like it was a super long line today. In fact, I don't think we're even getting to everyone. But we, can you play some synths on the live? I mean, I can run MIDI. Do I have MIDI routed right now? Hold on. Oh, you're totally good, Ari. We'll be back on tomorrow. Oh, you mean like over the song? I can also just like jam on some stuff after the live too. Or let me know what you're talking about. Let me know what exactly you're wanting so I can figure it out, because my brain is moving slow, but I would love to do whatever you're talking about because you said synths. All right, let's get it's like I actually don't know what you're talking about, but I will do whatever it is because synths. All right, let me run it from the top. You're like, fuck no. Like, stop randomly doing stuff. Stop. The S word. What are those things called that it takes sound and shape it using keyboard? Like, we gotta find workarounds. We gotta find workarounds to it. Okay, let me I'll throw some synths. Nope, that's wrong synths. Those are just my synths. This would, yeah. This would be a really fun song to work on, to be honest with you. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to figure it out in my head. Let me throw something up here real quick. It's a really cool song structure. The best song structure that I've heard from y'all. Okay, let me get this. It's a synth and a piano. All right, Libby requested it, so we'll do it. All right, so she provided the concept and worked really closely with me on top of the structuring too. So in essence, it's co-produced. I love that. I love it. Tiffy Bombs in the building. What's up, Tiffy Bomb? Welcome in, and Merry Christmas to you as well. I appreciate you tapping in right at the tail end of my brain breaking and us closing out the live. My brain is broked. All right, but I gotta, okay, let me open up Polymax. Let me open up Polymax here. All right, let's like it's a, well, we'll see if they're here. If they're here. But I'm not overly concerned. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so here's I'll mention, because I know I've broken down the song before, so I'm not gonna overharp a couple things, but I have some intuitions on what could work. I have some intuitions on like the mixing side of things of what could work really well. And then maybe we could talk about some of this stuff offline too. I have some intuitions. One of my first kind of intuitions is this song requires a lot of space because most of the elements are pretty loud, right? So even like the filtered synths and the pulsing and stuff like that is really, it's pretty forward. Vocals are very, very bright. And like you said, these are older vocals too. These could be rebalanced a little bit. They're a little bit bright, a bit sibilant forward. Those could be kind of rebalanced and structured on the production side in a way that's maybe a little bit warmer and a little bit more forward. Right now, I think a lot of the production ends up being, because like the cymbal work, snare work, synthesis, and vocals are all very bright and airy. So having some distinction between that, right? Like, so not everything bright, but maybe certain things are a little bit warmer, and we balance that in the mix a little bit better. But one of the things you're gonna have to mitigate with this song is contrast, is things feeling tighter when they need to and really, really big when they need to, right? Like especially this hook needs to be huge. It needs to be vibrant. It needs to be powerful. And then the structure of the verses, I think we can tighten up just a little bit more. And we can talk about exactly how here in just a second. Like there's already so much, there's already so much buildup that I don't know if I ever quite get the more vulnerable, tighter part of the structure. And I would love to feel that contrast a little bit more, since most of this song has a lot of information. It goes from pretty big sounding verses with snappy drums and bright vocals and pulsing synths to a huge hook to guitar solo to huge hook to big outro. And so it's a lot of big. Yeah. She was literally talking. She like no joke, literally earlier today, she was like, I keep thinking about this. She kept saying she wants me to mix it. Which I'd be honored to. But there, she's like, what is that Snow song? He's like, he played it, and she's like, it's like my favorite song they've ever done. She literally was talking about it earlier. She loves it so much, and I do too. It to me is by far, my favorite song. Just structurally, it feels the most like a song. Feels the most like a really clear song to me. So like in here as well, right? So it's Magician Gods. Thank you so much for tapping in over on the Purple app. I appreciate you being here so much. The line is closed for today. This is our last song, I believe, last song or two of the night. I appreciate you being here so much. Make sure y'all are following on either TikTok, Red app, or Purple app. Use your imagination. I just have to be strict on here. On any of those different platforms, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure that you're following. We will be back live again tomorrow, and we'll open up the lines again so that everybody can submit. Again. But we've had a really full day of music today. It's been amazing, y'all. The music has been incredible. It was meant to be played. That's so right, Libby. All right. So right in here, again, you bring in kind of a high stack of saws at the top here, right? Like you get this really. That's not a saw, that's a square. Move over here. You get this really, like, take resonance out. There's like a lot of high, bright energy at the top end here. Over Snow's vocal, which are also really bright, sibilant forward, a little bit top end heavy, right? Healy's had a dream a few weeks ago about someone randomly listened to it. We'd forgotten. Oh, interesting. Let's go, Shane. Let's go. Yeah, we're almost there. We're going to do a giveaway here in a minute too, y'all. We're going to do a giveaway here in a minute as well. So like right here, because there's so much of that information up there, it's really hard to distinguish the vocals and the vocal kind of falling in and out of the mix a little bit too much as well. So it would be a combination of, I think, tightening productions or tightening compression structure a little bit to get that dynamic range a little bit more controlled, balance the top end where that sibilance is a little bit heavier and the top end is a little bit over brightened, and then push it forward a little bit in tandem to making sure there's not so much happening in the very space that vocal lives in as well. I think that to me is kind of the, so we need to give the ebb and flow of energy between verses and chorus and get some contrast between the elements. Yeah, 100%. That to me is kind of the biggest thing. Wubsy, thank you for the tiny Christmas dinies. I appreciate the gifts, man. Thank you so much for that, man. Shout out to Wubsy. Wubsy, love and appreciate you, man. So like I want this, like once you do that big verse, and you're going crazy, I want to bring it in my mind, in my brain. I want to bring it down to a place that feels a little bit more vulnerable again. Otherwise, I'm kind of constantly, we go from a big hook to, like that's the verse. Hook, verse. In some ways, the verse is almost like louder than the hook just because of the dynamics that are there, the production structure there. So when I switch back and forth, you can be like, oh yeah, there's really, it goes to a verse, but dynamically we're loud for 3 minutes straight, right? Like it's really prominent. So those are the things that I would figure out, for one, in the production structure, if you have access to it, but also in just the mix itself. Exactly. Yeah, you get it. You have the language for it. So that's what I would revisit. How you do that, of course, is completely up to you. But that's once you start to like chop through, which is why I do this. Sometimes I'll just like chop beginning, end, middle, whatever. And you can kind of see like, oh yeah, this is all ends up kind of being a mush of noise in the middle. All good stuff. Like the hook is really good. what you're doing on the verse is all really good. You just got to find a little bit of a give and take there. All right, let me move forward a little bit. I'm gonna back this up. Just give me a sec. Hold on. I gotta bring this in. Same. We're gonna back it up. We're gonna back it up. We're gonna back it up. We're gonna back it up because we're having fun. Because we're having just a wee bit of fun. All right, we're going to we're gonna back it up. We're gonna get back into important stuff. But we're also gonna have fun because having fun is also important. Okay. For one, we gotta go up a fucking octave. What are we doing? And I want a faster LFO range here. Let's go. Let's go. Well, we're almost there, y'all. I'm trying to draw this out so we can get I'm trying to draw this out so we can get that goal as well. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I like. I'll go a little faster LFO rate. There we go. A little more. Cool. I mean, that's pretty fun. That's pretty fun sounding. All right, let's back this off. Let's bring this up here. Let's raise the cutoff. Let's lower the mud. And let's have some fun. Sober Opium, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate the love. Wubsy with the tiny Christmas Dinies, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Okay, I think most of the things we needed to talk about, we have there. I think we already talked about, vocal clarity, balance of dynamics. To me, that's the most important thing. Let's It's just fun. It's just fun. Vibe with the index finger in 64s. It's fun. It's just fun. It's fun. I was backing up. We're just having a grand old time. What are we talking about? We're just having a grand old time. For one, we're going to have an even more grand time because we're going to add a Studio D chorus, and Studio D chorus makes everything better. We're going to go fast modulation bows. Series 4. It's fun. And then you played this guitar, right, Helios? Seriously, this is my favorite song of y'all so bad. I would love to mix this. This is yeah, dude, you crushed it. It's so good. It's one of my favorite productions you've ever done. You know how much I love like dark wave stuff, like Kavinsky style dark wave stuff, and you crushed that whole aesthetic here. And it's not like, that's what I'm saying. This is why I keep saying the Chill Live. Thank you so much for hopping in over on the Purple app. I appreciate you being here so much. This is why I keep saying this to me, having heard the journey that is y'all's music, this to me is the most impressive I've heard. Like, this is one of my favorite productions from Helios. It's the best that I think I've heard Snow's vocals, and to me it just feels so fun to listen to. So we're gonna back it up here a little bit. We'll get into this little solo here, and then we're just having some fun. I know it, man. I know it. We're close for tonight. Close for tonight. It's fun, man. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. Y'all show some love. All that fun. All of the fun is on the backs of Helios and Snow. This is so... It's so fun. I need y'all to give it up one time for Rage of Helios and EverSnow, Carpal Tunnel and No 50K. It's crazy. We're still going to do a giveaway, y'all. We're still going to do a giveaway. There's no worries at all. We always got to make sure that y'all are getting something for this. So thank you for the likes, y'all. Appreciate it so much. Please show some love and support to Rage of Helios and EverSnow. I really, really like it. I mean, I don't, we can talk a little, we'll talk a little bit offline. But I honestly feel like it would be really fun to work on this song. Mead's in the building. What's up? So good to see you. So good to see you. It would be really cool to potentially collaborate a little on something like this, because I just feel like this is the closest I see to a really, really polished song on both of y'all's end, and it would be really cool to just take it there. You know what I mean? Like, and just just get it there. Just get it all the way there. It's my favorite from y'all for sure. There's a lot of interesting and creative and dynamic things that y'all do. This to me is honestly biased a little bit. It's just like the most that I like to consume. It's the most, I think, of all the things that y'all do, that is the most like what I consume on a daily basis. You know, like a lot of the music that I typically consume. So it's like, I love it so much. We love y'all like crazy. D-More, we are done for today, but we'll be live again tomorrow. So y'all please tap in tomorrow. Please tap in tomorrow. We will be live again with a fresh line of submissions. So definitely make sure that y'all tap in. Every single one of y'all, we got to do a giveaway. Let's do the giveaway before I forget. If you want to be in this giveaway, hop in the chat. If you want to be in this giveaway, hop in the chat with I need a peace sign in the giveaway. But yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow. We're going to give away 10 in credit right now. I'm going to give away 10 in credit. So y'all hop in the chat, any chat, YouTube, Twitch. I don't care about saying it because we're about to end. YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, hop in the chat, put the peace sign, and let's get this going. Shane, got you. Got you. Dude, Helios, anytime, man. Anytime. Helios, I got you. I know Snow's in here. I got you. Charlie Haley's in the building. What's up, Charlie? No, they can't. They just slow you down. But we can't be slowed down. We can't be beaten. All right, anybody else? I got Shane Healy. It says hello. It auto-corrected hello. Shane, hello, and Snow. Shane, Helios, and Snow. Anybody else? Hop in the chat with the peace sign. If you want to be a part of this giveaway, hop in the chat with the peace sign. We're giving away 10 in credit for the next live stream. Come in tomorrow. Throw yourself up on the board. Give yourself a head start. Shane, hello, and Snow. Maxine, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank y'all for all the follows too. I mean, y'all are amazing. I appreciate that so much. Over 20 follows today just through the live stream. I genuinely appreciate that so much. Thank y'all for just your trust in me, trust in my abilities and my ear. I mean, means more than y'all know. I really appreciate that a lot. All right, last chance, y'all. Last chance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Door closed. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna close out here. Choose a number between 1 and 3. Helios. Beautifully done, my friend. Let me get you on the list. You got 10 in credit waiting for you. Shout out to the family. Helios, Snow, Shane, you're in here going crazy with the likes. It's pretty, I think you mispronounced it, Shane. I get we lost y'all. Yeah, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. Quick spiel before we shut it down, y'all. Quick spiel before we shut it down, because it's one of the things that I love about this community too. Y'all are so incredibly generous. I appreciate that a lot. But a quick spiel before we shut down the live stream. For those of you who don't know, and I think most of y'all do, who happen to be in here, but if you do not know who I am, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician is what I do for a living. I've done that for 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician, and that is the business that I have set up. Mission, welcome in Pupsy. Thank you for the tiny Christmas Dinies. Thank you for the gifts, man. You're going crazy. I appreciate you so much. Self-promo mentioned. That is what I do for a living. I work as an audio engineer, producer, and session musician for a living. So if you are ever interested in any of those services, whether that be mix and mastering services, whether that's full production packages, start to finish, whether that is session work, that's a lot of what I do for a living as well. Tracking drums, of course, synthesizers. I do a lot of synth work. So tracking synthesizers, Helios in the galaxy. I gotta get you on the board. Hold on. I gotta get you on the board. Okay, hold on. Hold that thought. Shout out to Helios. Helios, you're a maniac. Thank you for that, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. I gotta get you on my I can't think. I can't talk. On my Galaxy board. If you want me to track synths for you, hire me. It's what this all boils down to. If you want me to track guitars, drums, vocals, it doesn't matter. Hire me for session work. All those different things I do for a living. Reach out through Instagram, through TikTok. Shoot me a message through theobsidiankey.com through the contact form. We'll talk budget. We'll talk timeline, so on and so on. And we'll get to work. I would love to bring your creative expression to life. It'd be fun. Let me get Helios up here, man. I love you. I appreciate you, man. Oh no, who did this? Someone mussed it up. Got bumped. Unfortunately got bumped. I don't know what happened. We're gonna have to redo it. I didn't do it. Truck Month feels not a clip to soldier. Truck Month. Do I still have Truck Month? It was not me. I didn't do it. It was a phantom. All right, Helios, I gotta get you on here. Helios, you're going top. This is moving too much. Helios is top center. You can't see it on TikTok. I'm running out of space, y'all. Darn elves. Always, you can't see it. You kind of can. There you go, Helios. Front and center, top, 12 o'clock. Man of the hour. Dude, love you. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. Let's chat about this record. It'd be fun to do something. All right. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all so much. That is going to be it for tonight. We'll be back on tomorrow. Tap in then, get your revisions ready, get your music ready. We had a lot of people that we weren't able to get on the board today that we turned away because we got too full. Y'all are amazing. I love and appreciate y'all with all of my heart. Thank y'all for what y'all do and for sending in your music. So hopefully we'll see y'all soon. Y'all have an amazing, amazing rest of your evening.